Co-host, be a good person, okay? All right. Hi, peoples. What's up? We're live. Impromptu Saturday Night Live, literally, with my little co-host, Maverick. Come on, say hi. Hi, everybody. You gonna be nice? Yeah. Okay, he's gonna be nice. What's up, everyone? What's up? I didn't plan on coming live tonight because I was learning all the StreamYard stuff. Hey, Pasta, what's up? I was learning all the StreamYard stuff. Say hi. But I got caught up because this video went, I guess, like a little snippet of this video with Cam Newton went viral. I was like, oh, well, let me watch the actual video, right? Hey, everybody. Say hi, all the aunties. Say hello, aunties. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hey, Janet. What's happening? Hey, for me. Rhea, what's up, Rhea? Janet, R. What's up, ladies? What's up, ladies? Ooh, a little bit. What? Co-host. Hold up. Wait a minute, co-host. You might have to throw up like this. You okay? I need to get you some bibs, huh? Yeah, I do. I do. What's up? Okay. What up, ladies? So, tonight's live. It's a bit impromptu because I didn't plan on doing a live. But there's a video with Cam Newton right there on the screen, right? With some psychologist. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, so a little snippet went viral because he said he wants to have more kids. Okay. Now, here we are. So the video is actually like 2.5 hours long, right? We're not gonna do that tonight because I'm tired. And if I have to go through a 2.5 hour long video, we're gonna be here for like 12 hours. No, I can't. Okay. We'll do it again tomorrow. But no, I look up people because let me tell you something. Okay. The internet, especially Instagram, it is full of scammers. Okay. It is full of scammers. And the lady also, not to be offensive, but I can see how it could be offensive, right? You guys will see her, right? The way she's dressed, the way she is dressed, the way she's sitting down, her demeanor, the way she answers questions, honestly, it does not give professional psychologist. So that right there had me like, I was like, it's suspicious, right? Is she really a psychologist, right? And she's on social media, right? And she's on Instagram. And when I went to her Instagram page also, it further does not give psychologist, okay? It gives something else, okay? It really did. So I had to look her up, okay? Because a lot of people getting the degrees, only God knows where. So I did look her up, right? Allegedly, she had her master's from University of Phoenix. I'm like, online, okay. And then she allegedly had her PhD from a school that is completely closed. I'm like, so the school has only been open for 18 years. Like, the university got shut down by the Department of Education. So I'm like, how did you get a PhD from a university that is shut down, right? So there's no way to verify if you've really got a PhD in psychology, because you have to do your research. You really, really do have to do your research. Exactly. I'm like, because she doesn't, I don't know, she doesn't give trained psychologist. She doesn't. Because I'm like, a trained psychologist would not conduct herself this way. Because part of having your PhD is like you go to clinics, like you have clinics, you know what I mean? Like you have clinics, you have supervisors, like, you learn how to like conduct yourself. And I'm like, this is not. Hey, Kat, what am I love? This is not giving trained psychologist. Okay. So I had to go look her up. I look up everybody. Because you just have to know, like, yeah, let me do my research real quick, right? So, anyways, I'm gonna play the video. So I watched like half of it already, but I was getting motivated. Okay, so I'm like, let me go live so I can react to this video. I have you guys on live with me. Okay, so let's start over. Bizoo, Kevin. Okay, I thought, child, this is a lot. Cam, do not come for me, right? This is fair use, huh? Don't come for me, child. Okay, so let's go.
Bye, baby. Have you been to Africa?
You know, Wakanda only coming.
The healing is going to say, do you want to be here? The pain is going to say, you need to be here.
The reality is nobody wants to find somebody who's worth going to hell for.
No man can take a woman and transform her. You're not God. You can never take water, baby, and make this 7-Up. Women with daddy issues don't mean you got to be with your daddy.
Single people can't coach relationship people.
Cam, if it went over your dreadlocks, bring it back.
If the man doesn't have high value.
Women come and lead with, fit this, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here, and I'm going to learn how to be the best I can for you. Oprah's power. You think Stedman's low functioning or low value?
Nobody's making Oprah money.
Stedman is not low functioning. Oprah's not.
Stedman is not low value either. Everybody's low value compared to Mama O. I would be a fool
But that's
to
not,
think.
That's not always the case. I have at some point dated a man who is low.
That was good.
Team, it's been a grind,
Wow, this
but I
commercial's
think
bad.
I've aged you well.
He got the
Say
good
perfect.
commercial on his
Who's
stuff.
ready
Okay,
to show
yeah.
you who's the
When you get to a
cheesiest?
million subscribers, he gets a good commercial.
Cheez It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
What's poppin'? What it is, what it ain't, what it could be, what it should be, what it would be.
To the point.
Cam Newton, the son, Mr. Boogie, they all here with another episode
Oh my God.
of Funky Friday. Now, I promise, I really do promise to give good content for the masses, but most of all, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls,
Okay.
I promise to keep it funky for your asses. Yes, Lord. Now, I would like to say the boxing gloves is on, but they slipping off. You know what I'm saying? We starting clean. So with this particular individual who I have so much respect for, she is a psychology expert.
See, the thing about Yanni cannot be trusted. Yanni can't be trusted. I especially since the whole B. Taylor situation, Yanni cannot be trusted. She cannot be trusted because first and foremost, her objective is I need to be down for the sisterhood no matter what. Like she's like the Avenger. I don't even know who told her she had to do that. I'm like, Yanni, go live your life. Okay, you are just too focused. You're just too consumed with trying to carry all these ladies on your back. It's excessive. Okay, it's like she wants to be needed so bad. Like she's an Avenger. Like, girl, put your cape down. You're young. Go live your life. If you want to be a lesbian, go be one. If you want to be in a relationship with a man, go be with one. Okay, but you gotta go live your life. Okay. Number two, all right. I think also like when Yanni's like, oh, let's just focus on what the man said because that's what went viral. For me, I feel like we have to look at the entire interview. Right? Because you know the fact that Cam does have multiple kids, right? He has 8 children by 3 different baby mamas, right? It's excessive. It's really crazy to me. I mean, but then again, like I am West African, so who am I to judge? Polygamy runs in my bloodline, okay? But giving like America being in the West, like modern society, yes, it's like it's a little anachronistic, okay? It's a little outdated, okay? However, my thing is, these girls are so quick to take a little clip, right, and just run to the blog like, oh my gosh, she read him, which I think she did. I think she cleared him real good with his goofiness, okay? Because he said he wants to have more kids. And she's like, okay, you're going to keep having more children, living under different roofs, and you're not there? You are crazy, right? So I do like the fact that she did clear him. However, we have to be honest with ourselves, right? Cam is very attractive. Cam is like I guess like I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but he's a great quarterback. You know, he had a great career. He's a very famous. He's very successful, right? And on top of that, Cam is worth $75 million, right? So my thing is, if he wants more kids, he's going to have more kids. Okay, that is a fact. Now he looks crazy. Like this right here, Captain Scarecrow, whatever he's on with the dreadlocks. Okay, yeah, it's a lot. But I'm talking like in his prime days. Oh, he was a cutie patootie. And if he cleans up, he's very attractive. You didn't see the one video where he fought those boys, like they try to jump him, like all these grown men try to jump his behind, and he beat everybody up by himself. This dude, Cam, he just acts stupid. He truly, honestly, just acts stupid. Okay, but I'm like, he's a very attractive black man. He knows this. He knows this. So that's why he takes advantage. Because he knows. Okay. But I'm like, everything he got going on for himself, plus the $75 million in the bank. Yeah. Okay. Y'all give me a second real quick, right? He's going to have more kids if he wants to have more kids. Let's be so for real. Okay. Let's be so for real. Now, of course, yeah, I think she cleared him pretty good, right? But I'm like, even her herself, right? Even her herself, right? If she could, okay, if he asked, she most likely gonna give him some babies. Let's be so for real, okay? Exactly, because he has $75 million in the bank, okay? So at her age, if he told her to have his baby, she probably would. I mean, look how she dressed to come to the show. Okay? Oh, baby, stop doing that. What is wrong? Be a good co-host. Okay? Hey, Quee. Am I saying it right, Quee? Huh? Because I wrote it phonetically. There you go. She's like, oh my gosh, Marlene remembered my name. I sure did. What's up, Quee? Hey, Lacey. Right? Oh, thank you. Okay, right? But we have to be serious. Okay, let me start over, ladies. Let me start over. So, impromptu, hey, Diana, impromptu live. Did not mean to go live, but I was sitting here because I caught this clip on Instagram. Okay, Cam had an interview with an internet psychologist, and I say Instagram psychologist because the credentials are quite sketchy. Okay, so I was like, okay, let me see what's happening, right? So he said he wanted to have more kids. So currently, Cam has 3 baby mothers, and he has 8 children, right? And he's like, oh my gosh, I want to have more children. And she told him, you can't be doing that kind of stuff. Like, you're not going to keep procreating, right? When you have no intention of being married and actually like being in the household and raising your kids, right? So, he had to be cleared. Absolutely. I agree with that part, right? But my thing is, if we're being honest, right? Because it's cute. It's a little cute moment, okay? But truth be told, right? A man like him, worth $75 million, if he wants to have more children, he will have more children. Okay, and these ladies love to run with the little sound bites, little clips to roast him, to gather him, right, and to act like I'm above the fray. I'm above this. Like, this is above me, right? But I'm like, even the so-called psychologist, right? If he asked her to have his baby, she would. I've come to recognize something in my little tenure as a live streamer, right? Is that first and foremost, not every woman deserves marriage. Not every woman is marriage material, right? And I think men like Cam, they know how to read these women. Okay? They know how to read them. Because one thing I've come to, hey, Aquarius, right? One thing I've come to recognize, right? One thing I've come to recognize is that a lot of ladies are hypocritical. A lot of ladies are fake. So on the outside, in the public realm, right, they'll give this whole, I'm a strong Black woman, I don't need a man, I'm not going to stand for that, yeah, sure, whatever, right? But then I say it depends on the man, right? Because honestly, this is how I feel. I do believe that the vast majority of women do not want to work, okay? I do believe that the vast majority of women do not want to work, okay? So when you think about the premise of, okay, if I was to have a baby by a multimillionaire for the next 18 years, right, I'm going to be taken care of, right? For the, hey, Queen, for the next 18 years, especially if he's a good one, if he's a man who pays and stuff like that, I don't know how he does financially, but I'm saying like, okay, for the next 18 years, you might not have to work. You might have a house. You might have great child support payment. You might have all your bills paid, right? And not just that, your child gets to be the son, the daughter of a superstar, right? And a lot of women, I truly believe that right there is sufficient enough for them. Okay? But they don't want you to see them like that. But I'm like, yeah, I really do believe that for you, it's actually sufficient, right? So I'm like, stop pretending. I wish a lot of ladies would be a bit more like, I wish a lot more ladies would be a bit more forthcoming and say, you know what? I don't really want to get married. If I find a man who's really wealthy, who has lots of money, I don't mind having children for him as long as he takes care of me and as long as he pays my bills. I'm okay with that. You know, I'm okay with that. Because I'm like, this guy right here, he's going to have more kids. Okay. And for as much as he's been, I guess, like, I don't know, just, you know, just spreading his seed all around the place, whatever, you would think a lot of ladies would be turned off. But no, I think some ladies, it turns them on. They're excited and they're like, yeah, I want to join, you know, because I'm like, if you care to be honest, right? A lot of women, honestly, they don't mind polygamy. Okay. A lot of ladies do not mind polygamy, right? Because, you know, like under polygamy, if I'm not mistaken, like with Islam, right? You can be polygamous as long as whatever you have, whatever you give to this wife, you give the same to the other wife, right? So if this one has a house, you got to buy this one a house, right? If this one has like $5,000 a month, you got to do the same for the other one, right? You got to keep all your wives on equal footing. So as long as you can afford to do that, right, and to love them equally, I guess, if that's possible. Hey, Fallon, what's up, right? Then you can be polygamous, right? And I'm like, if we're being honest, a lot of people in America are unofficially polygamous. Okay, they share a man, right? The kids play together. You know, the mothers will come together and co-parent, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, yeah, we are observing polygamy. Okay, but people just don't want to be honest and call it polygamy, because if you call it polygamy, then somehow you can't consider yourself to be like a strong woman anymore, right? But a lot of ladies are not strong. Okay, a lot of ladies are followers. A lot of ladies, they want to be sister wives. A lot of women, yeah, a lot of women want to be sister wives. A lot of women, listen, they don't mind sharing. They truly do not mind sharing. And it's like we have to get to a point where we allow people grace to be honest with who they are and who they want to be. You know what I mean? Who they want to be. Because I'm like, polygamy is a real thing. You know what I mean? Polygamy is a real thing. And telling women, oh, every time he cheats, you should leave. Or if he gets somebody pregnant, you should leave. For some people, it's like, no, if it works for you, I guess you should stay. Because some people really don't mind. As long as I have my life, I have my house, I have my car, you take care of me and my kids. It's okay if you impregnate other people, because at this point, I'm really confused. You know? And I'm like, no, it's okay. People should just be upfront about it. And he's a multimillionaire, so he can afford it. Because I'm like, if Nick Cannon, because I think Nick Cannon is also worth like 75 million, right? So if Nick was able to have 11 kids, why can't Cam do it? And when you see the people, when you see the ladies that Nick got pregnant, these are some beautiful ladies. Like, they're gorgeous. So I'm like, not only is he like procreating recklessly, but he's doing it with beautiful people. Right? So it's like, y'all don't really mind polygamy. You don't mind polygamy. You want us to think that you do, but you really don't. Because this right here is a polygamous setup. Okay? So we're going to watch the video with this psychologist, okay? Instagram psychologist, okay? She claims she's a doctor.
Life coach, author of the book Mental Detox, The Power and Guidance to Implement Peace, Joy, Balance, and Financial Abundance in Your Life, an activist, and an NAACP branch president, founder of Dr. Bryant Institute and Dr. Bryant Foundation. I present to some and introduce to others, no other than Miss Cheyenne Nicole Bryant.
What's up, Cam? Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited. I know you're here, you know, to win. I'm looking forward to providing a lot of really good information to everyone, and especially our community, on things that can change their lives, tools that can help them get from a place that they're in to a place that they want to be in, or even come to the awareness of knowing, what is that place that I want to be in? How do I get there? And once I'm there, what the hell do I do to maintain it? What are those tools? So I'm excited. I want to thank you for having this platform, because it is entertaining, one, but it is a place where I've watched a lot of your interviews, and through the entertainment, through the laughter, through all of your amazing upbeat energy, I've been able to pick something from each interview that I watch and go, that was a gem. You know, that was something that was good. That's something that I can learn from. And so thank you for having this platform. And yeah, thank you for, you know, throwing all them picks when you was on the field. You know, and
Look,
I got to mess with you.
that glove slipping on down. Because as you was doing your research on me,
I know.
I obviously was doing my research on
Of course.
you. Now, before we get into that, let's kind of go back to the evolution of Dr. Bryant.
Yeah, totally.
Right? I'm intrigued because as I was doing my research, I came to I was like, yo, why doesn't this is probably the most mysterious, most discreet doctor I've ever seen, because she has so much like, yo, who is she? Has such a following, but no Wikipedia.
Ha! No Wikipedia. He lied right there, y'all. He is lying. So I feel for me when he said he did his research, I honestly think his research means he went to her Instagram, right? Because that's why I was like, hold up. So here's her Instagram, right? It's a whole lot of cleavage, like everything is cleavage, tight fitting. I mean, body. like what is going on with this psychologist, right? That's why I was like, hold on, let me look her up. Like, where exactly did she go to psychology school? Like, where did she get her PhD in psychology? Right? But everything is like revealing. It is body tight, you know? Like, look at this one. Here's the psychologist, y'all. You know what I mean? And I'm like, there is no way. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, there is no way she doesn't know what she's doing. Okay? Because I'm like, we know a thirst trap when we see one. Not to be offensive, right? Not to be offensive, but I'm like, psychologist where? Okay? I'm like, because you know the thing with Instagram. Coach Greg was talking about that, right? But the thing with Instagram is a way for a lot of ladies also to connect with men, to connect with ballers, rappers, shot callers. You know what I'm saying? Like they know exactly what they're doing, right? Because I'm like, if you want to be seen for your gift as a psychologist, right? If you want to be known for healing people, for helping them get, you know, hold on, my baby, hold on, right? You're gonna be mindful of the stuff that you post on your Instagram, right? Because you either want to give, I'm a eggplant tease, or you want to give, I'm a serious professional, right? Like when I see people who are actually real psychologists on Instagram, it doesn't give that. Okay, they're not doing all of this, all right? But I'm like, this is giving like, okay, slide in my DMs type of stuff, right? So I'm like, okay, Cam. And the thing is, if we're being honest, she looks like his type. So here's the psychologist again. I'm like, what? What psychologist? Like, what is this? Right? And somehow, because I said to me, Cam has a type, right? The girls, they all look the same. Okay? But when you see this lady, you're not thinking of, oh, she's a psychologist. Okay? It's not giving psychology. Okay? It's giving something else. So I'm like, Cam, when you say you did your research on her, you mean that you went to her Instagram? Exactly. Hey, Marisa, I haven't seen you in a while. Exactly, Marisa. It's not giving psychologist. Because if you find people who do psychology on Instagram, hold on. Let's compare and contrast, okay? Because I'm like, girl. Okay. Let's see this other black girl right here. Okay. So this black girl here, she's barely posting herself. So see, she has 1.2 million followers, right? It's like she's a registered clinical psychologist. Okay, see? All right. Like she's not posting about herself, right? It's like it's about the psychology. Okay, it's about the healing. You see, and she tends to, and she's mostly covered up when she's posting, right? Let me see who else we got. Okay. Oh, I feel like typing. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Mommy has to go live. You know that, right? Okay, let's see this one. Holistic psychologist. Okay, 8.6 million. You see, this is what I have in mind when I think of like a psychologist. Like you wear suits, you wear blazers. I mean, like you're very demure. Okay. Like you see, like, yeah. This is what I have in mind.
Threatened and your nervous system has gone into shutdown.
You
In
know?
animals, if you were the firstborn daughter, there's a high chance you're the most parentified sibling.
Okay, so you see, like for me, this is what I'm expecting if you tell me that you are a psychologist, right? But it's like when I see this, I'm thinking like you're a different type of psychologist. Okay? Because I'm like, what? What is going on? What is going on? Like, I don't know. Yeah. So I'm like, so that's why I had to go look at her. I had to go look her up to be like, okay, where exactly did she get her PhD in psychology from? Because, no, something is bizarre. Exactly. I'm like, something is off. Exactly. It's giving thirst trap. I don't know. And somehow she ends up on the couch of a very promiscuous, former NFL player with loads of money, right? And I'm like, is he your clientele? Like, because I'm thinking if you're a woman and you're a psychologist, right? You should attract women who need help, right? But the fact that you end up on a couch, okay, on a show with Cam Newton, right? Who's a football player who is into a lot of women with lots of kids. So we know he likes to, he likes to slip around. Okay. Then I see you like your titties are all out in his face like that. I'm like, it doesn't give professional at all. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you, Marisa, right? I'm like, it does not give exactly. You know what I mean? I'm like, what kind of psychology you do? You a doctor or what? All right. Because I'm like, why are you dressed like this? Yeah, and the school is closed, Dante. The school's been shut down by the Department of Education. First, they lost their funding, and then now they're completely shut down by the Department of Education. So I'm like, your university was shut down by the Department of Education? So it's like, there's no way for us to even check if you actually have a PhD in psychology, right? Because I'm like, the way she's dressed, her demeanor, it doesn't give somebody who was clinically trained to be a psychologist. I am really sorry. I am really, really sorry. But y'all will see it for yourself. The way she came in there, Marissa, is giving like she's applying for something. Because it's just bizarre. It's a very, very bizarre. It's like she's trying to prove to him, like, yeah, I can handle you type of stuff, right? Because you can feel sexual tension. You can feel sexual tension by just looking and stuff. I mean, we're grown, okay? I'm like, that is very bizarre, okay? I mean, I'm a little co-host.
What's that percentage?
Love it. Collectively, or you want me to go male and female?
Break it down from male and female.
Okay. I would say, interesting enough, I would say that there are 70% low functioning women, 40% low functioning men.
What? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with those low functioning men, did they ever say that a man of high function will never really know true love?
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
No, I don't even believe that, but no.
Okay. So what identifies a woman to be high functioning?
A high functioning woman is a woman who wants.
I found that like so hard. I was like, yo, who doesn't have a Wikipedia? So I'm literally trying to find out certain things because I'm trying to go deep. You said, how deep we gonna go? I said, as deep as the ocean floor.
Yeah.
So that's where I really want to kind of start. Where are you originally from?
I love that. I want to hit on the Wikipedia really quick. I don't have it because years ago, my team was like, let's do the Wikipedia. We got to do this. And my thing, again, was not for me to get into my field or even on TV with Teen Mom and co-produce shows that I produced to be a celebrity. And I'm not knocking celebrities. I did it again because for me, my purpose is, as a little girl growing up in the inner city, in the hood, to your question, growing up with abandonment issues, growing up with brokenness, and finding my way to use my platform, my books, everything about myself and everyone else's platforms, like your amazing platform, to be able to give those tools and pieces to little girls and little boys like me in the inner city, in the trailer park, I don't care where they are, who are just saying, why me and how, right? How? And so the celebrityness and the Wikipedia meant nothing to me, but the lives that I've been able to change from platforms, from being on TV, from being the president of the biggest and baddest civil rights organization, the kids who have.
One thing you guys are going to notice with her, she talks a lot. Like, for the simplest things, this girl's going to talk for like 20 minutes. I'm like, girl, these are quite easy questions, right? And that's another reason why I had to go look her up, because I'm like, she doesn't give cerebral. I'm not trying to be funny, but I feel like really smart people, they just know how to get to the point. Like, get to the point, right? He's asking you, why do you have a Wikipedia, right? All you have to say is, I just don't have one. That's it. She's like, brr, 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 brr. I'm like, she talks so dang much. And I'm like, this lady might be a narc. And then, but babe, it's okay if you don't have a Wikipedia, right? Because usually people don't even make their own Wikipedia. It's other people who make a Wikipedia for you, right? Right? So I'm like, if you don't have one, you don't have one. Maybe you're not that important enough to have a Wikipedia. And that's okay. But this lady is verbose. And a lot of times too, people who talk a lot to say nothing, right? It really is about insecurity. They don't think that they're enough. So they try to impress you with like excessive linguistic. It's like, girl, get to the point. It's the same thing that Bishop said to Keon. You say a whole lot to say nothing. Get to the point. He was like, oh, I had a 90-minute sermon. And then Bishop did the same sermon in 30 minutes, and it was way better than I was. I'm like, well, duh. I'm like, have you people never read Shakespeare, right? In Hamlet, it says brevity is the soul of wit. You have to learn to get to the point, right? And I feel like the thing with people who are actually like, quote unquote, pseudo-intellectuals, right, is that they talk too much to try to impress you and to show you that, oh, like they know what they're talking about. It's like, no, you don't. Because when you truly have mastery of a thing, right, you know how to summarize it concisely and just get to the point. It is not that hard. Do you have a Wikipedia? No, I do not. That's it. Maybe I could work on one, but usually, hey, when you're famous enough, someone will make one for you. Maybe I'm not there yet. Next question, right? But my goodness. He asked about Wikipedia. She's like, oh, growing up as a broken girl in the hood, in the inner city. I said, girl, what? What is wrong with you? Oh my God. Yeah, she talks too dang much. I was like, you guys, I gotta go turn this live on because my people have to see it. Okay. But I'm like, it shows insecurity. Why you talk so much? And you know that there are girls who do this on the first date. Like, they'll meet a man for the first time. It's the first date. Baby, a brew, a brew, a brew, a brew, a brew. Like, girl, you're not the mirror. Okay, you cannot say so much about yourself on the first date. It is overwhelming. You cannot be the only one talking, okay, during the first date. You like a man can't ask you a question, especially a simple question, and it takes you 20 minutes to get to the answer. So at this point, when are you gonna have time to also ask him about what he likes or whatever, right? You're talking too damn much. It's not the mirror. But y'all gonna see though. Listen, hold on.
Have been able to call me and say, Doc, I'm in college. I've graduated. I'm married with a family now. Adults who are experiencing suicide ideations and mental breakdowns, who are saying, look, I'm not suicidal no more. I sold all my guns. That is my Wikipedia. That is my celebrityness, and that's my bigness for me. And so, if Doc don't ever get a Wikipedia, I'm fine. But to that point, because of all the work I've done in the community, because of all the lives that I have happily been, honored and privileged to change, my city, Los Angeles, has given me something that's legacy, that's, I believe, bigger than Wikipedia. My branch and myself and my founder, Joe Gatlin, we have our own street in the city of Los Angeles as a token of their appreciation for me coming in and giving back where I came from and what I've learned in the sense of coming to a place of mental health and coming to a place of a good quality of life. So I'll take that any day. But I'm a little girl, a product of teenage parents. My father was 16, mom was 15 when they got pregnant. And in the inner city, my dad was a hardcore gangster, dope dealer in the streets. He's a founder of one of the biggest Pyru gangs in Los Angeles. My mom.
Imagine somebody you met for the first time. You already let him know that your dad sold drugs, your dad killed somebody, your dad went to prison, your mama was a crackhead. Well, I'm like, girl, it's excessive. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I just feel like if you have to, somebody says where you're from, baby, it just means like, hey, I'm from LA, right? I'm from DC, okay, from the DMV. Boom, 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 boom. It is never that deep. But do you know that you have ladies who proceed to talk this much on the first date and reveal so much about themselves? I mean, imagine a man you just met. You gonna tell him that your daddy sold drugs and your daddy killed people? Ooh, she got the murder gene. Okay? No, that is excessive. That is not demure. And she's still rambling, you guys. Look, she's not done. It's been like 8 minutes, right? She's still talking. I'm like, oh my God. Exactly. I'm like, whoa. Girl, you're talking too much.
Was also, a gangster in the streets alongside my father. They were high school sweethearts, met at 10 years old. About 2 years old, when I was 2, my dad went to jail for murder and selling dope. And by the time he got out, he beat his case, thank God. By the time he got out, they told my father my mom was selling 8-tracks. And back then, he thought 8-tracks she's selling 8-tracks, the record albums. She drops him off to a gym to work out, and she takes his car, and she never returns. He calls his brother, and he says, yo, Kim hasn't came and got me. Is she okay? Where's she at? Come to find out, she wasn't selling 8-tracks. My mom was doing the drug that my father was selling. And so as a little girl, coming from that, growing up with a lot of questions of abandonment, and I even was questioning God, saying, I just don't understand, why. And I know for sure, and it's not just kids that question this, adults also question God with certain situations that they have, especially when it comes to being a child who's experiencing abandonment, who grew up to be an adult, who's now experiencing that little boy or little girl in you who's abandoned. Me asking God, like, why I'm confused, right? And him explaining to me,
Black culture feeds fashion, but fashion doesn't always feed us. So McDonald's is pairing 5 rising Black designers with 5 fashion insiders. Together, we can change the face of fashion.
Baby, the only way I can give you an understanding of why is if I give you the experience. And I said, I'm good, because words don't teach, experience does. And so for me, growing up as the oldest of 7, not having anyone in front of me to witness how to do life, how to get through this, I just went into prayer, supplication, and faith in myself and God, and I became very resilient. And at that point, I understood that life was a journey that was about self-growth by self, but about making sure that whatever God moves through me, he gives to me. So I want to make sure that whatever's coming out of me, I want to keep, 1. And 2, that whatever it is that I'm able to resolve or understand, or whatever pain pockets or trauma I'm able to navigate through, that I do have a duty, an unspoken oath to give that to any human, because it's a human right to have mental health and a good quality of life. And so that's my story in a very, very small shell. There's a lot more to it. But, being a broken little girl, when you heal right, and when you take the necessary steps to get your trauma in alignment with who you really are, good people come from that. Good people come from that. And so it gave me the ability to see good in people, but be a hybrid and not be naive to, excuse my language, the bullshit that trauma and the inner city and abandonment can create somebody to be if you're not careful with that.
Okay, Siri, stop the clock. Boom, right there. I just asked a simple question.
Yeah, and I gave you a simple answer.
That was not
you did
simple.
not.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot.
That was a lot.
So you're from Los Angeles, California?
I'm from LA.
Okay.
Yeah. I just nipped in all the other questions you was going to ask all in
But
one.
why do you assume he's going to ask you all these other questions? You're not that important. This girl is insane. Because I don't think she's a psychologist. Because I'm like, I do feel like part of being a psychologist also It's like you have to read the other person's body language, right? At some point, you could tell that he's getting bored. Like he was like, okay, right? I'm like, girl, he's getting bored. You're talking too damn much. The man said, where are you from? I'm from LA, from downtown LA. Okay, by way of da 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 da, bum bum, bum bum, bum bum. You know what I mean? I'm like, you have to, when you're with someone, you're in an interview with someone, you're in a date with someone, you're working with someone, you have to read their body language. Like, you know what? They look like they're getting bored, right? Bring it back in. But it's like we know her entire life. And she's like, oh, because I just assumed that you're going to ask me those things. I'm like, why? Why do you assume? You're divulging too much without even being asked. Girl, you can't be trusted. I won't tell her my business. She talked too damn freaking much. Okay? I'm like, sis, what is this? And I do feel like maybe it's the culture, right? She's trying to prove that she's a real one. So she has to tell about her dad was the dope dealer, the shooter. Her mama was selling drugs. I'm like, are you trying to prove to people that you're a real one? We got to stop doing this. Okay? Sometimes you gotta be out here where you feel like, you know what? Just the fact that you've made it in this life, you're good. You're good enough. Like, stop always trying to wear all this stuff as like a badge of honor. Like, it's actually overwhelming because a person who does not know you and you just, you trauma dump like that, it's a lot. Because even me, I was like, how do you know that I'm ready to receive all that you're sharing with me? You know what I mean? It's a lot. You have the right to protect your space. And you know, the way she's conducting herself is really giving like, oh, own your truth. Not because like, oh, own your truth, like say your own stuff. So that way nobody can use it against you. I kind of get that, but this is not it, right? This interview is not to weaponize anything against you, right? I'm sure if Cam invited you, it was a good fate. Most likely he thinks you're attractive. Most likely he'll try to sleep with you, but I don't think you have to fear for your safety or him try to weaponize anything against you, right? So it's okay to move in faith. I'm like, since you got trust issues, right? So you feel like, oh, let me just put it all out there about myself. You don't have to. Okay? You have the right to keep certain things to yourself. Right? It's okay. Where are you from? I'm from LA. Why don't you have a Wikipedia? I just don't have one. I don't know. Maybe I have it tomorrow. I don't know. Right? Bum, 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 bum. Let's get to the point. Right? Yeah, she talks too damn much. Because he can't even say anything, because if you ask her a question, it's going to take her 20 minutes to get through the question. She's like, oh, do I want to ask her another question? I don't know. How much time we got? Right? It's a lot. Because some people might not have your background. Some people might not be familiar with your lifestyle, whatever this is, right? And it's like for you to say all that to people, like the first time you meet a person, especially on YouTube like that, it's a lot. It's a lot. And then I was kind of taken aback. Yes, I was really turned off by her outfit. Because I'm like, okay. Even that also, like, it gives like IG baddie, it gives like round the way girl, whatever. I'm like, if you have a PhD, I want you to dress like someone that has a PhD, right? If you are a trained professional, if you are here to talk about the mind and things like that, I want to look at you like, okay, she looks like somebody who it could be a psychologist, right? Why can't you not wear a suit? Like, wear a suit, right? Or wear like a pinned-up shirt. I mean, like, make it seem like you're actually here for business. Because right now, it's giving like you're here to like advertise yourself, right? I mean, the dress super tight. Her entire cleavage is all up in his face, right? I'm like, she got the little necklace here with little diamonds. I'm like, girl, that is just so like, that's so like, I don't know, girl. It's that's so tacky. That necklace is tacky as hell. Not trying to be offensive, right? But you can never go wrong. Okay. Yeah, it feels like a date. Exactly. It's too sensual. It's too sexual-ish. Okay. I'm like, wear a suit. But I'm like, how can you gonna meet a man that you know is hypersexual because he is look all them kids, so he does love sex, right? You look like his type because most baby mamas are light skinned. They look the same, right? She looks like the other ones, right? So I'm like, she did her research on him, so I'm sure she knows he has a type. I'm sure she's seen all 3 of his baby mothers, right? And you kind of know that you look like him. You look like them. And then you also know what you post on your Instagram. So most likely, one of the reasons why he invited you, because you're his type and you seem like you're promiscuous. I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But it's like your page does give that you're promiscuous, okay? That you're promiscuous and that you're out here for a good time. Don't come for me. That's what your page give. If you don't want to be seen as promiscuous, change your page. Don't come for me now, okay? That's that. So I'm like, but why are you dressed like this? You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, she looks like his type, you know? And not just that, not just like physically, also she looks like his type. I do feel like Cam, he goes for girls who are broken. Okay, he doesn't have just a type physically. He also has an emotional type, the needy type, the broken type, right? And then he's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna fix you up and I'm gonna be your big daddy, whatever, right? But he has a type. And I'm like, you look like his type and you sound like his type, because you'll see the number of times she keeps saying, I'm a broken girl. I'm a broken little girl. I grew up as a broken little girl. I'm like, okay, you keep saying how broken you are. Do you want him to fix you? Like, what? Girl. Yeah, it's giving IG Betty. So I'm like, you saw this woman right there. You would never think, oh, she's a psychologist, right? You would. So it's like, this is weird. Be for real. If you're a professional, you have to dress like one. It's like, it's a lot. It's really toxic. And it shows like she's very insecure. So she's like, oh, instead of you weaponizing it, I'm going to tell my truth. I'm going to tell my truth. No, girl, you got to have some decorum, right? There's a time and place for everything. Right? The first date is not the date to own your truth, right? If later on it comes up, okay, sure, but not right now. You should always have a friendly summary of who you are. And then like further down the relationship, then you can go to an expose of who you really are, right? But I'm like, for a lot of people, even in friendship, it's overwhelming. Like, yo, this girl got a lot of baggage. Okay? All right? So I'm like, it's weird.
I'm making your job easier.
Extremely. I was like, yo, I just wanted to know where you was from. I was just going back to the Wikipedia.
But you should know this, Cam, because I was told you have a great relationship with your father, that asking somebody where they're from is also asking them about who is connected to where they're from. And for me, I stand on the shoulders of my...
Like, is English not her first language? Where you're from is where you're from. It's like geography, your location. That's it. That's that. If he wanted to know more about your family, he would have said, tell me more about your upbringing. So I'm like, how can she be a psychologist? She has comprehension skills like, I don't know, an ant. I'm like, your comprehension skills are subpar. Girl, is English not your first language? Like, you would expect me to make those mistakes, right? He asked you, where are you from? It's a geographical question, right? I'm from LA. I'm from DC. I'm from Atlanta. I'm from Houston. That's it. If he wants to know how you were raised, he will say that. How were you raised? How did you grow up? Tell me more about your family and your upbringing, right? Then you can start to say a bit more about your family. But even that too, though, I think certain things you should keep to yourself. Keep it cute, right? Keep it cutesy. Keep it very demure. Yeah, it's very bizarre. You know what I mean? It's like, it's bizarre, y'all. It's very cheap. This presentation right here is very cheap. It is very cheap. I don't know. She's a pretty lady, but it's like the presentation right here is cheap AF. It's like, ooh, I'm about to go see this Cam Newton. I'm about to go see this rich football player. So, you know what I mean? The chest right here, the little necklace right here, everything is like super tight. I'm like, no. You know what I mean? Even her body language. Look how she's sitting, like she wants to fight somebody. That's the girl. Sister girl. This is way, I'm like, it's just way too aggressive. Yeah, it's right here, T. I'm like, we were doing that like in the early 2000s. Like, that is just so like way back when I was in high school. Like, that's like 1999. Like, it's so old. Like, Dr. Bryant. Like, seriously? Like, who does that? Like, what doctor you know really walks around here with a chain that says Dr. So-and-so and Dr. So-and-so? Like, girl, no. And I'm like, are you even a doctor? I don't believe it. But anyway, let's keep going.
Father, Darren, my mother, Kim, my grandfather, Bailey, and my grandmother, Mariah. So for me to say where I'm from without saying me standing on their shoulders is an incomplete narrative. And so I can't say that without saying I come from them who I'm standing on, and this is the product of it.
I get it.
Yeah. So,
But I was just trying to
Exactly.
but we there. So
say
where
less.
we going? We there. So let's drive
So
this thing. Where are we going?
The question is, with me doing my research, educated, highly educated, very articulate.
Thank you.
So I'm really curious to know this question.
She's verbose.
Were your parents married?
They were not.
They were together. And do you think that had any type of impact on the woman that you are today?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
Well, how?
Yeah. I love that question. You know, it impacted me in a lot of broken ways, but it impacted me in a lot of really healthy ways. Contrast, which is something most people don't like, really is our best friend. And so I always say as a little girl, no pun intended to everyone who raised me, but I saw a lot of contrast. I saw a lot of who I didn't want to be like.
She said no pun intended, but the pun never came. I'm like, does she know what it means when you say no pun intended? Like, there actually needs to be a pun. I'm like, okay, is your last name Contrast? I'm like, what is going on with this lady? Is she okay?
And so what that did was, and this is for the people who don't know where you want to go, don't know who you are, but you know you don't like your environment, you don't like where you're at. This could be at any age. I always say it's not where you're running to that'll get you there. Oftentimes it's what you're running from. And for me, it was me running from my contrast, saying, I don't want to be that, or that. I don't know who I want to be at this point when I was younger. I don't know where I'm going, but I put my track shoes on, Cam, tied them up, and y'all may see these really pretty heels on today, but I say it every day, my track shoes will never come off, because me running from that has gotten me to a place of, you know, as you said, and thank you, being very educated, to being able to take care of my mother and my family, to being a doctor, to doing things that broke so many generational curses. But it also created a very broken young girl, which caused me to have to just self-reflect and take inventory on why do I behave like this, and why do I show up like this? And what is it rooted to? What is that associated to? And so for me, getting to the seeds of my harvest allowed me to really have a sense of self, of who I am, and where to come from. And then really quick, and when you do that, it allowed me to have this intense forgiveness for my mother and her addiction, because finding out who I am helped me really understand who she was. And it helped me have compassion for trauma when I started to understand how hard trauma was for me. And I wasn't even addicted to anything but my trauma, because that's all I knew. And so it's magical when you start to take the finger from here to here to here, and then to here, because you get to understand you, and understanding you, you start to really have compassion for everybody, because there's nothing about me, if I understand me, that you haven't similarly either felt or experienced, where I can't connect and have compassion for you in that pain pocket or in that trauma. So it's a blessing.
So basically what you're saying,
oh Lord,
you're the epitome of, she's a runner, she's a track star.
But you know what? It's actually right, Queen. You're actually right, because Kim is way more calmer. He's talking less, and the therapist is like talking more. I'm like, she's trauma dumping on this man. She barely knows. I'm like, this is insanity. It can't miss me. I that some woman should be seen and heard. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right. So when I saw that he fetched her off of Instagram, I said, let me make sure she's a real psychologist. And I'm like, I don't think she is. I don't think she is. This lady is a pseudo-intellectual. You go from here to here, then here, then here. You know, she does the things that on social media do impress a lot of Black people on social media, because a lot of people are just not exposed to people who, I guess, like use big words, right? Like T.I. does that a lot. Low-key, high-key, for as much as I love him, like Dr. Umar also does that a lot, okay? Sometimes Dr. Umar says a whole bunch of nothing, okay? I'm like, Dr. Umar, you're saying a whole bunch of nothing. Like, it's absolutely nonsensical. But because I do like him, so I'm biased, right? But sometimes it's just like an expensive word salad. Like, he's just saying a bunch of big words, and it actually means nothing, okay? But for a lot of our people, like, it really does work, though. Like, they're truly impressed by that. right? Like the black woman who was strong and she overcame and she grew up in the hood and her daddy sold drugs and he shot somebody and her mama was a crackhead. Okay. And then she ran and she put her shoes on and she ran and then she went from this to this to this to that to that. Hallelujah. Okay. Like, right. Yeah. It works for them. It impresses them, right? Because they like to hear expensive, word salads, right? It's the same thing with Priscilla. Priscilla says a whole bunch of nothingness. Okay. It's just using a bunch of words and she's very loud and then she makes her voice like really, really deep, like she's a preacher. So it gives her like that authority or whatever. But it's like, Priscilla, you're saying absolutely nothing. You have a corn addiction. You need help. Okay. You absolutely need help. The mere fact that these girls follow you out of a broken heart from their heterosexual relationships, and then within 2 weeks, you turn these girls lesbian and they end up in your bed, you need help. You are preying on these people. Okay, you're a predator. You are insane, right? T.I. does the same thing. And I've noticed that it actually does work on people because pseudo-intellectuals are able to just impress people who are not exposed to people who are well-spoken. I'm like, that right there impressed you? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Umar sometimes it's just nothing more than expensive word salad. But like I said, I am biased and I can be a hypocrite. I do love him. So I'm like, okay, sure. Because in about 2 minutes, you're going to call me Black Queen. And I do love the way that sounds. I do. Right? But a lot of times he says a whole bunch of nothingness. I'm like, Dr. Umar, what? Right? But it works on people. Like, yeah. People love to hear those stories. Like, because a lot of people are going through it. A lot of people are going through it. So it's like, wow, like if she seems like she has it all together, she seems like she has the right answers, right? But it's like, no, boo-boo. She's just as confused as you are. Okay. She just managed to memorize a bit more words than you have also. That's it. But otherwise, she's saying a whole bunch of nothing. Right? Like when you're really, when you're intelligent, when you're witty, when you're smart, when you're educated, you can understand what a question is being asked and you can like summarize and just like answer the question. You don't have to be this verbose. You're talking too damn much. I'm like, we just got started with the interview. Girl, it's too much. Have a little mystique, mystery about yourself. Okay? Je ne sais quoi, right? I'm like, this lady's crazy. But I'm like, Kim is already tired. Like, he's mentally drained. I'm like, poor thing. Yeah. Because I'm like, imagine being her. Like, imagine you going to see her. She's going to take your entire session that you're paying her for to talk about herself. You're barely talking about yourself, right? Don't know about that part. My Lord.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna run away when he gets home.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I was definitely. Mm-hmm. I had to learn. I love that. That is so on point. You're 100% on point. I definitely have been the run of the track star. I had to learn. I spoke about this earlier with my makeup artist, Felicia. I had to learn what running, not running looked like. See, I didn't have to learn how to get away from you because you weren't treating me good. I didn't have to learn how to make sure you respected me and you showed up solid because I was going to pivot, right? Pivot and running. That's my first nature. I've been doing this all my life. I had my track shoes on. I came into the relationship with my track shoes on and I went to bed with them with you. So they're not like they was ever off. I had to learn how to.
So does that mean that she was more promiscuous in her relationships? Like, how would you guys interpret that? If a woman says, okay, when I came into the relationship, I had my track shoes on. We went to bed. I had my track shoes on. When you woke up, my shoes were still on. I'm like, okay, so it sounds like, were you like promiscuous? Because it's giving like, I can leave at any moment. Right? So if that's your mindset, thinking like, okay, this might not last, so keep your shoes on, right? It's getting booty call. So I'm like, were you excessively promiscuous though when you were doing that with your shoes on? Because if she's telling him, imagine what she tells people in private. Like, yes. So if that's the case. If you leave that, if you're that quick to leave, right?
To stay and evolve with. I had to learn that commitment's not a feeling, and that when I'm triggered, I have to stay committed to what I said I was going to do, regardless of how I feel, regardless of where this relationship or this conversation triggered or took me in my pain. I couldn't let my pain tell me it's time to leave this Negro and sabotage. I had to let my healthy self say, wait a minute, let me overpower the pain, because the healing is going to say, do you want to be here? The pain is going to say, you need to be here. And healed people want, pain people, trauma people need. And so for me, my trauma needed me to detach so I can be okay, because I was coming in broken already. And I had to learn how to be able to stay with my track shoes on, because they still on, but not get on the blocks, and be able to strut and take a walk. But it was a process of learning. And in my process of being a runner, it enabled me to call off 2 weddings. And glad that I made those decisions, but it helped me not stay longer where I wasn't supposed to be. So my running helped, but it also is a weapon.
So I would say it this way. I mean, you've obviously been vocal in talking about running away from things and doing this, it being trauma. Do you have a tangible source in your life, ever had a tangible source in your life that you can touch, see, feel, experience what true love actually is, a healthy relationship?
Yes.
Who is that?
Yes. My grandmother and my father. And now that my mom is sober, my mother. But in her addiction, it was my grandmother who raised me, and my father, thank God, who didn't allow me to be a fatherless girl, and we were best friends.
No.
You're talking about a romantic relationship?
Yes. That relationship where we're talking about, the question was, were your parents married, right? And they weren't, so that having an impact on you, and that's why you strung them shoestrings up tight.
Yeah.
But I'm like, have you being who you are and knowing the right things and unpacking and this,
Knowing them now. Yes.
Have you identified someone
Yes.
that you can touch, that you can call, that you know that is what you want to be? Like, instead of running away from something, you running to something that you're like, I want that. And who is that for you?
So it is not an individual, no. It's still an ideology. It's still something that I've created in my mind. And so there's not a person that I look at and I say this very humbly, besides myself, because I've done a hell of a job of working through my pain pockets. I've done a hell of a job of getting myself to a place of thriving and no longer surviving. And so that person is me. I look at myself and I say, I want to be you. I look at my...
And I felt like, to me, I don't know about you guys, but to me, that was like, that gave extremely... Like, this lady is like self-centered. I mean, it gave narcissistic as hell. Because to say like there's no one out there that inspires you, right? But it's like, but then when we go on your Instagram, right, you look like every other light-skinned girl on IG. Like, there's nothing unique about your Instagram. Like, I'm like, girl, stop. Okay? Because I'm like, you're trying to tell us, like, you feel as though you're just so unique. You're just so, like, you're so manicured to yourself. Like, like you're really something unique. Like, there's no other copy out there like your copy, right? But I'm like, your Instagram gives any other light-skinned girl on IG, right? You conduct yourself just like any other girl, any other light-skinned baddie we see on the Instagram, right? It's the same look. So I'm like, you definitely have people that you look up to, right? You definitely do. It's giving baddie. It's giving that black girl boss thing. You know what I'm saying? What else, right? It's like you do have people that you look up to. Because where'd you get all this from? Right? Like, where did you get all this from? All the clothes, the hair, the makeup, the poses, your chest being all out, right? Where'd you get that from? Right? That's a cultural identity. Like, to some extent it is, right? There's a certain way that strong black woman, right, tend to present themselves on the internet, right? So you do have people that you look up to, right? And so it's like, why don't you want to admit that to yourself? right? Why don't you want to admit that to yourself? Like, there are people that you look up to, because just your Instagram alone lets me know that you are influenced by what you see on IG. And so you've tried in your style, your aesthetic, your clothing, you've also tried to emulate that, because it really, really shows, right? There's nothing unique over here. So then for me to believe that on your Instagram, you look like every other IG baddie, to the point that I can't even tell that you're a psychologist, right? But somehow in your private life, there's no one that you look up to. No. Just say there are certain things, like, just say that there are certain things that you want that you don't feel like you're going to have those things. So therefore you won't talk bad about them, right? But you are a follower. Now, you might not follow as much as other people do, but you are someone who does get influenced. Your clothes, your aesthetic, the way you dress, the way you talk, like you know, the come up with the setback was a hustle for the come up, like all that stuff, right? You've learned to talk like that somewhere, right? So there are people who have influenced you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, makes no sense. Like, there's no one in your life at all, nobody that you're gonna say, okay, there's no one in my life that has oh my God, that has ever inspired you to do one thing or be this way or think this way or want to have certain things. No, I call cap on that. I don't believe that. I'm so sorry. Nope.
That little girl for surviving. And then that little girl looks at that woman and she says, thank you for learning to thrive, because now I'm able to be a little girl and do the things I can do. And I no longer have to protect you.
Look how many times you said little girl. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is crazy.
You as a woman and show up in your relationships, because there's no place for a little girl or a child in adult relationships, not just only romantically, but professionally. And so I would honestly have to say that that woman would be me, working through, you know, conditions of love and coming to a place of self-love. Yeah, 100%. I am who I want to be.
Okay,
I'm
so
her.
this is a trigger for me, because if you've never witnessed it firsthand, a healthy relationship, you find that source in yourself, which
well, I never said I haven't witnessed a healthy relationship. Is there a person,
Tangible.
you said, tangible source that I look at where I'd want to emanate or be like? No. I've witnessed healthy relationships, yes, and I've been in healthy relationships, yes.
What?
But anything that I've witnessed as far as a person that I want to be like or emanate, I don't have that. No.
But that makes no sense. I'm like, she makes no sense. Because if you've seen a healthy relationship, right? How can a relationship be healthy if the people or one of the parties involved in the relationship is also not healthy? Girl, what? Like I'm like, she's trying too hard to prove that she's intelligent. Like, she's trying way too hard, right? Okay, like, it's giving them Coach Stormy type of people. Like, oh, I'm self-sufficient. I don't need nobody. I have all the answers. Da, da, da. I'm like, if you're a work in progress and you're trying to become a better version of yourself, how can you say that, oh yeah, the only person I look up to is me? Well, the you is currently in progress, right? It's like me, when I wanted to run, I looked at other people. Like, oh wow, I would love to run like Nick Baer, right? Because I'm like, yeah, it's like other people are a standard for you. Now, does that mean you want their entire life? No, but you can easily say, like, yeah, that part, I like that part, right? You know what I'm saying? You could easily say, yo, this person here, when I saw that they had a healthy relationship, I asked myself, okay, what is it about them that makes them be able to have a healthy relationship, right? Maybe they're very patient. Maybe they're very loving. Maybe they're very forgiving. You know, maybe they know how to communicate better. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things that the person does that makes them healthy enough to sustain a healthy relationship. So how can you say, yeah, I have examples of healthy relationships, but no one that I look up to? But a relationship consists of people. So if the relationship is healthy, then the one of the parties, or two of them, right, or the entire party, have to be or is a healthy person. So isn't that something that you should also want for yourself? I'm like, and the words, oh my gosh, she's always using the wrong words. Like, I'm like, this girl, she's something else, right? And I really do believe that her base is not, they're not highly educated. They're truly not. And that's why that's why I've always told you guys, women have a tendency of giving bad advice to other women, like, for real. Because I'm like, you make no sense, right? But the fact that she's so stern, like, she has her mind made up. Like, she does not want to give anybody credit. You know, she doesn't want to say, hey, there's this one person that I look up to. There's this one person that has done something admirable. I think that's pretty cool, right? She doesn't want to give anybody credit. And I'm like, to me, that gives off jealousy and envy. Because I'm like, if you're confident within yourself, it should be very easy for you to give credit where credit is due. It should be very easy for you to give people compliments. It's not that hard, right? If people manage, if you know people that have a healthy relationship, right, you have to give them credit for being healthy enough to sustain a healthy relationship, right? But to sit here like, oh yeah, I've seen healthy relationships, but no one I care to be like. So it means like your friends, your people that you know that do have those healthy relationships, you're being shady right now. I'm like, she's being hella shady. And I'm like, all her friends who are watching this, y'all need to stop being friends with this girl. Stop being friends with her. Stop having her around your family, okay? Because Loki Heike, she's jealous of y'all. She really is. That's that same spirit I read from Kelly Rowland. Like, it's not that hard to give people credit. Oh my gosh. She's not humble at all.
So it's triggering to hear that, knowing that if things get shaky, rocky, everybody wants somebody so they can run off in the sunset with.
Keyword with.
Yeah.
Right.
But
right.
this is the thing though. And my mom is an angel. And I always love having real conversations with my mom. She's a church-going, God-fearing woman. All she knows is my dad.
Aww.
And I use her for a source of wisdom. And she used me for a source to stay hip.
Nice.
And she says this about relationships. Everybody wants to find a happy ending.
Right.
And they want to find heaven in a person, right? And run off in the sunset. But the reality is nobody wants to find somebody who's worth going to hell for. Mm-hmm. That's real love. Yeah. Because that's understanding that you're not a finished product.
Right.
You're worth finding the best version of you.
Of yourself, yes.
And you running away or not having a person in your life that can assist, help, you go to and say, girl, let me tell you, Tyrone, he doing it again. What do you do like when Tyrone ain't answering his phone and I know he say he at work, but I don't know, I done looked at the other girl Instagram and they in the same blah, blah, blah. You know how
I get what you're saying.
Detective women can be. Like, I need, the FBI need to hire more Black women because they gonna figure something out.
Right.
The Black woman I know, strong, very curious, detective.
Hold on. I don't agree with his mom on saying that, oh, nobody wants to find a person that's worth going to hell for. Because hell means you lost your salvation, auntie. Okay? Nobody out here is worth your salvation. I'm like, what? You don't have to go to hell for. You can say worth fighting for, a good fight, okay? Because hell is like going to prison, going to actual hell, like the actual place, the literal place. No, I'm not going there. Nobody's worth your salvation. All right? No one is. So that part of me, I'm like, no, I'm not going to hell for anybody. Okay? Because I love my salvation. It means a lot to me. Okay? But I do think, like, if you find someone that you think is worth loving, that the love is worth fighting for, but it's not worth going to hell for, because the hell part involves, I don't know, to me, it gives off like criminality, substance abuse. Again, you're, getting knocked up beside your head. Okay. Going to prison. Okay. Having to shoot people, kill people, murder people. Yet no. Okay. Because love should not make you compromise who you are. Okay. Your love should not make you compromise your integrity or your faith or your walk with God. I don't think so. Okay. Amen. God is good. God's faithful. Right. And then, so what do you say? Yeah, because I'm sure she's a Southern Black woman from Atlanta, right? But my other thing was when he said to her that Black women will go around like, like being expected gadget and like, checking on you, your phone, et cetera, et cetera. I think maybe the girls that he hangs with, I don't know, the girls that he dates, but I feel like it depends on the woman, okay? But I don't think all women do that. But I do believe that a certain demographic of women will do that. Right? Because that's what they're used to. That's what they feel like they have to do, because maybe you don't think you're good enough. Because I feel like the day you start going through people's phones, right? It might be time for you to just realize that, you need to work on yourself. Okay? You need to work on yourself. I don't believe in going through people's phones. So if you're that insecure, There's a problem. Okay. And you need to really go inwards and analyze, why do you feel so insecure? Okay. If you call someone and they don't call you back and automatically you assume that the person is having sex, did you heal from your last relationship? Okay. Because not everybody cheats. Sometimes people are actually busy. And if you're not dying, if it's not an emergency, you can wait for a call back. You'll be just fine. Okay. Some people actually have to work. All right. Learn to do something with your time. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, you're crazy. Right. Because I really do feel like going through this whole phone situation. I think most times it's probably when a woman is with a man, right? She knows it's not serious, or she knows that, okay, maybe I'm not his type. The only reason why he's with me right now is because he doesn't have what he really wants, right? Or we got together off like some sexual stuff, because some people will start a relationship off of sex and then it becomes like a situationship, whatever. But I feel like depending on how you started your relationship, right? You could either be secure or insecure, right? If you met him, he had a girlfriend and you were a side chick, and now you feel like you're the main chick. Yeah, of course, karma always going to make you feel like, yeah, I'm outside. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for that relationship. So you're going to be scared, right? You're going to be scared. If you lead into a relationship with sex as a way to get a man that is not in your league, is way outside your league, yeah, you're going to be scared, right? Makes sense? So, you know what I'm saying?
Active, go gadget information. They're going to figure that out. But you not having that source in the time of need, not when everything is good. We don't need no more invitations to the wedding or to the anniversary or to the party or to this or to that. We need people who going to help me when I need help in an unconventional, or when the situation is not so much straight and narrow.
Right.
That's why it's triggering to me.
So let me hear you correct. It's triggering to you because what you hear me saying, which sounds like we have a little slight disconnect. What you hear me saying is that I don't have a go-to person when Tyrone, which I don't have a Tyrone, thank God, or something is off kilter in my world, that you hear me saying I don't have a go-to person or a resource that can help me process through that.
Correct.
Okay.
Or I can also add to that, you don't have a healthy ecosystem where I give you an example.
No, I got you.
Staying on point is quick.
Let him talk.
So if I take a relationship serious with an individual, it's going to be hard for that individual to understand or to fight for something if her resources are single women.
I agree.
Are bachelorettes.
I agree.
Are divorcees.
I agree.
Are certain situations. And I'm like,
100%.
So they say birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me you're the only good girl out of all these?
And another thing, people give advice from their results. Right. So every day we live on the results of our decisions. And so they're giving you advice on things they have experience in. If it's single, it's experience in being single. If it's married, it's advice from a married woman. So what I'm saying is, yes, I have a strong support system. I have a healthy ecosystem. I have people that I do go to.
But I'm like, but even that in itself is a contradiction, right? Because how exactly does she have I'm like, this lady is so, I don't know. It's really, it's a thing. It's a thing when you're very, very egocentric. It's a thing when you're still hurt and you haven't really, dealt with your pain. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like she believes that when she just divulges so much private information about herself, it shows that she's healed, right? And I'm like, no. To talk so much, to reveal so much about yourself within like 10 minutes of knowing someone doesn't show healing. It still shows trauma. Okay. All right. Makes sense. Because there's a thing in keeping your mouth shut or being very discriminatory about the things that you choose to share with people that you barely know. It's a form of protection, right? It pertains to your safety, because the less people know about you, the less people can hurt you. Right? So when you first meet someone, especially within the first 10 minutes of knowing someone, yeah, you have to be mindful of what you share and how you share it, right? You can still be truthful without saying too much, right? Just answer the question like truthfully. It's like being on the stand. If they say, oh, were you at the store at 1 p.m.? Yes or no? You say, no, I was not at the store at 1 p.m. No, oh, I was in the store 1 p.m. because I know I wasn't, because at 12:30 I had to go pick up my mom. Well, nobody asked you all that. Okay, you're talking too much. And that's exactly what Fannie Willis did when she got on the stand. They would ask her one question and she would like try to over explain. Oh, because my daddy said we got to keep cash in the house because it's a black thing to do. Da, da, da. Next thing you know, they subpoenaed her daddy. I'm like, nobody asked you all that. It's a yes or no. You said, okay, I paid him back in cash. That's that. We don't need to know that it's a black thing to keep cash in your house, that you keep $6,000 in your house. Womp, 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 womp. Are you trying to get robbed? Okay. But talking too that much. Next thing you know, Fannie's father got subpoenaed. And then he had to also sit there on the stand and pretty much lie for his daughter. I'm like, that was so unnecessary, Fannie. And you like a DA? It's yes or no. You're talking too much. Because the thing with her, she knew she was guilty, right? But she needed a sisterhood to believe in her. And she also needed a sisterhood to, oh, look, she's such a strong black woman. Okay? You really have to, D. It's too much. It's excessive. Because I do feel like deep down, you're like, oh, well, let me tell them everything about me. So that way, if they want to reject me, they can just go ahead and reject me now. No. They might not reject you, right? But when you operate out of fear, you feel like, well, let me own my truth. Let me just say everything right now. So that way, if you don't like me, then you know. Why? They might even like you, not because of what you said, but when you said it and how you said it. Because it's just way too early and it's just way too much. Like you talk too much. So now I don't know can I actually trust you? Because if I tell you something and one day you get mad or you get drunk, you're going to start having loose lips and sink my ship. You know what I'm saying? There's a way you can just answer the question. That's it. You're not being like dishonest, right? You're not being untruthful. If the question is, okay, where you from? I'm from LA. Bum bum. You know, it's not, oh, I'm hiding stuff. You're not hiding anything. The question was, where are you from? That's it. That's that. Right? If you understand, and they say, okay, where were you at 12 p.m. on Friday? Okay, I was home. Don't be like, oh, I knew I was home because I was watching this, blah, 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 blah. You know, because then you might say too much, then you might perjure yourself. So you say, yeah, so it's like it's yes or no. Okay. Keep it cute, keep it short. But I'm like, to me, when you're mindful of what you share and how much you share with people that you just met, okay, it's a matter of your safety. It's your privacy because you don't know this person yet. And we have no idea what they're asking you all these questions for. Like, what the heck? I don't know you like that. Okay. Now, if I've known you for a while and I've seen your your character, I've seen your demeanor, I've seen who you are. Okay, like now I kind of feel comfortable letting you know a bit more. Not everything, but a bit more about myself though, right? But it should take like at least a good old year before somebody knows everything about you, your mom, your daddy, your grandma. Like that's excessive, right? Exactly. It's excessive. Like we know all her daddy's business. We know all her mama's business. It's like, don't you think that's a little too much? Right? There are ways to say things, right? Oh, I grew up, you didn't even ask about that. She just offered the information also. I'm like, girl, it's a little too much, right? But I'm like, you're saying that your daddy went to prison for the dope and trying to kill someone, right? So he was gone for a part of your life, right? When he came back, did he go to rehab? Because now we know about your dad. So we've now I feel like asking, like, did your dad go to rehab? Did your dad go to counseling, right? How did your dad go from being a drug dealer and a killer, right, to not being a healthy person? That makes no sense, right? Then you said that your mom also was selling crack or whatever, right? So is she sober now? Did she stop? How did she become a healthier version of herself, right? Then you say you were raised by your grandmother. So I'm like, for a grandma to have to raise a little child by herself, when one of your parents or both of your parents are not doing what they're supposed to do, one is locked up, one is selling drugs. Yeah, your grandma was stressed out. So I refuse to believe that your grandma also had a healthy, like she was giving a healthy version of herself to you. No, she was tired because she already raised your parents, whether it's your mom or your dad. Let's assume that's your dad's mom, right? She already raised your dad. And not because your dad chose to be a little criminal, a little pookie, right? Now she also has to raise you. It's like, when does she get time to herself? Right? So I'm sure she was stressed out. So to sit here and try to paint a picture like, oh yeah, Everybody was so healthy, but my daddy was like selling crack and shooting people, right? My mom was also selling crack, and my grandma had to raise me after she raised all her grown kids who could not be responsible parents and take care of me. No, your people are messed up. But the thing is, she knows that if she says that her dad is not okay or this and that and that, people are most likely going to stigmatize her and say, oh, you have daddy issues. But girl, you do have daddy issues. You do. And that's okay. Because I refuse to believe that a man went to prison for, you know, whatever. And when he came out of prison, he just knew how to be a father. Okay? He was such a great dad. Like, yeah, right. Like, stop. Exactly. Like, stop. It is not believable. So first you start off by divulging so much because you want to make it seem like, oh, you stand on business. You have nothing to hide. Blah, 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 blah. And now you're trying to paint this rosy picture of your family. And it's like, no, it don't make no sense. And not to be offensive, right? But if your daddy had to sell drugs, obviously he didn't come from much money. Okay? Obviously your daddy came from poverty. And one thing about poverty, it is stressful. Okay? One thing about being poor, one thing about being broke, one thing about living paycheck to paycheck, it is very stressful. So your dad had to grow up in a very stressful environment. Right? There's a reason why he was tempted to go sell drugs, right? Because maybe growing up, his mother didn't have money, right? So he tried to make money, I guess, in a criminal way. So, you know, look what happened to his life, right? But then your grandma had to raise you. Well, I'm sure no money still. And then when your dad gets released, what job he gonna get? He's a felon. And, okay, for selling and the killing, okay? Whatever it is, right? So I'm like, his mom had to take care of you and her grown son, right? So I'm sure she was stressed. It's okay to admit that to yourself, right? But you can't start off trying to be transparent and then next thing you know, trying to paint us like a rosy picture of this healthy family that you have. You don't have a healthy family. You don't have a healthy ecosystem, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking this much. You know what I mean? That's why you can't. That's the thing about like trying to be classy, whatever. You can't fake it, right? You can't have money. You can be pretty, but it's like class. You either have it or you don't, right? That's the thing. Also, being healthy or what you think a healthy woman is, or what you think a healed woman is, right? You can't fake it. And like right now, you're trying to like sell. Oh, look at me. I'm a healed Black woman. It's like, no, you're not healed at all. Like you're still very much in your trauma, right? All you're doing is you're trying to give answers for people to think that you're healed. So you're pretending to know what healed looks like, but you really don't. You truly don't. Because that's a lie.
And the Bible says, do I seek wise counsel? Yes. And I have wise counsel within my world and within my foundation.
So
now,
you have them now? Or?
Yes, I have them now. Yes, I have that.
But when I just asked you.
No, that's not what you asked me, or how I received it was, is there anyone who I look to that I'd want to be like or admire? I don't have that. That person would be myself. But
that makes no sense. So you have wise counselors in your circle, but you don't aspire to be like any of those wise counselors that you have in your circle. This girl is.
As far as a support system, not only do I have a therapist, not only do I have a pastor, not only do I have a mother, and I have a circle of wealth, which I call friends and support system, who male and female, single and married, who that's why I said some do have healthy relationships and some don't have healthy relationships, but they're all part of my ecosystem. Again, contrast, the person who doesn't have a healthy relationship is also teaching me things on what not to do and things I may not want to do. Folks like your mom, who are extremely wise, who, you know, are still, I'm guessing from what you said, still with your dad. Right. She has a different perspective that definitely adds to, you know, me processing through my journey and what that looks like. So I have a very equally yoked circle of resources that help me through whatever I'm going through for the clarity. But do I have somebody who I look to that I want to be like? That person is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Now, I want to respond to something. You said there's a lot of that Black women, and I know it was a joke, but being serious, Black women are women, you know, folks would hire to do the detective investigative work. Because they're going to find out anything. They're going to be on social media, Instagram, cell phones, all that. They're going to piece it together. They're going to figure it out. See, that's the dysfunction that I'm talking about is an issue.
Okay.
And that's also when I'm referring to low functioning behaviors. That's a choosing issue. First of all, not that I'm better than any other woman or they're better.
And listen how she's going to talk about low functioning behavior, but she doesn't see that what she does is low functioning behavior. I'm like, sis, you are coming on a show to present yourself as a doctor, as somebody who allegedly has a PhD in psychology. Look at how you're dressed. Like when you're like, I feel like when you've reached a certain level of like intelligence, when you've been able to prove that you can do a dissertation, you can defend your dissertation, whatever, right? I think you get to a point where you feel like you're so confident within yourself, you don't have to do all this display of like sexuality, right? Because what makes you special is not that you can show your tits, whatever, but it's like actually what's in your head. And on top of that, if we're being honest, right? Someone like Cam Newton, honestly, I'm sure he has slept with some of the most beautiful women in the world. I'm not trying to be funny. Like I'm like, whatever you think it'll show him, I don't think like he's never seen this before. Okay? The dude is like, I feel like he has slept with a lot of beautiful ladies, child. You understand? So I'm like, if you want to actually impress someone like that, you should try to come on his couch completely different than what he would think you would do. Right? And that's looking like, even because I'm like, even the way you dress too, I do feel like the way you dress for serious things, right? It really does show that you have boundaries. Like, listen, I'm coming here for us to work. I'm coming here for us to have a great conversation, but it's really professional, right? Not like, oh, I'm coming here to, kind of prove to you that, I got what it takes. I can be a challenge for you. Can you tame me? And all this sexual energy stuff, right? Because I'm like, he's been there, done that. You understand? It's not impressive. And I do feel like, I'm going to be really honest with you guys. I'm like, a reason why I also feel like a guy like Cam Newton, oh, little co-host, come on. I feel like a guy like Cam Newton too, a reason why he does not take a lot of ladies seriously, because many of these ladies, they come at him sexually. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, look at what she's doing, right? You're coming in there, you're dressed all sexually, like your boobs are all up in his face, right? This is why I feel like it's probably hard for this man to take a lot of these women seriously, because they all lead with sex. They might act like they don't, but they really do. Then number two, it's like, oh, I'm gonna try to be a challenge for him. And I'm like, he is a top-notch, first-rate athlete. You're not a challenge for this man. You can never be a challenge for this man. Like, even the way he dresses lets you know, because he has money, right? Like, if he didn't have money, let me tell you something. If he didn't have money, he would not be dressing like this, because he would want people to take him seriously. When you can go through life dressed like, I don't know, Captain Hook, you know what I mean? What's his name? Jack Sparrow, whatever, the way he looks, right? Because you have money. So you don't care how you look. You don't care how you present yourself, right? Because you have money. Who gonna turn you down? Okay? Yeah, he looks like Captain Hook. He looks like Jack Sparrow, whatever he looks like, right? But even that too, like, it's a certain level of like, yeah, I got money. I can do whatever I want. I can dress however I want, right? If you're someone and you don't have this recognition that he has, you're not as famous as he is, you don't have the money he has, you don't have the status that he has, you're going to dress a lot better because you want people to respect you, right? Does that make sense, you guys, right? But it's just like Jay-Z, right? When Jay-Z was trying to make it, he didn't look like the way he looks today. Right? But now because he feels like, oh, I've arrived, right? He's dreadlocks. Nah, not gonna comb my hair. Nah, because you have money. Money allows you to dress like a bum and still get respect, because the money you have is like, oh, this man is still worth $75 million, right? So the way he dresses, the way Cam dresses, is part of this arrogance of success. He's made it. He has arrived. Right? Why? Because for the majority of his life, he was very competitive and he was a high producer. Okay? Very, very productive. Right? So to meet a man like that and to try to act like, oh, I'm going to prove to him I'm smart. I'm going to try to outsmart him, because when you overtalk him like that, you talk plenty like that, right? You're trying to show him that, oh, you're intelligent. You don't have to, sis. Okay? He's met way more beautiful women than you. Okay? who wear way more expensive outfits than you because that dress looks hella cheap. I'm being honest. Okay? Like everything she wears right now. That's probably how much money he spent on his shoes. The dude is hella rich. He's worth $75 million. He can have whatever he wants. Right? So it's like to sit there with someone who's like super, super, super rich and to try to overtalk, sound over smart, or try to stop him when he's talking is giving cheap AF. And I feel like that's why he does not take a lot of these girls seriously. Because it's like they don't, I really do feel like, I've told you the same thing with Kami. I say a lot of these girls, when they meet guys like that, they don't know how to be with these types of men. They lead with sex, right? They put their boobs and their ass all up in their faces, right? They try to go back and forth with these dudes to show like, oh, I'm smart too. Did I know? Shut up. Let him lead. Because if you try to go on this whole, I'm super smart, oh, I'm intelligent, you say one word, I'll say 25,000, you say 50, I'll say 75,000 words, right? You cannot win because this man is highly competitive. How you think he got to where he is? Right? Like you wear revealing clothes on TikTok or Instagram and you shake your ass even though you claim you're a psychologist, which lets me know if you really are a psychologist, you're barely making a living doing psychology. And that's why your page don't look like a psychologist. It looks like a baddie. Because that what you went to school for does not pay your bills. You see what I'm saying? Him, the stuff he did, like playing football, he got so good at it that he made $75 million. So when you go on his page, it's mostly football because that's what he's really good at. Okay? He took a path and he became one of the greatest. He's a quarterback. It's really hard to be a quarterback, right? And he was a real good one. But I'm like, he's a high performer. He's extremely competitive. And he's extremely successful. Right? And I do, I'm not trying to be funny, whatever, but I do feel like when you meet someone who's incredibly successful, when you meet someone who has way more money than you, when you meet someone, exactly, he acts stupid because he knows who he is. I told y'all, these grown men try to fight him. He beat 3 people up by himself. I thought, what the heck? So like him sitting here acting like he's not serious, whatever, because he's made it. He knows who he is. And when you know who you are, you're laid back. Because what's understood ain't got to be explained. The people try to jump him, y'all. It was some football game for the kids. I forgot like how you call it, scramming? Oh my gosh. There's a name for it, right? It's like right before the season starts, right? So he was outside trying to be supportive, whatever. Out of nowhere, these 3 grown men, okay? These 3 grown men, right? Just jump on him. No, scrimmage, is that how it's called, right? These 3 grown men just like jumped on him. When I tell you Cam beat all those people up by himself, his hat stayed on his head the entire time. Scrimmage. I was like, oh my Lord. So I'm like, the stuff he does, like this clownish stuff he's on, it's just to let you know he has too much money. He's just way too successful. So like now it's like it's a joke to him. Like he knows he's very handsome, so he makes himself look ugly, right? He has money to buy suits. He has money to buy whatever he wants. He got the money. He doesn't want to work, right? Like like when you look at him, you think, oh, he treats life like it's a joke. No, he doesn't. He's very smart, but he might look stupid to you though, because I had to look him up. He's like May 11th, like he's a Taurus, but I'm like, yeah, he could have been a Gemini, so I can see why he's kind of promiscuous, right? But I'm like, this dude right here, he is very smart and he's very prideful. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't try to make this man feel like you're in a competition with him, to talk more than him, to be smarter than him, to act like you know more than him. You're not going to win. You're not going to win because trust and believe, you don't have his work ethic. You don't have it. Like, don't let Instagram fool you. Don't let the little goofy stuff you do on the Instagram fool you. He knows who he is. He just acts stupid. He's not dumb. It's like Kanye. You'll see Kanye out here looking crazy. Yeah, right. Kanye knows exactly what he's doing. Don't fall for it. He knows exactly what he's doing. You don't get to be this successful being an idiot. Okay? You don't. You might seem confusing to other people, but you do not, right? You don't get to be this successful being this, like you don't get to be this successful by being an idiot. He does it on purpose. right? So I'm like you got to read people. You really have to read people. Like even the way she's sitting there, it's like it's giving like adversarial. Like she's here to fight him or she's here to prove something. It's like you don't have to, sis. It's okay. If you're attracted to him, let him know. Never that deep. But like this guy right here, he is really, really strong. He beat 3 people up all by himself. 3 grown men by himself. And if he really wanted to, he could have caused them some real harm. But he chose to be nice though. I was like, you, Taurus, he's up to something, right? So I'm like, it's okay. But you're trying too much to prove to him, oh no, I look up to no one. I only look up to myself. You make absolutely no sense, right? Either you don't have anybody healthy in your circle, which is fine, right? Because it's a privilege, right? It's not easy, right? Or if you do have people healthy in your circle, it absolutely makes no sense for you to say that, yeah, I have a lot of healthy people in my circle, but I don't aspire to be like anybody else. How does that make sense? Are you jealous of those people? Like, what is the problem? Right? Like, that's crazy.
Better than me. I'm not choosing a man that I have to become a detective to. Even the men I caught off weddings from, to their defense, just because I caught it off doesn't mean they weren't good men. I'm choosing men who I can be a wife or a woman to. I'm not.
It makes no sense. So twice you were proposed. Twice you were set to be married. Hey, OG, you just pretty much like became a runaway bride, right? You called off 2 weddings. And then you were saying that these guys were actually good guys. Am I getting this straight, you guys? Am I understanding straight? So she had 2 weddings that were set with 2 different men, right? Both times she calls off the wedding. Now she's telling us that both of these men were good people. Okay? You didn't have to check their phones, nothing, right? But now you're saying that you're looking to be a wife. Girl, what? Like, say what now? You had 2 chances to become a wife. Twice you said no. And you're saying that those guys did nothing wrong. Then why did you say no? No, Bria, he was not getting ate up. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was not. And I think the problem is, Bria, I think a lot of you guys, maybe because like the podcast, these goofy ass podcast people, I mean, he does look goofy too, though, right? He's like, you expect the man to go back and forth with you, back and forth. He's just letting her talk. Because honestly, he has nothing to prove. Like, even this podcast, I'm like, if we're being honest, Cam does not need this podcast. Just like he's bored. He really is bored. Okay? He doesn't need this podcast. She hit him up how? She's making a fool of herself. This is a 2-hour and 30-minute interview, right? We're already at like 26 minutes, right? She's a train wreck. Now, the part about him having 8 kids by 3 different women, right? Even an idiot could have told him that. It don't sound smart. Because even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? You don't have to be the smartest person to tell someone the obvious, right? Is it safe? Is it sane? Is it prudent? Is it recommended that that you have 8 babies by 3 different women? You're not going to be there. And he knows that. He knows it. You know what I'm saying? He knows it. But the problem with Cam too is that these ladies enable him. Because I think sometimes, like I said, to me, I feel like when you deal with people, you truly have to take time to learn people. Like, how did you get here? How did you end up here? Okay. And someone like Cam Newton, like, he's been famous with football since like what, high school, maybe middle school? Imagine what that does to a person. If you play football in middle school, right? The entire city knows you. You play football high school, the entire city knows you. Like, you're in newspapers, like you're always being talked about. At school, you can get out of everything. You get out of doing your homework. Okay. They make excuses for you, all the school, the principal, your teachers, like everybody kisses your butt. You go to college, it's the same thing. You go to the NFL, it's the same thing. I'm like, of course, they made a monster out of him. I'm like, he's not an average person. And sorry, y'all. When you grow up and people always tell you you're so special, you're so special, you're so special, and you got the rings to prove it, and you got the press to prove it, and you got the money to prove it, yeah, it gets to you. And a lot of these girls, I do feel like when they get with Cam, they are fans. They don't treat him like a regular person. And so because of that, he treats them like a fangirl. Like, okay, sure, have my baby because you're a groupie. But I'm like, yeah, think about that. If someone has been famous and doing like 14, 15, by the time they get to 40, what you think you're going to have? He think he's a god. And these girls too, when they get into, even herself, she's not high functioning, Bria. She's not high functioning. Did you watch the whole interview? Did you watch the whole thing or just the clip? Even herself, she's not high functioning, right? She's 41 years old. Look how she's dressed for an interview. Okay? She claims she's a psychologist. She's 41 years old. Look at her. Look at her Instagram. What high functioning person conducts herself like this? Have you ever seen a real doctor dressed like this for an interview with a man that's highly promiscuous and you look like his type? And I'm like, make it make sense. I'm like, even herself, she's not high functioning. The man, she just met the man. In 10 minutes, she told him everything. She told him everything about herself. Her daddy went to prison. Her mama did this. Da, 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 da. I'm like, girl, you talk too damn much. So even herself, she's not high functioning, right? She told us she was engaged, set to be married twice. She called off 2 weddings for no reason because she said these guys, there was nothing wrong with any of these guys. But then she said, oh, I want to be a wife. What do you mean? I'm like, herself, she's not high functioning. Like, he knows he fucked up. No, I'm not upset. No. I have to be upset for nothing, right? But I'm like, she also needs to realize that she herself is not high functioning. She's not. Being verbose and using a bunch of words does not mean that you're high functioning. Being a hood philosopher, saying predictable crap, you got to take a setback for a major comeback. We've heard them things 1,000 times. Like, it's so recycled. There's nothing original about that, right? But to be high functioning also is to have introspection. She's a walking contradiction. Oh, I have a healthy ecosystem around me. I have great people around me. I have wise people around me, but I aspire to look like no one that I know that is high functioning, that is healthy, that is wise. That makes no sense. So do you have a healthy ecosystem or do you not? It doesn't make sense. You cannot say to people that you're high functioning, but you walked off two weddings, right? You walked off 2 weddings from men who did nothing wrong. Then what is wrong with you? No, oh, but I'm still looking to be a wife. No, you're not. No, you're not. And I'm like, it's okay, right? Because truth be told, right? Cam, he did not force anybody to carry his babies. He's not a rapist, right? These girls, nobody's ever accused them of sexual assault, right? They were willing participants. Right? And they chose to have babies with no rain. It was good enough for them. Hold on, little baby, right? It was good enough for them. That was their price. It was good enough for them. He did not force these people. They didn't just lay down and wake up and, oh my gosh, look, I'm pregnant. No, they had sex. They had sex. They touched each other. They licked each other. They moaned. They groaned. They did all kinds of nasty stuff, right? And they chose to do it raw. So nobody was forced. No one was forced to carry anybody's baby, right? They chose to carry the baby of a superstar. Voilà. They didn't get pregnant by a regular person, right? Nobody was forced. These girls are not victims. And I don't even know why, but oh my gosh, why didn't you marry them? What makes people think that these girls want to be married? A lot of women don't want to be married, right? Not everybody wants to be a wife. There are people who are quite comfortable having children. That's good enough for them, right? Just come see me. Let's have sex. Let's have babies. That's good enough for them. I mean, is it really embarrassing? No, it's like polygamy. Some of y'all came in late, right? But it's like to some people, like they don't want to call it that, but it really is polygamy. It's polygamy, and a lot of people are comfortable with that. You guys, for you, it's like, oh my gosh, like that's like ooh, right? For these people, it is perfectly fine. Because come on, we can all say, okay, maybe one baby was a mistake, right? Because baby will get fine, it could happen. I don't see how, because most people know sex is to make babies, right? Unprotected sex, it most likely gonna get pregnant, right? So unprotected sex with a multi-millionaire, okay, it's not random. Fine, whatever. But I'll just act stupid and I'll say, okay, maybe it was an honest mistake, right? But then you let him put another baby and another baby. That's 3 babies, right? So you're okay with that. You are okay with that, right? So I'm like, why do people want to make him out to be a bad person when these women are the ones who are okay with that? We all know who gets pregnant. The woman gets pregnant. We know who has to carry the pregnancy. The woman has to carry the pregnancy, right? When you go to have labor to push the baby out, there's a chance you could die, right? You could risk your life. You could risk your life. You could die. There are many mothers who die on the table. The baby comes, the mother's dead, right? You could also have a C-section. So when it's all said and done, when it comes to reproduction, a woman has to be way more mindful than a man because she has more to lose, including her life. She could die. So at some point, we have to ask ourselves, right? If a man never talked about marriage, you never talked about marriage, and you keep having babies over and over and over about the same man, at some point, you have to say that you're okay with it. It's not about agreeing to disagree. Me, I'm just doing my video, right? That's that. But you can die. Have you ever seen a man deliver a baby? No. You see me? I've had this baby too. Look, I'm stuck with the baby. That's usually how it goes. The woman will be stuck with the baby. So when you understand, it's like it's nothing new. We've been human beings. We've been outside for like, what, 5,000 years, right? So it's not a novelty to say, oh my gosh, I didn't know that if I had a baby, I'd be stuck with a baby. No, it is not a novelty. A woman knows this. Men don't get pregnant. A woman gets pregnant. And when you're pregnant, you're stuck with your big feet for the next 9 months. You can have high blood pressure your pregnancy. You can have gestational diabetes your pregnancy. You can have all kinds of issues. It is very risky to carry a baby, right? So if you keep putting your life in danger back to back to back for someone who does not want to marry you, who does not want to introduce you to his family, he doesn't want to take you seriously, at some point, I got to look at you like, girl, are you okay? Are you okay? Because you could really die. And I know you guys have heard of women who go into labor and they die, right? You have women who go into labor and have a C-section. It's real. He's going to be just fine. When it comes time to take out this baby at night, breastfeeding and stuff, it's you. You have to stay up. Have you ever heard of men having postpartum depression? No, because men don't have babies. So at some point, a woman has to look at herself too and say, yo, what would I allow and what am I not going to allow? Because it's very perilous. You could die, right? But none of these ladies here, from the first baby mom to Jasmine, whatever her name is, right? None of them were forced. None of them were coerced. They chose that lifestyle. They made a choice. They made a choice. And many of them going into it, they never said, hey, Cam, I want marriage before having a baby. No. For a lot of these girls, if we're being honest, if you gotta be honest, right? For a lot of these ladies, right, Cam is the prize. He is the prize. That's why I said he's going to have more babies. Who's going to stop him? And there are so many more ladies also who are going to do it openly. Why's the dog barking? I mean, so I'm like, they know this. They're not silly. So I'm like, he's not going to stop. If he wants to have 20 kids, you guys, if he wants to have 20 kids, he will have 20 kids. Trust and believe. He will have 20 children. He will. Because to a lot of these women out here, he is the prize. And this is why it's going down like this. Right? You really think these girls, when they meet Kim, are like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to make you wait for sex? How many girls do you think he's met that has told him, oh yeah, you're going to have to wait 90 days before you sleep with me? Do you think a girl, like most girls will tell a man who's worth $75 million that, oh yeah, you're going to have to wait to have sex with me? A girl, he's going to have sex with somebody as soon as you say that. Right? For a lot of girls out here, Cam is a prize. We have to be honest. It's okay. He doesn't have to, baby. He does not have to. He doesn't have to. Because the way he looks at himself, he's a prize. And I think like we got to be okay with that, right? We kind of have to be okay with that. Because he's all his life, for the majority of his life, he's always been extremely successful. Right? And when you consider how much of a manly sport football really is, right? When you consider how big football is in American culture, when you realize that like there's nothing more than Sunday football, right? Like this man is like a demigod for like, yeah, to some extent he is. He's a cultural icon. right? Football is like huge in American culture. And part of like him playing football, he's not like a running back. He's a QB in football. Like what? Are you kidding me? That's like his entire life. He's been told he's special. Like, what do you think happens to a person when you say to a person, you're special, you're special, you're special. Oh my gosh, you're so handsome, you're so handsome. He's probably already slept like 1,000 people. So to expect him, like, oh no, like, oh, you should be mindful of how you disperse your sperm out here. I'm sure he's thinking like, no, it's an honor for you to carry my seed. Right? Because most likely, if you have a child, maybe your child will have maybe your child will hit the athletic lottery. Sorry, you guys, I'm itching. Right? Your child might be a football player and have all this legacy. Oh, my dad is Cam Newton because of his genetics. And not to be offensive, not to be mean, okay, not to hurt y'all's feelings, right? But even in the animal kingdom, like most females, they wait for the strongest male to have sex with them. Gorillas are the same thing. Like most gorillas, like the female gorillas, they don't get pregnant by weak gorillas. Like they wait for the strongest gorilla to get them pregnant. Like they line up because they want to have strong babies. Like it is the craziest thing. So I'm like, this is insane, but I kind of get it because you live out there in nature. You don't want to have weak genetics because then your baby is going to die. Right? So I can see how in his head, for him, it's like, no, like when you have my child, it's actually a blessing. Because I'm giving you my genetics. I'm giving your child my last name. You know? So I can see how he thinks like that. Right? And I'm like, the majority of ladies who meet him and the future ones who are going to meet Cam, nobody is going to dare to say to Cam, right? You need to wait. I'm not going to have sex with you for 90 days. I'm not going to have sex with you for 100 days. You think he's going to wait? He is not. So for a lot of girls, especially because most women do not want to work. I don't care what anybody says, right? The majority of women do not want to work. So if you meet a man like him, $75 million, you're like, well, damn, when am I ever going to meet someone like that ever again? So there's that type of pressure too. And you're like, okay, if I don't do it, somebody else will do it. So guess what? She's going to lay there, open her legs, and she's going to have sex with him. And that's real. That's real. And he knows this. He's fully aware of that. Like, because I'm like, he's not forcing these people. I mean, listen. It's life. You know what I mean? And I feel like those are the perks of also like being a high achiever, like very competitive, high achiever, very famous, very successful, right? You get to treat people like this. But he's not a regular person, though, baby. No, I get what you're saying. Like for regular people, if we were talking about regular people, I definitely get what you're saying. Like you don't make enough money to be this slutty. Okay? You don't make enough money to be this messy. Like this is just crazy. Like, you know, you're too broke for that, right? But I'm saying, when you're talking about a man who's worth $75 million, right? The rules are different. The rules are really different. Because I really don't see, I don't know, unless she's rich herself, like she's mega rich herself, or her daddy's like mega, mega rich, right? But I don't see how a regular girl who gets to meet this guy, he probably comes and scoop you up in like what, a Bentley, I don't know, a Bugatti or something crazy, right? I mean, he can change your life. You know what I'm saying? He can change your life. I don't see how a man comes into your life this way, introduces you to all the things you had never seen before. You don't have to pay for anything. He pays for everything. I don't know how a girl's going to be like, oh, yeah, you know what? I'm going to make him wait for 90 days when you are not a virgin. On top of that, you're not a virgin. You slept with other people for way less. So what he going to wait for? And that is the sad reality. And I wish a lot more women would have these conversations and be honest with other ladies, right? Because it's real. Now, if it's a regular man with regular money and a regular job, okay, yeah, sure. Like you can wait. Like go sit down and wait, right? Because you're not a high achiever. You're not a high performer. But if it's someone that's worth like $75 million, unless like your first date, like he flies you out private to like Paris or something like that, you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to make him wait for 90 days. Girl, he's gone. He ain't coming back. I don't know if Trump grabbed somebody by the vagina and walked into a dressing room. I don't know, because from what happened with the verdict, it didn't seem like that was what happened, right? But my thing is, most women, when they see a man that's worth a lot of money, they throw themselves at those men. And that's a fact. We've seen concerts over here, from R&B singers to you name it, right? Girls will take off their bras, throw their bras in that man. Girls will take off their underwear, throw their underwear on stage, right? We have seen people go to concerts with their boyfriend, right? And then the singer will call the girl on stage. She'll leave the man. She'll go up there, twerk on that man. There was a girl who went viral for that, right? Her boyfriend took her to this concert with Omale, and then Omale called her on stage or whatever. She forgot about the boyfriend, right? Because she was in the presence of like, yeah, you brought me here, but the man who's calling me now, he's way more successful. And success turns people on. Okay? Success turns a lot of women on. It turns people on. And like, he's hyper masculine. Like, oh, you play football, you take good care of yourself, you're very fit, you're very healthy. And on top of that, he's very successful and he has lots of money. Yeah, it turns a lot of women on. Yeah. But it's a psychology too, though, right? Because everybody's culture is different. You know, some people in their culture, it's like, hey, if you're famous, have as much sex as you want. And some people, their culture is like, hey, when you become famous, even before you become famous, like, have a family. You know what I'm saying? Cam is not like that. You know? That's it. And I do feel like for a lot of ladies too, the way they handle these men also is how these men gonna behave. Because if he can have whatever he wants and nobody says no to him, you can see how also he's like, okay, like, what's so special about you that I'm gonna wait? Because the majority of girls don't make me wait. Because he didn't start being famous like yesterday. He didn't start being famous like 2 days ago. Cam been famous for over like 30 years or so. Like, he's been that boy. He's been that guy for like over like 3 decades. So he got a big ego by himself. But I don't see how you could tell a man like him, oh yeah, I'm gonna make you wait 30 days or I'm gonna make you wait 90 days before we have sex. Like, why would you? You've had sex with people that are way cheaper, that make way less more money than him, okay? And you gave it up. So the what? Girl, please. Come on now. Like, he could be in Atlanta today. If he wants to be in Germany tomorrow and smash all kinds of German broads, he can. He got the money. He calls, what's it called? Atlanta, Hartfield Airport. They're gonna have a private jet for him. He'll be in Berlin by tomorrow. Then if he wants to leave Berlin and go to Paris by the next day, he'll be there. He has money. When you have money, you have options. He's not a regular person. Yeah, he really is a prize. So he's not a regular person. So you can't put like regular people expectations on him, right? You cannot. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice, right? But that's not how the world works, though. You know, because most people, when they meet people that have loads of money, they become hypnotized by the money. And that's why most famous people are surrounded by yes people. Yes, 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 yes. Because everybody wants to have access to the money. Right? I mean, he's a prize, though. When you think about, for some people, for most people, when you think about what most women do want in a man, he is that. Now, he's not going to marry you, right? But for most women, it's like, okay, I don't have to be married. And let's also be honest. A lot of modern women today, they don't value marriage themselves. A lot of women today don't care about marriage. So it's like, okay, why should he care about marriage? Right? For a lot of ladies, they don't really care about marriage because honestly, I'm not trying to be offensive, but a lot of ladies who even talk about marriage, they themselves are not wife material. They just want to be married because that's a thing to like check off your list, or you don't want to feel left out, or my friends are getting married, so I want to get married too, right? But it's like, are you really wife material? A lot of people are not wife material. A lot of people are baby mama material. So that's what they are. You know what I'm saying? I feel like even with this whole like inclusivity stuff, we want everybody to be in a wifey circle. Everybody is not going to be in a wifey circle. Some people are going to be in a wifey circle. You're going to have some people be the side chick circle. You're going to have some other people be in a baby mama circle. And you're going to have some circles that overlap. You know what I'm saying? Then so what? He's not his dad. His dad is not an overachiever. His dad is a regular man. So he got a regular wife. He's not his dad. I don't know if I'm making sense here, right? if his dad had a regular job, let's say his dad made like $100,000 a year, right? Good for dad. Like for the average woman, his dad was making a lot of money, right? So he got with the auntie who's a Christian. She's very faithful. She'll ride or die, whatever, right? He got what he could afford, right? If you're a 9-to-5 man with $100,000 income or whatever, this is the kind of wife you get, right? I'm sure his dad in his age did not pull loads of baddie because he's not his son, right? Cam is more successful than his dad. Okay? Cam is more successful than his father. He is more known than his father. He is more famous than his father. He is more competitive than his father. So to say, oh, well, why don't he marry somebody like his mom? Because he's not his dad. Make sense? He has way more options because he was way more successful than his father did. His father probably had to be married because he's a regular man. His son is not a regular man. Yeah, exactly, right? So his dad's a preacher. That's not something competitive. It's not even something that pays a lot of money, right? Most preachers in society are like, they're beating up people. They're defeated. They're always begging for money, right? So it's like people got to think about it. Oh, but your dad is married, your mom is married, and so what? Are we the same person? No. Now, if he also became a preacher and he was doing all this foolishness, I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Like, your dad's a preacher. You're also a preacher. What are you doing, right? But the dad's a preacher. The son is a mega superstar in football, right? All of America knows his name. His dad, what's his dad's name? I don't even know. And like, he's not his dad. You know what I'm saying? And I even, people say, oh, he's not the prize. But I do feel like because he is the prize, that's why there's some women out there who feel like, no, you should be married. You should be attached to one woman so she can say, okay, I can claim this man. He's like, no. Nobody claims him. He's free. Right? And I'm like, I get it. Because I'm like, unless you yourself, unless you're very rich and you're very successful and your dad's very rich and your dad's very successful, then you can make him wait. You know what I'm saying? Let me go down. But these girls also need to stop being reckless with their vagina also, right? They all need to stop being reckless. But it works for them. Yeah, but they don't have, but everybody has a different mindset though, right? You have people who make a lot of money based on their culture. They're not going to act like that, right? Because that is their culture. Him, based on his culture, especially if he's from Atlanta, right? That's how he's going to act. Because if I ask you, like, is it a trend for most Black men who make a lot of money, who are super successful in entertainment and sports, to be married to one woman? And even those who are married, they chronically cheat. They're chronic cheaters. Like, it's a culture thing, right? Because a Black man is not a white man. So what could work for the white man is not going to work for him because they don't have the same culture. And the women also are not the same, right? Because you also have to be serious, right? Like, if I look at someone like Harrison, right? What's his wife's name? Liz? I forgot her name, right? Yeah. Whatever his wife's name is, right? You understand? She's also not super sexual. She did try to be a career woman. That's the thing. I'm like, I don't know if I can explain this correctly, right? Because a man, this is how I feel. A man, his attitude towards marriage, his attitudes toward like children, having kids out of wedlock, whatever, right? I don't think he arrives at that culture by himself. I think the women of his culture also play a part, right? They also play a part. For example, when you look at white people, for example, a lot of white women, based on their culture, they don't mind giving up like their career to be stay-at-home moms, right? For most Black women, you say that, she's gonna lose her shit. Okay, because for her, it's like, I can't wait behind no man. I ain't depending on no man. Because they're in relationships, but it's like they're always waiting for the other shoe to fall. Okay, sure, no problem, right? But it's like it goes together. Like the psychology of the man, the way the man feels about the marriage is also a reflection of how the women in his community also feel about marriage and how they feel about family, right? But you have a lot of Black women who want to be married, but don't want to be wives. if you say quit your job and take care of these kids, she'll lose her mind, right? If she feels like you're more successful than she is, she's going to get jealous because a lot of them don't know how to stay back. Look at Michelle Obama, right? If my husband is seen, I have to be seen. It's like they're always in competition with their mate. You look at the white community, a lot of white women, when their husbands are very successful, they don't want to be in the spotlight. They don't mind taking care of their kids. They don't mind being in the shadow. It's not a big deal for them. They know how to make their own world and be happy over there, right? Whereas like when it comes to Black women, especially here, right? She's always in competition with her man. Look at Aisha Curry. How can a wife say, oh, the way all these girls are looking at him, I also wish that more men would look at me. Girl, what? Right? This girl went and got her butt done, her body done. She said, oh, I'm a Christian. All that Christian stuff went out the window. She also wanted to be an Instagram baddie because she wanted men to lust after her. You see this, right? You're not going to see a little Christian white woman say, oh, yeah, I need men to lust after me. No, she's fine. She's perfectly fine. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's a real thing too. So I'm like, a lot of times people will talk about, oh, these Black dudes are responsible. Black dudes are this. I'm like, but it matches the behavior of the women in their community. They're also irresponsible. Oh, Black men don't care about marriage. The majority of Black women do not care about marriage. You might care about the party, getting dressed up, having a nice dress and do all the picture stuff, right? But what it takes to actually be a wife, are you willing to do that? And the majority do not want to do it because you have to die to yourself. And that is something they're not willing to do, right? Because being a wife is a ministry. A wedding is for a day, but being married, hopefully you get married for a long time. But a lot of them don't want to do that. So it's like you want to be independent. You want to be your own person. You want to do what you want to do. So like maybe being a baby mama might actually be better for you. So that way you're not sitting behind no man. You do what you want. You see him when you see him. He sees the kid when he sees the kid. And then he'll send you money. Go do your own thing. But a lot of people do not have wifey mindset. They truly do not. So I'm like, people are, oh, but why didn't he marry her? Why didn't he marry her? It's the same thing with Janae Aiko. Why did he not marry Janae Aiko? Janae Aiko is not wife material. She's not wife material. Just because somebody gets pregnant by a man does not mean that she's meant to be his wife. No. No. You don't see that type of behavior, right? Look, you don't see that type of behavior from who? From George Bush, right? George Bush, did you see his wife out here trying to always be seen and do convention and speak into the microphone? No, that's what I'm saying. It's a cultural thing, right? Black women have this obsession with always being seen. If my husband does something, I got to do something too, right? Like emasculating men is a thing over here, right? It's okay. Be honest with yourself. Like, I feel like self-awareness, like it really matters. You will not see the majority of white women always trying to be seen when their husbands are seen. They know to let their husband have a thing. Like, hey, if you do politics, that's your thing. I'm going to do something else. Right? Matter of fact, I'm going to stay at home. And I'm fine with that. Right? You're not going to see, like, what's her name? What's your girl's name? What's that girl's name? Victoria Osteen, right? Do you see Victoria Osteen out here trying to be a preacher? Right? Do you see Victoria Osteen try to have a women's ministry, try to do like the Woman You Are Loose conference? No. Once in a while, she might pop in, but she'll sit in the public. Oh my God, look at my husband, waving her diamonds. Right? Because these white women are not in competition. They have nothing to prove. Black women are always trying to prove something. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I have a PhD. Wump, 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 wump. No problem, right? Michelle Obama, it kind of gives Hillary Clinton. And you see, Hillary, for always trying to compete with her husband, look how many times he cheated on her. Okay? Always trying to share the limelight with her husband. He's always cheating on her. The majority of wives in the White House have never been this involved in politics as Hillary Clinton or Michelle Obama. Because that's the Black woman psychology. She always has to be seen. She's in competition with her man, right? You'll see Sarah Jakes out here always want to be seen. And her husband is he's like freaking paint on the wall, right? But you look at Victoria Osteen, you will never see Victoria Osteen try to compete with Joel Osteen. No, she knows her place. He knows his place. And she's perfectly fine in her place with her big diamonds. She's fine. When it comes to Harrison too, you don't see Harrison's wife, oh, I'm gonna start a podcast. Look at Savannah James want to start a podcast to talk about all kinds of nonsense. Like, what is this? Because she also wants to be seen. She wants to be seen, and it's okay. People like, I don't know why people don't want to just be like, you know what? Maybe you're like, yeah, maybe that's how I am. It's okay. It is okay. Like, it really is. I promise you, it's really okay. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you. Because the reality of it is, to be a wife also, most people will expect a wife to have children, right? You don't just get married to just look at people like, oh yeah, I'm here, you're here, right? The point of being married is to build a family. Once these kids come, somebody gonna have to quit their job, right? Because most people, and you see, does he look like he's happy? Okay. Most people cannot afford to have a nanny, right? Most people cannot afford to have a nanny. All right. We have a sister here. She told y'all her story too. Like, she has to be at home with the kids. She got 2 kids, right? Most people cannot afford to have a nanny. Most people also, when they get married and have kids, they can't afford to pay for daycare. Like, in some cities, some states, daycare for 1 kid is like $3,000 a month. So if you have 2, that's $6,000, right? So somebody gonna have to quit their job to take care of these kids. Who gonna do it? Because I feel like a lot, like, to me, I'm like, I feel like this whole conversation about like marriage, people never say to people, do you even know what being a wife is? And what it actually comes with, like what it actually entails to be a wife, right? And a lot of people, the way they're built, their psychology, because let's also be honest, after a certain age, you can't change people, okay? When people reach a certain age, man or woman, when they reach a certain age, this is who they are. They're not going to change. So you either accept them the way they are or you leave them alone, because you're not going to change these people. Oh, thank God he's asleep. Exactly. But the thing with Hillary Clinton, like I said, always being a competition with your husband, doing all that stuff with your husband, you're going to end up emasculating your husband. You might not mean to, but it's going to lead to that. And when people feel emasculated, it opens the door to infidelity. Okay? So that's that. So people have to really know, because I think a lot of ladies, a lot of Black women talk about marriage and why don't he marry? Why don't he marry? But I'm like, do a lot of y'all even know what being a wife really is and what your place is going to be? When people mention the word submission, most Black women lose their shit. You see, it like that already right there, it triggers that. You know what I'm saying? It triggers that. But there are a lot of sacrifices that come with being a wife, being a mother, being this and being that, right? And so if you're not mentally prepared for the sacrifices that come with that, you're going to be so miserable. And you're going to resent your life. You're going to resent your kids. You're going to resent your husband, right? Because you're not trained to be under a person. You were not raised to be under a person. You were raised to be like, you know, like a free roaming animal by yourself. So some people are meant to be by themselves. And maybe they'll have kids and they'll raise those kids by themselves because it's probably better for you that way, right? Because some people like to do things the hard way. I've made peace with that also, right? But everybody is not suitable to be a wife. Having a child with someone does not make you wife material. It does not, right? Because there's a lot that goes into it. I think she does. I even think he sits on the floor. I really do. I really do. I'm like, yo, this man, he looks like sometimes she has him sleeping on the floor. But he can't divorce her because of his job or whatever. I don't think he's happy. But whatever. Right? But it's a real thing now. I mean, she can wait all she wants, right? She can wait as long as she wants. But in the bigger scheme of things, it doesn't mean anything. I don't know if you get me. Because it's like, she might think she's a prize, God bless her. But it's like, the older you get, the less relevant you are. That's the fact, right? Because most men who have money, why would they want a woman that's 42 and that talks this much? They could go get themselves a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, right? And just mold that young lady to be who they want her to be, right? People with options do not care what she's waiting for. Nobody cares. There's like I don't think sometimes like you ladies actually like do the numbers right. There are 5 billion people on the planet. Okay. There are more women than you have men. Right. And of the men who actually do have money, most of them are not going to go for a 41-year-old. They're not. Especially a 41-year-old. Her mama went to prison. Her daddy went to prison. Her mama shot somebody. It's just too much. Okay. There are people who could easily find themselves a 22, 24-year-old straight off college, right? Who don't have too much knowledge of this life, and they could just mold her because they have money. Not just that, they can marry people abroad. So she can wait for whatever she wants to, until her vagina grows cobwebs. No one really cares. No one truly cares. It's like in the store, right? When you go into a store, let's say you see a really pretty outfit. You might say to yourself, okay, I see the price is $250. I really want it, but I'm going to wait for a discount code, right? It is your prerogative. You have the right to wait for a discount code. If you don't have a coupon code, I ain't buying it, right? But just because you're waiting doesn't mean it's not going to sell. By the time the coupon code comes around, that clothes might be gone, or on your size, it might be gone, right? Make sense? You can have a pair of shoes that you like. You can also say to yourself, no, it has to do with her age. No man wants if there's a man right now who has a lot of money, lots of success, why would he want a 41-year-old? T? Be honest. Why? When people have money, they want the best. A 41-year-old is not the best. I'm very sorry. You're like, you might think she's her best, right? And that's okay. She has the right to be delusional. And delusional people are the ones that are always, I'm going to wait for God to bring me my husband. Keep waiting. Other people, they're latching on to their 70%, their 80%, and they're making the best out of it. Go ahead and keep waiting because you're not going to get younger, because the more you wait, they're going to be 42, then 43, then 44. Girl, bye. Okay? But even a man who's 44, he can date a 22-year-old. Right? Because the older a man gets, the more he's a prize, because he has more money, he has more status, he has more this, he has more that. It doesn't work the same with women, right? And I do feel like the women who suffer the most are the women who refuse to be pragmatic and want to be idealists. Wait for as long as you want. No one cares. Even let's say she meets a guy that she thinks she likes. So, okay, I'm gonna make him wait. I'll make him wait. No problem. In her head, she can think he's waiting. She's waiting. He's having sex. Do not deceive yourself, right? No, more problem to her. No one cares. No one cares, right? No one cares. No one cares. Because whatever, like her version, you have the same prototype, right? You have boku like that on Instagram who are half her age. Y'all don't want to be real with yourselves, right? Because I do feel like a lot of older women, they don't want to accept the fact that younger women are your competition. I'm already married, but if I was not married, I'd be very sober too, right? I have a younger sister. She's 27 years old, right? She's way younger than me. If her and I were both on the dating scene, I would expect her to get more dates than me, right? Because most men don't want to be with an older woman. You saw Mr. Lawson, he went and married Tina Knowles. Did that last? No. Because she's set in her ways. You know what I mean? And that's it. Just like Vivica Fox, right? Just like Vivica. So instead of settling with like your 70, 80% that can put up with your ass, right? You're like, oh no, I want something brand new at 100%. But you're not going to get that because you're older. Then you say, oh no, now I'm going to go be a cougar. There you go. But if you do become a cougar, you only waited to be a cougar and to take care of that boy. Because when you're an older woman and you date a younger man, you will have to take care of him financially. It's okay to be honest with yourself, right? Because no young boy is going to date an older woman, play in her old box with probably gray hairs on her vajayjay, right? For the fun of it. You're going to have to give this boy something for excavating your grave. Be honest with yourself, right? Because he can have a younger woman, and most likely he'll take the money you give him and take care of his younger girlfriend. Like a lot of women need to learn to be realist. Because the sooner you accept reality, instead of trying to think about, the way the world ought to be, that's the thing about a lot of people. Like, they're always thinking about no, T, it's not about the circles. That's just life. That's human nature, right? When you have money, you want the best. Nobody who has money wants to go buy something secondhand unless they absolutely have to. I keep telling you all this. I said this whole thing is no different than business. It is no different than the marketplace, right? There is a buyer, there is a seller. That's that. And the woman is not the buyer. She's the seller. I don't know why a lot of ladies don't want to understand that. A woman is the seller. The man is the buyer. Because God forbid this marriage goes left, he's on the hook to pay for everything. Alimony, child support, split up the house, He's the buyer. Okay? A woman is the seller. If you've been selling stuff for the past 40 years and you still have not found a buyer, the odds of you finding a buyer, they don't get wider, they get lesser and lesser and lesser. Right? If you put your house on the market and you fix the price, 30 days, no offer, 60 days, no offer, a whole year, no offer. The odds of you getting an offer at that price, they're not increasing, they are decreasing. You might want to cut the price in half. Right? Because if it's not selling, it's for a reason. Just like her, if she's 41 years old and she has yet to find that person, it's for a reason. And it's not because she's so good and she has such high standards. No. You see how much she tells on herself? She has a lot of trauma. And she's very delusional. So she thinks she deserves something of a caliber to which she's not. She is not. Because I think to me, it's also very asinine to think that you can come from such a toxic background. You've never witnessed a healthy marriage. There's nobody in your circle that you want to emulate. But somehow you think you're wifey material. How can you be something you've never seen? All you know is dysfunction. And when there's dysfunction, you run. You don't even have the resolution skills to try to resolve it. You run. You've always been a runner. And then exactly, she got proposed to 2 times, set to be married twice. She ran away twice because that's what she does. She doesn't have the skills to resolve conflict. How are you going to be a great wife if you don't even have conflict resolution skills? Because when it get hard, you're going to go file for divorce. Now, imagine a man who has a lot of asset, right? If you marry a woman like her, as soon as she feels uneasy, she wants to file for divorce. That's your entire life. That's all your finances are in her hands. You also have to have that perspective too, though, right? If you marry someone, you are financially responsible for that person. If you marry someone that is highly volatile, that is quick to file for divorce and slow to want to work things out, every time she feels away or every time you don't do what she wants, she's going to threaten you with divorce. And there you can see your whole life, your finances, your assets being split in half, or you might only get left with a third. No, I'm not putting that much stress in you. And I think and I really do feel like it's a bit sad to some extent, right? That a lot of ladies, they kind of lack those listening skills. Like you got to actually listen to people. They might not say it to you, but it's like you should be able to discern like, okay, that's what he's afraid of. Because if he marries me, Loki Hikey, his life is in my hands. All his money, his 401k, his house, does he get to see his kids? Custody, it pretty much falls into your hands. So if you're not a stable-minded person, if you don't have conflict resolution skills, if you don't come from a place where marriage is a tradition, where you have people who can counsel you, who can mentor you, who can like quell your fears, whatever, yeah, you're going to act a fool because you don't know how to stay. You don't know how to be a wife because you've never seen it. It is not your culture. It is not your tradition. You think because you watch a few movies, you can be a wife? No, you cannot. You're not meant for that. You're not. And a lot of people need to accept that about themselves. They're going to be all right. You know what I'm saying? But a person who says to you, yeah, nobody in my family has been married. I have no married aunties. I have no married uncle. None of my grandparents were married. Like, okay, why would I marry you though? Because if something goes wrong, who's going to encourage you to stay? Why would you ever want to stay? You've never seen people stay. You're going to want to go. And by doing so, you're going to cause a lot of harm because divorces it's a lot. It really is a lot. And when you work hard for your life, you have your 401k, you have your retirement. Okay, when I get to the 60, 66, whatever, I do want to retire. But if you go through a divorce, you might not be able to retire at 66 because now you got to divide everything in half. On top of, you might not even know if you're going to get to see your kids. And you're going to have to pay for child support. And you might not get to see your kids all the time. So it's a real concern. So I understand why people who have a lot to lose financially do not feel like it's a safe bet to put their whole life earnings in a woman's hand. I get it. I really do. But you are, though. You don't know who they date, though. But I mean, and you're free to say that to yourself, right? Because it makes sense to yourself, right? To pretend like there's no competition. There's competition in everything. Even right now, this live, there are other YouTubers doing lives. I could lie to myself and go, oh no, I'm the only one going live, right? But a lot of people are live right now, right? And there are people who get way more views than me. Everything is a competition, right? Everything is. And so when you see a person say, oh, I'm going to wait, I'm still waiting. Like, yeah, okay, keep waiting, right? Because it's your ego. Because you don't want to admit to yourself that to have the man that you want and to have the husband that you want, you're going to have to compete. And you are going to have to humble yourself. But you don't want to do that. And that right there even shows that you're not ready to be a wife. You know what I'm saying? Because no man, that's 100%. If there's a man out there that is 100%, that is like really, really amazing, you think he's just sitting out here by the wayside? No, he's being pursued. You think most women, when they see a good man, don't know it's a good man? And they're going to let him pass by? No, they're not. They're really not. I remember this one time I was taking the metro, right? Oh my gosh, you guys. It was like the red line. I mean, I am married, but whatever. I'm not blind. I'm married, but I am blind, right? This dude came on the metro, like he got on the train, you guys. Like he had his son like in a stroller. The man looked like Jandana. Oh, he was he was just so handsome. Like you should have seen all the ladies on the train. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But it just goes to show you, like, as women, whether you're married, if you're married, not married, don't matter, right? But when you see a man who looks good, you know he looks good. When you see a man who's like, okay, this guy's a good father, like, you know that. Like, when you see a man who makes a lot of money, you're like, yeah, you can see it. You can see it. So it's like, what man is going to be so awesome and he's not being pursued? Right? Most men who do the pursuing, the reason why they end up being friend zoned, because a lot of girls don't really want to be with them. Right? Because they don't have the it factor. They got to work on something, right? But for the most part, most of the time, men are being pursued by women. A lot of men are being pursued by women. A lot of women are aggressive. Don't come on social media and act like, oh my gosh, I'm too good for that. Oh my gosh, I'm too good for a man. Oh my gosh, I don't compete. I don't that. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But in their personal life, they are beyond aggressive. Because nobody is going to see a good thing and let that thing just slide like that. Because who's to say, I'm going to see it again? Who's to say? Okay? But every time you open your phone, it's not old people getting married. It's not older people getting married. It is younger people getting married. Or it's an older man to a younger woman getting married. Right? And that's the truth, though. That's the truth. I'm like, people need to stop lying to people. People really need to stop lying to people, right? You're never going to find 100%. Because if there really was a man out there that's 100%, best believe the competition is going to be rough because there's a lot of people. There are a lot of women who are going to want him to. Okay? That's why most men who are high performing, they don't have to go hard to find a date, to find somebody to sleep with, to find somebody to impregnate. Because if they wanted to, they could have a new girl every 2 hours. It would not be hard. You have girls out here who will have sex with a man or even have a baby with a man just because he has good hair or he has good features. Okay? Your standards might be here. Another girl, her standards might be like in hell. She'll do whatever. She'll do whatever. So I like, to me, I find it very dishonest. Like when most women get on social media and pretend like, oh no, I will never compete for a man. I will never fight for him. Like, yeah, a lot of women do. Be quiet. Okay. People sit out here, but somehow the same guy got 5 different people pregnant. Make it make sense. Okay. How exactly did he get all y'all people pregnant? Because y'all competing for that, right? It's okay. Right. These basketball players, they be running through they run through all these girls. Even here on social media, a lot of these influencer chicks, right? It's not AdSense that's paying for the lifestyle. It's not AdSense. Okay? They date a lot of like successful basketball players. They date loads of ballers. I'm like, this is not AdSense. This is not paid sponsorship. That's doing all this to your lifestyle, right? They be competing the DMs also. But they're going to go in there, do what they have to do, keep it hush-hush, right? But I'm like, a lot of guys, all they have to do is snap their fingers and these girls come running. They come running. So I'm like, to me, I'm like, all this stuff right here, to me, it's just performative. It's just performative. Because even this girl right here, if Cam want to sleep with her, he gonna sleep with her. Because money does something to women. Money absolutely does. Okay? Money absolutely does something to women. Money does. Because ladies, they're hypergamous. They love money. Financial security, whether it's through marriage or just, having a child by somebody, but just knowing that this man right here can give me financial security, it does something to women. It does. Magic Johnson had HIV. His wife stayed. She can say she loved him, I'm sure, whatever, right? But at the same time, too, though, financial security, it's a real thing, right? I don't think Beyonce married Jay-Z for his good looks, okay? But there is such a thing as financial security. Oh, STDs, child. People are not afraid of STDs. I think people fear being poor more than they fear having STDs. You have a lot of wives out here who have STDs and they stay. Right? Because I do believe as long as she has a big house, she has nice cars, she has a bunch of stuff in her closet, like most people envy her life, she will stay. Because that lifestyle, she's not willing to give that up. I don't think Marjorie Harvey married Steve Harvey for his good looks. But I'm like, money does something to people. Right? Financial security, it does something to women because most women do not want to work. Most women want to be at home, spend as much money as possible. They don't want to work, but they want to spend loads of money. That's how it goes. So I'm like, this girl right here, if Cam said, okay, get your stuff, we're going to Paris tomorrow, all expense paid, she going to be on that private jet. I don't care what she said. She could have been selling it for the past 8 years, 12 years, whatever, right? If Cam said to her, get your bags, I have a driver pick you up, we're going to Paris tomorrow, right? She going to be over there. Because money does something to people. That's exactly why she's dressed like this. Because money does something to people. Because she knows she knows exactly who she's sitting out with. She's not stupid. Oh, I did my research on you. I'm sure she also Googled his net worth, right? 75 million. You get pregnant by him, he puts your child or your children on his wheel. Your children are going to be multimillionaires. Because right now he has like 75 million, right? Let's say he dies and he leaves like 20, like what? Let's say like what? 20 what? Yeah, if he leaves like 32 million, if he dies with 8 kids, every child could have $4 million inheritance. And you as the mom, you know dang well your kid's going to take care of you. Right? So I'm like, these women also, they're not stupid. They're not stupid. I don't think they would mind having marriage though. But it's like either way, when you have children with this man, your kids are connected to his wealth. So when he does pass away, your kids will inherit his money. And most likely it's going to be millions of dollars. Right? You marry a regular man who's faithful, he's loyal. I mean, I guess that's cute too, that works, right? But your kids might not inherit anything. They might have to work. They might have to pay their way through college, right? Because like your man is not that rich. But financial security, yes, it does something to people. And people need to be honest. Like I said, people need to stop pretending that money does not matter. Money matters a lot. Money matters a whole lot. And that's why people go above and beyond to sell you an image of how successful they think you want them to be, right? Because money matters a lot. People go above and beyond. People get themselves in debt to make other people feel as though, look, I'm so successful, right? Should I buy my product so that you're going to be as successful as me? Because money matters. Money gives people security. It makes people feel safe. Because when you don't have money, it's not good. So a lot of people say, okay, do I want to get married or do I want to have money? Okay, fine, I'll take the money. I have a baby, pay me child support. When I have the baby, put my baby on your will. When you die, leave my child a few millions of dollars. But money matters. Money truly matters. Because truth be told, no woman wants to marry a man that has nothing or that can barely do for himself. Or it's like, okay, if I marry you, we still gonna have to pay the bills, like split the bills. Like, no. Most women don't want that. Most women would like to have a man who can pay all the bills, and she don't have to worry about the finances. But if a man can do that also, there's going to be a lot of competition because you have a lot of girls too who want that type of lifestyle. So once he realizes, like, oh wow, look at all these ladies who want this lifestyle. Do I really want to be married? Maybe not. Because that's what people do. So like I said, she's free to wait, huh? She can wait as long as she wants. God bless her for that.
Choosing a man that I could be a detective to. So when women are choosing men, I think that certain things to become aware of are, do I have to go into my detective, which is my trauma? Do I have to go into my investigative, which is my dysfunction? Yeah. Because if so, that man is triggering and bringing those things up. And he only brings those things up in you because those things are in him. Yeah. And start trusting your spirit more, ladies. And this is another thing.
At this part, I kind of disagree. I don't think if you check a man's phone, it's because there are things in him that are triggered things in you. I think if you honestly don't feel like, if you feel like this man's above your league, yeah, everything he does, they're going to trigger you because, you know, you don't think that you're the one. But if you truly believe that you're the one, I don't think you're going to be going through his phone though, right? So that's why I say like how you get with a person, it truly matters. You know, it truly matters.
Women with daddy issues are going to be okay with being an investigator and a detective because oftentimes, remember, they have learned subconsciously how to investigate and detective. Why is daddy not here in the household? So it doesn't make me say, why would they not grow up thinking the norm is to wonder where you're at, to wonder what you're doing, and to wonder why you're not there, and think that that's okay based on their norm of daddy issues.
I don't think daddy issues make you look through people's phones, though. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm like, what? Your dad is not your man. Maybe you saw your mom doing that? I don't know.
I have a father who we were best of friends, who was extremely, extremely involved in my life. A father, a daddy, everything. So I never had to wonder or investigate my father. I never had to wonder or investigate his motives with me. Mm-hmm. So I don't navigate the world thinking that that's the norm to try to figure out or investigate on social media, through your cell phone, through anything, what your motives are, who you are, what are you doing. That is an unhealthy relationship. That is your trauma and your pain choosing for you. And I would offer that any woman who's in that situation get help. Leaving isn't easy. And to learn how to choose different, learn how to choose better, because you deserve better. And let me go further. The man who you're investigating or you're feeling like you have to do these things with, and you can't just be in a safe space, you can't nest him, he also deserves better. And his getting better is you pivoting and leaving and telling him that he needs to get some help before he can be with a woman who is of your caliber. When I say your caliber.
But how you a caliber if you're going through people's phones though? I'm so lost. You're a high caliber, but you go through people's phones. I don't believe that part. I don't think so. I don't think you should just. How do you know he's actually cheating? So because he didn't answer your phone call, so he's actually cheating. Therefore, you should leave. I think you're jumping the gun there, lady. Okay, if you don't have real proof that somebody's cheating on you, I don't think you should leave. I think you should fix your paranoia, like you're paranoid, right? So maybe in your past relationship you got cheated on, and you haven't healed from this. I don't know. But just because you call someone and he hasn't picked up the phone or he has not called you back in 5 minutes, okay, does not mean that he's having an affair. That's crazy. Okay, like that's insane. But you should leave. No, you don't have to leave. If he's not cheating, why would you leave? Do you have proof that he's cheating or you think he's cheating? What? Okay, no, not everybody cheats. Now, while you might feel as though he's cheating, that's so much you got to look internally because, like, just because you call someone, he doesn't call you back, or he doesn't pick up the phone right away, does not mean that a person is having an affair. You need to have real proof of these things. Do you have proof of this, or is your gut telling you based on your previous relationships, right? No. And then I also feel like you have some people when they have a peaceful relationship, also they want ish to be going wrong so they can like, oh yeah, see, I knew that was too good to be true. But I'm like, if you don't really have proof that someone's having an affair, right? You need to stop. Okay? If someone's not calling you back right away, maybe they're busy. Maybe they have to work. Most people work. Okay? I had to see like my other person who thought her man was cheating come to find out he wasn't. I'm like, well, you see, I'm glad you figured that out. I'm like, that's crazy, right? But you see, she's like, oh, you need to leave. And I'm like, why would you leave? Don't leave. Get help, right? Because what if he's a good person? You gonna leave because you can't help but check his phone? No, have boundaries. It's not your phone. Okay? It's not your phone. It's not your phone. And it's okay. People have the right to their privacy. And also, if he does not call you back, he could be working. Are you dying? No. Okay. Is it really an emergency? No. Okay. You just want to have control. All right. Let it go. Okay? He's an adult. He's fine. You're also fine. Most likely, he's working. He's doing something. I was like, oh my God. No, it's not. She kind of favors her, but it's not Giselle.
Who's willing to get help for yourself, so you choose different. Daddy issues don't mean you got to be with your daddy. It just means you got to take inventory of what daddy who you didn't have looks like and stop choosing that kind of man. Next question.
But if your dad was not in your life, I don't know what she's saying. Hold up. Wait a minute. Number one, going through people's phones is not an indication of having daddy issues. You have trust issues. Only you know why you have trust issues, right? Number two, if a person didn't have her father growing up in her life, then how is she going to know not to choose her father? I'm so lost, right? If you don't know your father, how do you know not to pick a man that's like your father? Like, most likely you might pick a man that's like your dad because you never had your dad. I'm confused. I'm a little bit lost, right? She didn't know her dad. So if you don't know a person, how do you make sure not to pick a person that you don't know not to pick? Lady, what? I'm confused. I am really confused. I'm confused. Yeah, she's a lot.
Y'all know I love going to live events, whether it's football, concerts, or comedy shows. Boxing gloves still on. Dang. Yeah, man. And I for the sake of my cigar, I mean,
it's gone.
Yeah, it's about to get there. I just want to ask a simple question,
And it's going to be a simple answer.
hopefully within the time frame of me smoking this cigar. Do you want to get married?
Hard, yes. Absolutely want to get married.
So my question is, if you've never seen a healthy marriage, how are you able to identify one?
So let me answer again. I didn't grow up in a household where a healthy marriage was something that was present for learned behavior. I am 41 years old. I'm an adult who has done a lot of work. So in today's world, with my work and my healing and my old friends who I have now made new friends, I now have, and I do see healthy relationships.
But none that you want to be like, yo,
no, because
I like what y'all have.
Right.
I want to emulate that.
No, and it's not because what they have isn't healthy. It's because I have a strong sense of self. And I'm not knocking people who look to other people and say, I would like that, or I get what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have a strong sense of self. And I don't want what someone else has. I want what is aligned in God's will for me is. And so I have a strong understanding that what's for me ain't gonna look like your healthy relationship. And if I get caught up in, I want that, or I want it to mirror that, then I may be looking and meeting my husband saying, you don't fit this box, which is called compartmentalizing. And my husband, who's God sending to me after all my work, doesn't need to fit a box. He needs to come authentically who he is. And
okay, here also, she's just full of it. She's just full of it. Like, I'm like, when people want to pretend to know something when you don't know something, girl, you've never been married for a reason, okay? To some extent, most healthy marriages look the same. Okay? Like, stop trying to be so uber special, right? Most healthy marriages, you want to have a faithful wife, you want to have a faithful husband, you want to have children, you want to have healthy kids that are very polite, kids that are kind, you want to have a nice house, a clean house, you want to have like good communication skills, you want to be able for y'all to like resolve your problems, you know, not let it drag, right? Most of us want that, right? Like, that's how you want most marriages to work. Now, is everyone's marriage going to be okay? No. They're going to be the same? No. But what he's asking you is, right, from a bird's eye view, like if you're like, woo, okay, don't see the trees, like actually see the forest, right? From a bird's eye view. If I was like, just pick your ass up, right? And have you look at all healthy marriages, you would see that most healthy marriages have certain things in common, right? People are good communicators. People are very patient. People are kind. People are loving. They give each other peace or space, whatever, right? They have good kids. They raise their kids. Their kids are very polite. They live in nice neighborhoods, right? From a bird's eye view. Jesus, my goodness, okay? This girl is so dense, all right? Most marriages look the same. Now, are they going to be all identical? No, because everybody is a little different, right? But do you want a husband who beats you up? No, exactly. Most wives don't want a husband who beats them up, right? Do you want a husband who is considerate, who's thoughtful? Yes. Do you want a husband that's good with money? Most likely, yes. Do you want a wife who's kind and loving? Yes. Do you want a wife who knows how to cook? Most people be like, yeah, well, sure, why not, right? Makes sense, right? But it's like, he's not saying, do you want the identical relationship? It is not possible because you're you, your husband will be himself, right? But bird's eye view, right? If I was to pick you up and put you into the clouds and you have to look down on all these marriages, right? You will see that for the most part, most successful marriages have some key components: love, respect, kindness, patience, communication, right? Forgiveness, right? Being good with finances, knowing how to listen to each other, right? Being merciful and graceful towards each other. Boom, 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 boom. That's his question. Oh no, there's nobody I look up to. So when you say things like that, it lets us know that when you do come around people who are married, you're not even trying to be active enough to be like, oh, I wonder what makes them have a great marriage. You're not even paying attention because you're so self-engrossed, right? Because the thing is, if you say you want to be married, your parents were never married. Your parents had you at 14 and 15. Oh my gosh, okay? Your father went to prison for the drugs and the killing. Pew, pew, okay? Your mama was selling crack, okay? You've never seen it in your household. You don't come from a lineage of marriage. It is not your culture, right? So one would think if you truly desire marriage, when you are fortunate enough, when you're blessed enough, when you are, when you receive God's grace enough, right, to be around healthy adults, right, your age, your friends who are married, that you would make it your business to say, I didn't get to grow up with my parents being married, but the mere fact that I have access to people my age who are healthy and have a great, healthy marriage, I'm going to become a student of their union to see, okay, what does it take to be a great wife? What does it take to be a good husband, right? You should study these people, right? Just, oh, no, I am my own person. I look up to me. I am my own model, but your model is toxic, sis. You've never been successful you don't come from a lineage that is successful at marriage, right? You have yet to be successful at marriage. You have yet to be successful at walking on the aisle. You ran twice because you're scared of something, right? And when you find people who could be role models to you, who could help you, like, oh no, I'm good. I'm my own person. I look up to me. But your you is a runner. You run away. When stuff gets hard, you run. So you should not be looking up to yourself. Because all yourself gonna do is the same things you've always done. That's why you need coaches. That's why you need role models. That's why you need mentors, right? People who are nothing like you, that you aspire to be, that they can mold you to get you to become the person that you want to be so you can have the results that you want to have. But for the most part, you can't self-medicate. It don't work. Because if it did work, you would already be married. And the part that kills me, I don't know y'all, but I got to say this, right? The part that truly kills me is that, like I said, you're 41. In 9 years, you will be 50 years old, right? Think about that. You're not getting younger. You're getting older. In 9 years, you're going to be 50 years. You're going to be half of a century, okay? And in 9 years, you will be half of a century. You've made it to 41. You have yet to have a successful relationship. 4 decades on this planet. It'll take 40 years to understand human beings. It don't take 40 years to understand the opposite sex. It don't even take 40 years to understand yourself. But the problem is you have so much ego about yourself because you're very insecure, right? So the thought of letting people in to show you what areas you have to work on, you don't want to do that. And if you notice carefully, the people who always want to become psychologists, therapists, preachers, wumpy wump 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 wump, are always the people who need the help themselves, right? Notice how people who always want to give marriage advice, how to be married, how to be a wife, are usually people who are not married, right? It's always people who are not married. They are serial daters. They always break up. You have never been successful at marriage, but yet you know everything about marriage. You sound insane, right? Imagine going to class. Imagine you go to university and you want to tell your professor how to teach the class. He has a PhD. You don't. Sit your freshman ass, sit your sophomore ass, sit your junior ass, sit your senior ass down. You understand? But like I said, too, for me, the way I feel that it's a cultural thing that a lot of people, the more insecure they are, the more ego they have about themselves. It's perspective bias, and you got to work on that. You don't know shit, okay? You've never been married. You don't even know what it takes. You haven't done it. You haven't achieved it. You aspire to do it, but you haven't done it. So when people who are successful, not with 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years over here, or 20 years, or 30 years, when they tell you this is how you should go about it, you don't say, well, I think it should be this way. No, you don't. You're not successful at that. My Lord. Right? And you have so many women who are unsuccessful, like even Kendra G. Kendra G herself is not married, but she wants to give the marriage advice. Girl, don't you think you gotta go get married first? Go figure out what it takes to be a wife, then come back and try to teach people how to be married. Because otherwise, you're just doing this for views. But Kendra G has no clue what it takes to be married. It's just entertainment. And just repeating some of the stuff that Kevin Samuels used to say. Right? But you're like, for the most part, you don't take advice from unsuccessful people. You take advice from successful people. But it's your pride. And instead of admitting that you have pride and you have ego, you say, oh, I'm just going to wait. I'm waiting for God. You know, no, God does not care about your life. I'm like, a lot of people need to understand that. God does not care. There are kids dying in Palestine. Marry, don't marry. It don't change nothing. The sun's still going to rise. The moon going to rise. Listen, the earth going to do what it does, right? God is not going to lose his power because somehow you're not married. He's still going to be on the throne. It is your life. When you're born, they tell you there's this one thing that God gives all of us, it's free will. You can either be an active participant in making sure that you do get married, or you can stay on the sideline. But stop trying to make everything super religious. It does not impress anybody. And the more and more a person talks about God, all you're revealing about yourself that you're not a team player, you lack humility, you are extremely narcissistic. That's why most crazy people are pastors or preachers or things like that, right? Because people who are really full of themselves always want to be in positions of power. They seldom want to serve. They don't want to serve because they don't have humility. Look at me. Look at me. I know everything. I have all the answers. Oh, yeah, well, shut up. Be quiet. You have no idea what it takes to be a wife. Otherwise, you would have been one, but you're not one. So something is off. Something is off. Because I'm like, to me, I find it very asinine that people can really sit here and be like, oh, yeah, I really do believe that if I'm 41, if I'm 42, there's like a man is still going to come up. There's a man out there looking for me. Girl, please. Where have you ever seen this? Where have you ever seen this? Stop being Lulu. Where? Like, where? Like, I'm like, this is something is off over here, right? Where? In real life, how often do you see a woman in her 40s, her 50s getting married, especially for the first time, to the man that she always dreamt of? Like, be so for real. Like one time, even on Dear Wifey podcast, Latarius had this lady. She's like, oh, I didn't want to settle because she got married like in her 40s. She had a baby at 45. But come to find out, though, I'm like, girl, your husband been married 3 times. So you did settle. You married a divorcee. You waited all this time just to marry somebody else's husband from 3 times? Make it make sense. Right? He was Shantae. Shantae's more ex-husband. I can see his face. Like he's also a musician, right? But I'm like, girl, he's been married. You're the 3rd wife. Right? And you're doing it at 45. Wouldn't it have been better for you to at least try love when you're in your younger days with someone that had no baggage? But when people know that they fucked up, they have to redesign the truth to make it more palatable, because otherwise they feel like they're not good enough. I'm like, yeah, keep lying to yourself, okay? But I'm like, marrying someone who's been divorced, you're the 3rd wife. He has grown kids, right? Knowing that your husband is the ex-husband of Shantae Moore. Shantae is gorgeous AF. Okay, so it's like, I don't care what you say, you're always going to wonder why she left him, because I'm sure she filed for divorce. And when you look into this day, Shantae is gorgeous AF. Okay, so I'm like, girl, when you see who the ex-wife used to be, and then you look at yourself, you look at her, you're like, well, damn. So I'm like, you settled for her leftovers. I don't care what you say, but I guess say whatever you have to say to make yourself feel better about yourself, right? Because what you gonna say, right? But it's not ideal to have your first baby at 45 when you could have had your first baby in your 20s, in your 30s, right? To me, it's crazy. 3 times. 3 times. You're the 3rd wife. Why? Then don't sit here and tell people, oh, I didn't want to settle. You did settle because you took what you could find. Somebody's divorced twice. You're gonna be the 3rd wife, right? It's not like, oh my God, everybody's out here fighting for him. You got what you could find. Be honest with yourself. Don't sit here and tell these women, oh no, I chose not to settle. He's not brand new. He's not brand new. Exactly, he's not brand new. He's everything he's already lived. I'm pregnant. He's already been through it. He might act like, oh my gosh, I'm so surprised. But girl, it's not his first time. He's already been through it, right? If you have a son, if you get, oh, my first boy, that's not his first boy. He already had a first boy. What it feels for a man to have a son for the first time, he's already experienced that. When you go and get all your sonogram, oh my God, that's so cute. Girl, been there, done that. He's been through it all. He's experienced all of that. I guess he's just bored now, but it's like you're going through stuff for the first time. This is his 4th time doing this, his 5th time doing this. You know what I mean? It's like, where's the magic here? Because nothing is new to him. He might even know how to handle the baby better than you. He might know how to burp the baby better than you. He might know how to soothe the baby better than you because he's been there. He's done it. His older kids might even come to the house and they might know how to take care of the baby better than you. It's going to affect you. Like, what? What's wrong with me? How come when I hold my baby, he's crying, but when he holds the baby, he's not crying? Well, he's been there, done it. That's the reality. So it's like people got to be serious with themselves, right? The more you wait, you are more likely to find someone who's divorced once, divorced twice, with kids that are grown, kids that might even have your age, kids that might even have kids that are your age. It's like, it don't get better. It gets more challenging, right? So I'm like, to me, it's like, if you, in your younger age, if you find someone that has no baggage, that everything can be a first with you, like first this, first that, first this, first this, first, whatever. You know what I mean? It's better to at least try that than to sit here and lie to yourself. Oh no, I didn't want to settle. No, you either prioritize your career, you had a bad attitude, you didn't think you needed a man, and then you got really, really old, and you saw that all your friends were getting married, all your girlfriends stopped returning your calls, all the girl trips had to stop because people have kids now, people have things to do. Oh crap, I didn't prioritize being married. Now you feel left out because everybody got something going on because now they have families. Right? But do not sit here and tell these women that, oh my gosh, I did this because I didn't want to settle. Nobody dreams of being a mother at 45. Trust, I did it at 39. It's really, really exhausting. As my 3rd child, right? I'm like, I couldn't even imagine my first baby at 39. You know, there was the first few weeks and stuff, because he was like really holding on to me and like crying. I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? It's a lot, you know? But even I had to like remind myself, like, oh no, I have a baby now, right? But it's like they just stick to you. And if you've never done that, and it's your first time at 45, like I told you, when I left the hospital, my legs were so swollen. Because it gets harder with age. It doesn't get easier. Doesn't get easier. So like if you have a good heart and you mean well, you got to have these frank conversation with your fellow female group. Like, no, if you find someone that has a good 70, a good 80%, it's like, that's amazing. There's no person that's 100%. It does not exist. And if it did exist, he most likely would never marry. Because imagine the type of ladies that'll just be hovering all over him. Like, zoo, 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 zoo. Okay? 100% does not exist. It is very hard, Jennifer. You guys, I'm telling, because I didn't record myself. Y'all be like, Marlene, you guys, my legs. When I tell you, like, each leg was like this big. Like this big. My whole, like every leg was swollen. I had to walk on the size of my feet because the ball of my feet were swollen. The entire pregnancy, I had to take low dose aspirin because they were afraid I was gonna have preeclampsia. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to take I took it the whole pregnancy. Even after I had him, I was taking it in the hospital. I kept taking it. But I tell you, like 2-3 weeks out the hospital, I was completely swollen. I couldn't walk. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do? Okay, like this is crazy. But there's a reason why they tell people not to have babies at a certain age. But I'm like, for me, that's just me, Marlene. I will never sit here and be like, oh yeah, you take your time, keep waiting. You're not getting younger. Menopause is real. And when you're in your 40s, you don't know when menopause might hit you, right? Some people have early menopause. Some people have late menopause. So if you really know that you want to build a family, you can't afford to say, oh, well, I'm just waiting for God. I know. Looking for love, getting married, it is not a passive sport. It's a very active, it's a very intentional sport. Because whatever you want, there's a host of women who want the same thing. And God forbid, y'all looking for the same man. Well, I bet you whoever's more competitive gonna get the husband. It's not a passive sport. No, I just wait for God. I wait for God. No, it is not an Amazon delivery. Oh, crap, I forgot. Okay. It really is not. It's really painful. But I'm like, don't sit here and lie to these ladies like that. Because I'm like, you cannot tell me that when you found out his wife was Shantae Moore, you were like, damn, Shantae is gorgeous. So it's like, what happened? Like, did you dump her or she dumped you? What'd you do? Right? Because I'm like, me, I would think about that. I'm like, yo, she's freaking gorgeous. And you had all your kids with her. You're like, all your first you had with her, and then she left you. Like, what did you do? That's bizarre. Yeah, they really are. Man, they're trying to hurt someone. Because women, the thing about ladies, like, they don't like to be honest with themselves, right? Because they cannot help themselves and say, you know what? I made a mistake. They can't say that. Like, they just have so much pride about themselves. Like, I just can't stand that part. They have so much pride. And in doing that, they sell these false ideals to these other women. Like, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, look at me. I'm a mom at 45. I'm not going to shut up. Okay. You are pregnant at 45. Most likely you'll have a C-section. They cut your abdomen open. They cut your uterus and your abdomen. Okay. You wait too long, you might become menopausal. You might never have children because you waited too long. Why? Because, I'm waiting for the man that's 100%. He does not exist. And if he did, trust me, he would not marry. Why would he? He's 100%. Everybody wants him. What would he marry for? Think about that. So it's like, if you really want to marry, like it's like, yeah, I really want to marry, stuff like that, you really have to start being active. You have to be intentional. No one is coming to scoop you up your feet. It is not a fairy tale. Like, nobody is Rapunzel where there's a Prince Charming, going through the forest, okay, trying to slay a dragon to come to you. Like, no, it's not real life. Real life, you want something, you have to be intentional. You have to be active. You start asking your friends. You start asking family, hey, do y'all know anybody? If you ever hear, like, try to hook me up on a blind date, I sure will go, okay? Family and friends. No, I don't do dating apps, okay? I don't do dating apps, right? You know what I'm saying? You start dressing like, dress more feminine. You start smiling more. You put your makeup on. But you want to let people know, okay, I'm available. I do want to be married. Okay. All right. But I'm like, it doesn't get easier the older you get. It doesn't get easier because you're not the only one who wants to be married. So it's like the more things you have, the more things you can buy. You say, okay, well, how can I discriminate against it? Okay, I'm gonna discriminate on age, on weight, on this, on that, right? It does not get easier. So don't let people deceive you. Oh, look at her. She's so strong. She's waiting at 41. Yeah, right. She's gonna be here till she's 45, then 50. Then she gonna be, oh, well, I guess it was never meant for me. No, you were never intentional. Because you're full of yourself. You're not humble at all. You're not. When you want something, you become a student of that thing, right? You become a student. You say, you know what? I really want this. I realize I'm not good at this or I'm not good at that, but guess what? I'm gonna do what's in the best, what's in my best place, whatever, to make sure that I make it happen for myself. You become intentional, right? You have to. It's not going to fall in your lap, just like success. It's not going to fall in your lap. Your dream career, it ain't going to fall in your lap, right? Children that you want to be proud of, they're not going to just make themselves. You're going to have to raise them intentionally, right? Anything you want requires work. You can't just be passive. Oh, well, he'll just show up. Or God has bigger problems. You have what it takes to get a husband. There are books to get husbands. They have therapy classes to get a husband. They have seminars to get a husband. You don't need God's help. But a lot of times when people need to do certain things and they're like, oh no, I'm just waiting on God, right? It just lets me know you just have a bad attitude. You're not a team player. You have a big ego about yourself. You're very prideful and you don't know how to ask for help because you don't want to seem vulnerable. And that is something you have to work on. But you don't need God's help. You're not dying. Okay? You're not dying. Like there are people who are truly dying. Like there are babies at St. Jude's right now who are truly dying. Okay? They have these rare cancer that nobody knows how to resolve. Like that's where we actually need God to come help us, right? But things that you can do by yourself, by being more open, by being more active, by, learning from other people, asking for advice from other people and trying new things. Yeah, you don't need God's help. You're full of yourself. And a lot of people who use all this God language, right? It's nothing more than egocentric AF type of people. You are so arrogant. You're so arrogant. There's so much help all around you. That's why he asked you, the people that you say have a healthy relationship, right? Do you not want to be like, oh no, but you're waiting on God. God for what? God has placed people in your life that can mentor you, that can inspire you. And you're like, no, I know who I want because I want to be myself. I look up to myself. Girl, you're full of yourself. You're prideful. Because if you really love God, if you were truly led by God, you would understand like, my marriage life is really not something that I need God for. There are so many books out there. There are healthy podcasts out there that you have seminars, you have coaches, you have mentors, right? Actually, it might just be a problem. It might just come down to having money and having the time to do it more so that, I truly need a miracle. You don't need a miracle. Okay? You need to be intentional and you need to make time and you need to probably spend some money, right? But when you have babies in the NICU, right? Okay, when you have babies in the NICU, for example, who have these rare forms of cancer, you have babies that are born in 26 weeks and they're trying to keep them alive, right? Those children, they need God's intervention. Then that's something really serious. That's really serious. But it gets on my nerves when I see adults who have all their faculties. You're completely healthy. You're completely sane. You're just full of yourself. You're being a brat, right? And you want to hide behind, I'm just waiting for God. No. You don't want to just sit there and shut up. Don't tell us that you're waiting on God. Waiting on God for what? It's like saying, I took this course. I would love to have an A, but I'm waiting on God to show me how to have an A. What? These other kids who study, who go to study hall, who meet in the library, who do all their things, like you think they're waiting for God? No, there's no need for God. You made it to this college, right? You are in the class. You were able to pay your tuition. You need God for what? Take your ass and go study somewhere. Okay? Actually compete. Learn to compete. And a lot of women don't want to compete. They don't want to compete. I just wait for God. No, Get out the way. You don't want it bad enough. Move. What you talking about? Hating on who? Y'all need to stop with this whole hating stuff. Like, stop this. It's a very pedestrian, okay? It's very silly. There's nothing to hate on. She's 41. I'm not 41, okay? I'm trying to be offensive, all right? She's 41. I am 41. I'm not. There's nothing to hate on. She's very confused. She's 41 years old. She's seriously confused, okay? There's nothing to hate on. I'm trying to be funny, but okay? Exactly. Okay, but is he the only one that's laying low and laying wide? No. Does he impregnate himself? No. It takes two people to have a baby. So when he's laying low and busting the wide, a woman is also laying low and busting the wide with him, right? So these people, him and the three baby moms, they are all complicit in creating a broken family. Okay? These women are not his victims. They're not his captives. He's not a predator. He doesn't use a club and force them, oh, you go have my baby by force. No, they are willing participant, right? And most of them, I'm sure, they enjoy having sex with him. I never heard anybody say that Cam was bad in bed, right? I'm sure he's pretty good in bed. So, and I'm even sure even if he didn't have money, because a lot of guys out here don't have money, and they're able to impregnate people over and over and over and over. I see it every day on TikTok, right? I see it every day on TikTok. But I'm like, he's not forcing anybody to lay low, bust the wide, and carry his babies, right? These women are willing participants. So when you talk about creating broken homes, you also have to include these women in the equation. They also play a part in creating broken homes. Nobody's forcing them, right? My body, my choice. If they really didn't want the baby, there are ways to make sure you don't get pregnant. They want to be pregnant. They want to carry the seed of Cam Newton. They want to say, I have a baby with Cam Newton. They know, they do. So stop. Stop being fake. It's okay. Right? You don't go to sleep and wake up pregnant. No, having sex with someone is an active sport. You have to be involved. Right? If you do a doggy style, you gotta do like this. He gotta do like this. Okay? You are fully involved in this, right? If you do missionary, you are involved too. If y'all do whatever, you are involved. So stop pretending like these women are like his victims. They are not his victims. They are willing participants. They also get something out of this. They all do. Because if it was not mutually beneficial, they would not be doing this. Right? You don't have to get pregnant by Cameron. There are a lot of people who slept with him. They're not pregnant. You think he only had sex with 3 people his whole life? No, he did not. He's had sex with a multitude of women, right? Why don't we have a multitude that's pregnant? Because some women chose not to be pregnant by him. And some chose to be pregnant by him also. But if we have broken homes, the parents are complicit in creating a broken home. She don't know she need marriage. Where the freak is her dad? How did her dad raise her that she's okay out here carrying kids by a man who will marry her? Okay? Because most likely maybe her dad did the same. I don't know. But it's her culture. So it's like, stop. Exactly. I'm like, me? No. There's nothing to hate on. I actually want to help her. She got to stop being delusional. That's not being delusional. And even at her age, like 41 years old, dressing like she's an Instagram baddie, it's not going to help her. Dress demure. Dress like you want to be wife material. That's also going to help her ass. I don't have to hit on her. Me, I would, if she was my friend, if she was my big sis, I would set her straight. She'd be married by now. Then you're going to stop being delusional. And your entire Instagram, you're going to clean up your Instagram, and you're going to have your Instagram looking like somebody who really wants to be a wife. You can't look like a thirst trap and think that you're going to attract serious men. It's the same thing with a BBL, right? The worst thing a young lady can ever do to herself is to go out there and get a BBL. Yes, Maggie. Come right here. Ooh, my dress. Okay. Yeah. You know, the worst thing you can do to yourself is get a BBL. Once a woman gets a BBL, she will attract the worst type of man. Because all they want now is like a fetish. Oh, let me see how big her behind is, right? That's the worst thing you can do. So if you're a young woman and you think that one day you might want to be a wife, don't you put that stuff in your butt. Don't do it. Because once you go inflate your butt, you inflate your chest, whatever, you will never attract good people. Because all they look at you is, oh, yeah, she just want to have sex. That's all they see. You know what I'm saying? There's a time for everything. There is a season for everything. You know what I'm saying? Because just because she ate him up, as you guys would say, right? It doesn't mean that she herself doesn't need help. She also needs help. But a lot of times it's easier to see what's wrong in another person than to see what you struggle with, right? But it's like this right here, now it's too much. Hey, Beatrice, what's up? Oh, you watched the whole thing. Oh, I think I replied to your comment. Did I not? I think I did, right? You understand? But you like, oh, one day you're demure, one day you're this, you dress like this one moment, then you dress like that. You got to decide who you want to be, right? Because this says a lot about your psychology. Like, oh, you're 41 years old, but you're still like you still need validation from men because you don't really believe that you're that girl, right? But there's a way you can dress to say, okay, like, you know what? She's fine, she's beautiful, but she's very classy, right? So, oh no, she's not competing. Yes, she's competing. She is giving fashionable dresses, right? It's not demure. It's not very mindful. So I'm like, me, I would actually help her. There's no reason to be jealous. Because it's like you cannot seriously want to be married and think that, oh, the longer and longer I wait, the better. No. If you're 18, if you're 19, you're 20, you're 21, of course you have to wait like you're still a baby, right? But when you get to a certain age, like at 40 years old, like in your 40s, you should by now know what you want, what a man wants, what to look for. You should have those things type of like figured out a little bit, right? Even in your friend group, like you should be around friends that also know people who are single. You should know friends who know people who are interested. Like even your friends should be setting up on blind dates, right? You understand? But you can't like, oh no, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. You're waiting for what? You think he's going to come knock at your door and be perfect? It does not happen. This is not a movie. It is real life. It is real life. Oh, the mirror, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because people watch everything. So you gotta be very careful.
My job is to love him where he is, how he is, and pray on the ways that I don't understand, because I'm not supposed to lean onto my own understanding. I'm supposed to trust God in all his ways. And when doing that, that means I'm not looking for anything externally to idolize when I have myself in God and I know that who my husband is.
But just because, like, even that too makes no sense. Just because you have yourself and you have God, God will always put teachers on your path. God will always put like role models on your path. God will always put a coach on your path, right? God will bring people to help you. Everybody needs a helper. Everybody does. And you cannot always be in the spiritual. You actually need physical helpers. Like you need human beings, people that you can talk to, okay? And exchange with. Like you need actual people that you can talk to. It's called fellowship. And you have to know how to fellowship with other people, right? But it's like, to me, like the more I listen to her, it's like, girl, like, you're like, it's giving bitter and it's actually giving resentful. You pretend that, oh no, I'm sufficient. I don't need no help. Girl, be quiet. Because it pains you to see that other people have what you want. So you pretend that you're like, I don't really care. Well, I don't really look it up to. Yes, you do. Because maybe you do feel as though, like, maybe the more you think about it, it might be like, wow, how come I didn't have what she had? Like, how come I didn't know how to seize my opportunity, right? Because it's like, it's really bizarre to me. It's really bizarre. But whatever you desire to do, God is not going to come out of the heavens and help you, right? He will put people on your path, and it's up to you to recognize your destiny helpers. Everybody who receives destiny helpers in your life, you will have, hold on, little baby, right? In your life, you will encounter a multitude of destiny helpers, right? It is up to you to know how to embrace those people. It's up to you to receive those people, receive their counsel, receive their advice. You can take it, you cannot take it. But if you think that God's going to come out the heavenlies and just walk you through A, B, C, D, no, he is not. He is not. It's like if you're drowning somewhere and there's a person who comes with low raft to save you, you better get saved. Don't say, oh, I'm waiting for God. You're going to drown. Because God just came in that person. God always comes through a person, right? God comes through a person. You're either going to extend your little hand and say, you know what? I do need help. Can you help me? Like, yeah, I can help you, but you also have to listen, right? People, oh, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I don't really go to church. I just stay with myself. I talk to myself. Yeah, because you're not a team player, right? You're not a team player, because there's no such thing as doing religion or doing faith all by yourself. You do it with people. You have to fellowship with other people. You have to learn from other people. You have to learn to be in communion with other people. You can't do it by yourself. You can't learn to become a wife when you never seen one and you don't care to study any wife that you know. How you gonna do it? You might have a beautiful wedding though, okay? But it's not gonna last. Like it actually has to make sense.
I will feel it. I don't have to see it in someone else's world. And the other thing is we got to be careful with wanting what somebody else has from the optics, because it could look like we want this beautiful mansion and we go in that house, excuse my language, that motherfucker's more homeless than people who sleep on the street. Because just because you got 4 walls and you have a marble floors and you have a gated home and you have a 10,000 or 20,000 square foot home doesn't mean that thing ain't more homeless than the person who's in a high rise apartment or a person who's in a single apartment living in downtown LA and they're a student who's poor. Okay, that has nothing to do with it. So I'd rather have a little apartment with my husband and baby, we got wealth, than be in a big mansion like a lot of people have done and be homeless in that thing. And I'm sitting here creating this image for my people to admire me, but I'm dying in the inside. When you
you know what I mean? When I heard this part from her, I said, this woman is very jealous. Because if she really has friends who are married, she's talking about her friends. You hear me? And that's the same thing I felt about Kelly when she didn't want to answer the questions about Beyonce. Because I'm like, if that's your sister, if you love her, if you're proud of her, and you know that country music is something that she's doing for the first time and she has anxiety about it, right? Oh, wow, I'm so happy for her. I'm excited. It don't take it's not more than a minute, right? To say something positive about someone that you consider to be your sister, right? But no, Kelly shut off. She got up. She walked off. She does weird things with her body. She rolls her eyes. I'm like, girl, what is going on with you? Are you okay? You're doing a little too much, right? And I have always noticed that behavior from her. I'm like, why do you always collaborate with people? You're always in music videos. You're always doing songs with people who've been mean to Beyonce. I don't get it. Are you okay, girl? You saved, right? So for me, it's like, if you are telling us that you have friends who are married, right? You have friends who are married, and now this is how you talk about married people, right? I really think you're talking about your friends. So what are you trying to say? Because he asked you, like, do you have friends who are married? You said yes. Do you have some friends who have healthy relationships? You said yes, right? But then you say, well, there's none of them. I don't want to be like any of them. Okay, I don't want to be like none of them. And now you proceed to tell us that, well, I don't want to be married and my husband beats my ass, and I don't want to be married in a big old mansion and this man does this to me and that man does this to me. And I'm like, girl, you're talking about your friends. Because where'd you get all this from? Do that make sense, you guys? Because either your friends are, either is this way, right? You told us that you have a healthy ecosystem, right? And that you have friends also. No, because this right here, this is weird. This is jealousy. Because if you say you have friends who are healthy, you have married friends who are healthy, but then you also say you don't want to look like any of them. It's like, okay, that's bizarre. Are they healthy or are they not healthy? Right? Then you go into this whole soliloquy about, well, it's not that. That's going to be me. Da, 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 da. Then you say, well, I don't want to be married in a big house, and then he beats on me, and then you're like, dang, girl, like, I got this big old house, but I'm more lonely. Da, 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 da. I'm like, she's talking about her friends. So this is why you don't want to be like any of them, right? Because you feel as though your friends who are married, they present a very strong, powerful exterior, but once you step on the inside, it's a hot mess because some of your friends get whooped upside their heads, right? So where did she get the worst case scenario from? I'm confused. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because if her friends are healthy and married, she's not seeing that from her friend group, right? So where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? If your friends are married, they're very healthy, so none of this is happening, right? So why are we even talking about this? Why would you think this would happen to you if none of your friends have any of that? Right? But then you tell us that, oh no, you have healthy friends, but somehow you don't want to be married, and then you step in a big old house, and on the inside, the person is homeless. On the inside, the person get her ass beat, and the husband walking upside her head, womp the womp womp, womp womp. I'm like, I think she's talking about her friends. Because that would make more sense, right? the friends that you have who are married probably don't have good relationships, or maybe they told you things, right? So that's helped, like that has fueled your anxiety even more about commitment, because she does have commitment issues, right? So when you look at your friends who are married, when you see the stuff that they're going through, or when your friends do tell you stuff in private, right? You kind of judge your friends, like, you know, I'm look at her, right? People would even think that she's getting her ass beat, right? Because I don't know, to me, listening to her is giving jealousy. Because I do feel like she's talking about her friends. Because I'm like, it's really bizarre. Because if all, like, let's say you have like 5 best friends, all your best friends are married and they have healthy marriages, right? You would say, because all my friends have great marriages, their husbands are awesome, I like their husbands, they're like brothers to me, they're a really good guy, I'm really proud of them. I'm like, yo, that right there makes me believe that you can have a healthy relationship, because you are surrounded by 5 friends who have great marriages, right? But if you say to us that you have 5 friends who have great marriages, you don't want to look like any of those people, because you want something that's for you, because whatever, right? But then, you know, because you just never know, you might step into a house and then, you know, she homeless in there, or you might step on the inside and come to find out she get her ass beat, and, you know, da, da, da. Which one is it? I was like, girl. So when I heard that part, I said, nah. Her female friends need to stop telling her stuff, because she's talking about them. And we already know she can't hold water in her mouth, right? But I'm like, she's talking about her friends. She's talking about her friends. And this is why they often say to a lot of women who are married, don't be going around telling your marriage problem to your single friends. You know what I mean? Because you tell me, oh, you see, oh, well, I knew it. Well, this marriage thing ain't what it's cracked up to be, huh? Wumpty, wump, 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 blah, 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 blah. But it's like you're thinking, like, oh, she's my friend, I'm going to confide in her. Because maybe you're just going through it. You know, everybody needs to vent once in a while, right? But the whole time she's holding it against you. And I'm like, this right here shows jealousy. Because even if you're a real friend to someone, if you're a real friend to someone and she's married and you know that she's being abused, right? You will talk to her about it. Like, friend, I'm really concerned for you. I want what's best for you. I don't know. This is kind of scary, right? But the fact that you wait and you come on the show and you start like letting this stuff out, I don't know. Me, it kind of scares me. I'm like, her friends need to stop talking to her. And I know, and I hope, and I pray that most of her friends actually watch the show so they can see, you know, this is her. She's telling you she's a psychologist, so you're confiding in her, blah, blah, blah. But the whole time it's like, yeah, she's making fun of y'all. She's jealous of y'all and she's bitter. Oh, thank you, babe. So I'm like, where is all this coming from, though? Have you seen this? You know, people that are like, you know, they seem to have a great marriage, but when you walk in there, he's beating her ass, because it's like, it sounds like she saw it firsthand. So instead of trying to get arrested, like get that solved and help a friend out, you know, you're using it as like, you know, kind of like gossip for the show to prove like, oh, well, that's, and I'm like, it's giving. So this is why you don't want to have anything that your friends have, because many of them are going through things.
Talk about resources and people. I don't want no friends around me who can see me as a mansion, but let me die as a homeless person internally. I'm good. And nor do I want to be the woman who says, I want what Cam and this woman has, not knowing that when this woman goes wherever she's going, she's really speaking the real about what y'all got going, but she's not going to tell me, because she wants me to keep feeding her trauma, which is that mask and that costume she's wearing, to make people think that relationship is good. I'll pass. I'll take what God has for me, and I will continue to pray for those who I see have a healthy relationship and support them. But I don't want nothing nobody has, because it's not mine. And if it ain't yours, y'all, you can't keep it. You can't sustain it. So stop wanting things that ain't yours. Stop wanting things that don't belong to you. That's called despair. Get you some help. get you some healing, get you a sense of self, and start wanting things that are yours. And then you may not end up with a man who's beating your ass because you thought he was putting her on jets and buying her Birkin bags and taking her to nice restaurants when she was going home getting her ass beat. But
every woman who gets nice things to get her behind beat, where is she getting that from? There are a lot of men who buy nice things for their wives, don't beat their behind. Like, what are you talking about? Girl, what? Yeah, I'm like, something is off with this chick. I don't know. Something is off with her. But I'm like, to me, it gives very bitter. It gives very jealous. Because I'm like, especially her being a psychiatrist, like people go in there, they confide in you. Being a psychologist, people go there, they confide in you. And then you weaponize that like that. Make it make sense. Because that's not even, and it's not even like she's saying it out of concern. Like, oh, you know, sometimes you got to be very careful, you know, you see what I'm trying to say, Val? Something is off with this chick, right? Because, you know, like you might say things like, you know, oh, you do want to be careful who you marry because you just never know, you know, you don't want to rush into something without really knowing the person. And then you could be the victim of, you know, domestic violence, whatever. So we don't want that to happen, right? There's a way when someone says a thing where you're like, no, she's saying it out of concern, right? But then there's a way someone says a thing and it's like, not only are you weaponizing what you were told in secrecy, but you're using it to also shame a person. Oh, see, y'all thought y'all was married and y'all thought y'all was better than the rest of us who's single, but look, you getting your ass beat. You know what I mean? I'm like, is that what a psychologist should be doing? Should be weaponizing what people tell you in secrecy and using it to shame people? Because whoever she's talking about, she gonna see the show. But I'm like, she's talking about someone very specific. This is not random. And she's always felt that way about that girl, but she didn't want to tell her. But today it's like, okay, well, I think she thinks she made it because she's on a big TV show with Cam Newton. Okay, so now she's gonna let it out. But I'm like, it's a very bizarre. Exactly. Because me, if I'm surrounded by people who have healthy marriages, it's going to encourage me to believe that I too can have a healthy marriage. I'm not going to start thinking about, oh, well, what if I get beat and he walks inside my head and I'm living in a house but I'm a homeless person and womp, womp, womp. I'm like, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Unless you have friends who are married, who have great lives on the outside that you do know of, because it's Atlanta. Maybe I think she lives in Atlanta. No, she lives in LA. Wherever she lives. Maybe she lives in Atlanta. I don't know. Right? But I'm like, she's talking about somebody's personal that she knows. Gonna be homeless. I'm like, what? What are you even talking about? What is she talking about? Right? But there's a way to say things that, to me, there's a way to say things that show that you have concern. Like, you know, you don't want to rush into marriage. You want to really make sure that you know who you're getting married to, because God forbid you made a mistake and this person is not who they say they, you know, is not who they, you know, they pretended to be all the time, right? That's really scary. You know what I'm saying? So take your time, right? But the way she's saying it, it's like, it is very personal. Like it's directed at a person or a few persons. It's personal. It's weaponized and it's shaming a person. And I'm like, I hope her friends are watching this and they realize, like, y'all gotta stop talking to this lady. Because she's not in a good place. She's not in a good place. She is not. I'm like, her entire page screams desperation. Okay. She's not in a good place. She's not in a good place. I'm like, girl, you are not in a good place. You are truly hurt. You are truly unhealed and you are truly bitter. It don't look good on you. And if it triggers you to be all around these like married girls, like you don't have to be friends with them, right? Because sometimes maybe when you don't have a thing and you're close to people who have the thing that you want, it can be triggering. I mean, I don't think so. I think most people know, but because they want what they want, they pretend not to see it, you know? But I'm like, it felt really personal to me. I'm like, dang.
You wanted it though, right? Be careful what you ask for. Start asking God, reveal to me what I'm saying I want. So I understand the transparency of it. God, reveal to me.
And the other thing is where she's like all this God stuff. She wants to seem so religious. It's like, girl, from the way you showed up, it's not giving that you have a personal connection with God. Like all your titties are out in that man's face. God ain't in this. He's not in the room with y'all. Okay, God is not in the room with y'all. Okay, if God really led you and moved you, you wouldn't have dressed like this. It's ridiculous. So that's one. Number two, just because God actually gives you something doesn't mean you're not gonna have challenges. Okay, God give you the job that you want. It could be the perfect job for you. It can have challenges that come with it, right? It's human life, right? You can find your person. You're gonna have challenges. Something being ordained or blessed by God does not mean it's a walk in the park, right? Everything worth having is going to have a price. It's going to involve sacrifice. But the thing is, if it's God ordained, it will be worth it. It'll be worth the price and it'll be worth the sacrifice, right? But nothing worth having comes easy. Even a baby, you carry the baby for 9 months, then you got to go through labor where you suffer. You suffer and you suffer. You have all these labor pains. Like you have all, oh my gosh. You have all these contractions. Okay, the epidural is painful as heck. You're like, I'm never going to do this again. Okay, then you got to push the baby out, right? But it's a very painful process to birth your own child. Like, what is this? Okay, but once the baby comes out, oh, I want another baby, right? Nothing worth having comes easy, right? You can get into your hold on, baby, right? You can get into your favorite university, right? But having a bachelor's degree, it's not going to be easy. You will have challenges, right? If you do a master's, it's not going to be easy. You do a PhD, it's not going to be easy, right? So just because God gives you something, just because something is favored by God or something is anointed by God, does not mean that you're not going to have your fair share of challenges, right? The Bible even says so. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord will deliver you. But you will be afflicted. To be a Christian is not a promise of a drama-free life, a pain-free life, a struggle-free life. Absolutely not. Right? Even Job was tested really harshly. So it's like, who are you not to go through stuff, right? Even Jesus went on the cross. So she has to understand that just because something is ordained by God, just because God gives you something, it does not mean there's not going to be some type of struggle associated with it. But whatever you pay, whatever price you have to pay, whatever sacrifices you have to make, if it is from God, it will be worth it. It's going to be worth it. You know, if you're going to be married for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, people have challenges. Okay. There's not a thing. I don't know what couple out here have been married for years and never had any type of trouble, drama, issues. It happens. Okay. It will continue to happen. You can't avoid it. What you can do is become better at forgiving, okay? Better at talking, better at, letting things go, right? How you handle things gets better. But to say that you're going to have a life that's drama-free because it came from God, no, that's not how life works, okay? That's not how life works. You can pray for your dream career, and that too will come with a sets of challenges. That's just how life is, and you have to accept that. And the sooner you accept it, the better you're going to be. All right.
To me, what's mine, so I can have that. And I don't end up praying to you to get out of it. And I don't rush to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama or a baby daddy.
You see, shame.
We don't want what nobody else has. We want what's ours.
Shame.
Because that is good enough.
It's shame. That's why he's not even listening to her. He's like, you take a whole bunch of nothing, right? Oh, we don't want to rush to the altar just to end up divorcee. Okay. But you've also rushed in bed with people too and had sex and nothing came of it. Right? So it's like, even people, I'm going to say this, right? Even people who rush to the altar and end up getting divorced. I mean, it would have been ideal if they took their time, but I do commend them for trying to have a union. Right? You for whatever you say, but it's like you also like, are you celibate? Most likely not. Are you a virgin? Most likely not. Okay. You probably slept with a whole lot of people, right? So that's the choice you made. You whether, I'll put my shoes on, I have my shoes on. Yeah, it's getting promiscuous, right? Cool. That's the choice that you made. But I'm like somebody who at least tries to be monogamous and somebody who tries to make a vow, even if they end up divorced, at least we can say they tried. There are people who don't even try, just impregnate people like this one over here. Okay. But at least they tried. They tried. It just didn't work out. It's life. Learn from it. Next time, do better. But it's like, what have you tried though? You haven't tried anything. You're still doing the same thing and expecting different results, right? And that's why you're 41. Okay. Make it make sense. But a person who tried, we'll be like, okay, at least you tried. You tried, just didn't work out. No, because he's like, because she thinks she's so smart. It's like, no, you're not. Because I'm like, I feel like for him, where he's coming from, right? The way he lives his life because he's not stupid. He might look stupid, but he's not stupid, right? His parents are married. So in his life, he has role models, right? He's very close to his mom. So he knows what a wife is. So all the stuff you're talking about, you can't impress him with that because he already has his mother. His mother is married. His mother has been married. She has more success in marriage than you. You're just rambling for the internet. So he's like, okay, sure, just talk, right? Because he knows he already has a mother. His mother is married to a preacher. Okay, how old is he? Like 40 or something, or 50 something, whatever he is. His mom has been married his whole life, right? So it's like her, whatever she's saying with her 41 years of life, she cannot impress him because she's never been married. She's just rambling because she thinks she knows what it is to be married. She does not. Exactly. So it's like this is nothing to him. So okay, girl, just go ahead and talk. It's like that one time when I show you all the video with the scammer guy, Jay. What's his name? Jay, the guy who had the Tulsa fund. He was raising money. He raised like 14 million. Jay Morrison, there you go, right? Jay Morrison, he raised like 14 million, the Tulsa fund, right? They invited him to this event, right? And there was like, who was there? Like the black guy who has all the dealerships, like the BMW and Mercedes dealership. And he also has oh my gosh, what's that fancy car? Bugatti. No, it's not Bugatti. No. It's some like, I don't know. Oh no. What's that car? The flat one. Oh my god. I almost call it Avatar. What is that car? What is that car? But anyways, he has a lot of he has Lambos. There you go. He has Mercedes, BMWs, and he has Lambo dealerships here in the DMV, right? So he was on there, and then Mr. Pebbles, Don Pebbles was there, the billionaire. He was there. So they gave Jay Morrison the mic. You would think he would have enough sense about himself to be like, you know what? I'm actually the poorest one in the room. Let me just say hi and give the mic right back. No, he held onto the mic for almost like 30 minutes. I'm like, shut the hell up. We're not here for you. Like $14 million. These men are not impressed by $14 million. Be quiet. Okay? He wouldn't stop talking. I'm like, you are insane. You got to know how to read the room. Like sometimes when you step into certain rooms, you have to assess who's there and you have to know how to make yourself small. It's okay. Like for your little friend group, your little 14 million might be impressive, right? Mr. Pebbles, he does real estate deals in the billions of dollars. What's $14 million to a billionaire, right? The other black man with all the fancy dealerships, I'm like, he probably does $14 million in sales every month. So when you're around people who are older than you, way more experienced than you, make way more what you make, they actually work. You had to fundraise the money. They earn their money. Right? And today, Jay Morrison is bankrupt. He lost all the money. He has no more money. But guess what? Mr. Pebbles still has money, right? Because he never had to fundraise his million. He's a billionaire. You look at the other black man with the dealership also, he probably makes like $14 million a month because he's a real businessman. He's not pretending to be. So when they give you the mic, right, have enough respect for yourself to be like, you know what? I'm just going to talk for like 3 minutes. I'm going to give the mic right back. Because I'm actually a student here, right? I'm here to learn. I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm not here to brag about myself because whatever you think you have, these people have like 100 times that. Sit your ass down somewhere, okay? Sit down somewhere and humble yourself. It's okay. There are certain rooms when you walk in these rooms, you'll be the big dog. It happens. There are other rooms when you walk in, you need to sit down somewhere because you're a nobody. And it's okay. And that's the same thing I said about Kelly Rowland. People got mad at me. I said, no. In her head, or like at the house, she might be like, oh yeah, Beyonce is my sister. No problem, okay? But when it comes to your career, Beyonce is not your equal. Beyonce is not your equal. You are not equal to Beyonce. So don't walk around here when you step outside your house. If you girls are inside the house, you can say, oh, that's my sister. Wumpty wump wump. Y'all can argue, whatever, fine. Y'all sisters, right? When you step outside your house, You're not, like Beyonce is not your equal. Work ethics, achievements, career, money, status, you're not equal. So what they do to you, they will never do to Beyonce. And you have to understand that. Why? Because Beyonce worked really hard to not be basic. Okay? She worked really hard to not be average. Okay? So you can't go on, but they would never do that to Beyonce. Exactly. Because Beyonce worked hard just so they would never do that to her. You got comfortable. So that's why it's happening to you. But it wouldn't happen to Beyonce though, would it? Exactly. Make sense? So I'm like, sometimes like when you talk also, you gotta be mindful like what room you're in and who's in the room with you. Like, maybe I should talk less. Because when it comes to this thing right here, I don't know as much as other people do. And it's okay. There'll be other rooms when you can lead the conversation. Right? But there are other rooms, shut up. This is not the place. This is not the day. But Jay Morrison, I had secondhand embarrassment for him. I'm like, you insane. Oh my gosh, it's such an honor to be here. I'm Jay Morrison. It's a pleasure. Mr. Pebbles, Mr. So-and-so, I'm going to give you all the mic because we're all here to learn from y'all because you got some icons. So there you go. Have the mic. Okay? I'm not talking a whole bunch. Because $14 million. For $14 million, you're going to talk for 35 minutes like this? Okay? And on top of that, too, like these men, the actual rich one, the ones we actually came here for, they start off so politely, well, thank you for having us, blah, blah, blah. Okay? You don't even make this kind of money. You're so pompous. Like, sit your ass down somewhere. Okay? Like, no. Let's go.
I caught that pic.
You caught the pic. Just because you talking loud, just because
I wasn't loud.
Just because your voice is inflected.
I wasn't loud.
Just because you're leaning forward to your camera.
I wasn't loud.
Doesn't mean you just caught a pic.
I'm talking to my people.
All I'm trying to say is you took something completely out of context when I said your resources around you that you said.
Yes. We cleared that up though.
Yeah, but the resources that you have around you of healthy relationships,
they are.
Not that you want that. You said, you took what I said and I said, I want that, but it's not, I want what they have.
I don't.
It's more of an admiration for what they have. No. And it's like, I admire that about their relationship.
There you go. Now, hold on. Because the latter part, admire how they are as women. I have married girlfriends who I do admire their relationship, meaning I love that it's healthy for you. I love that you and him
but
are
you're
doing
talking about
this.
mansions and beating and all that.
Cam,
I ain't mentioned none of that. I just said,
Cam, if it went over your dreadlocks, bring it back.
But you're talking about you catching pics, but you just over here
you see how she talked about his hair. You see this? If it went over your dreadlocks. What in the world? But if he said if it went over your inches or your extensions, right? Like what in the world? Why are you talking like what? If it went over your dreadlocks, girl, what? I'm like, this goes insane. I'm like, you've been the most remedial in this entire conversation. Everything he said, you've missed. Okay, with all your inches. Okay, you've missed everything by a yard. Like, okay, be so for real. Like everything he said, he's asked you where you're from. You went on a 20 minutes soliloquy about your whole life. Nobody asked you all that, sis. Okay? He's asking you a question. You never actually answer the question. You just ramble. Now you have the audacity to say to him, if it went over your dreads. Like, what are we even talking about? Girl, he's not your friend. He is not your friend. Right? And that's why I said a lot of people don't know boundaries. Oh, really? You see, a lot of people don't know boundaries. And that's why I'm telling y'all, you can't buy class. He is not your friend. He invited you on his show, but you're not his friend. Y'all don't have that relationship yet. For you to try to be shady, do all this microaggression business. Like, it went over your dreads. Like, what are you talking about? But if he says something back, though, it's going to be a problem. Right? That's why I say a lot of people are really comfortable being disrespectful. Yeah. You don't have to say all that. He's telling you. Every time he asks you a specific question, okay. Every time he's asking you a specific question, you don't even answer the question. You go and you rant, and he just lets you talk. If it went over your dreads. I was like, this one is insane.
Cam, we're not on the football field. Let's bring it back here.
Yeah,
I
but you
took it
used
to the
that
football
enough.
field. I'm sorry. We're back here. I brought it back, baby. I'm
Say
sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm not fleeing. I'm here.
Say less.
I'm here.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So all I was saying is you saying that that's what I like is more of a wordplay to saying I admire what they have and I want to implement that into my relationship as well. Single people can't coach relationship people. And I think that is what happens too often. So when I'm asking questions about resources, when I'm asking questions about you, hard yes for a married man, I'm saying I'm triggered when I hear that as a man.
Yeah.
When I ask you, do you have healthy marriages that you've seen, witnessed, been a part of, or admired? And you clearly said no.
And I clearly said yes. But my admiration doesn't go as far as, in your exact words, I would want that. No, I don't want anything that somebody else is. I want to help them have more of the good stuff.
Okay.
Okay. But in the sense of, you know, again, people who are doing well, married or not. But I want to go back to what you said is triggering to you, because I love that you said that. And a lot of people think that, you know, and it's not wrong. I get it. You know, a single woman.
I told y'all, me, Marlene, I had to rethink my ways a lot about I had to I had to go over the things I used to think about, like the way I used to look at things, like a lot of my perspectives and paradigms. Like I had to really go over them, right? That's why I told you, like when I think about Common, because growing up, I always felt like he was an F-boy. I'm like, this dude, he's not serious. Like Common does not marry people. You know, Common just dates and breaks up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I've always felt that way about him. But then one day I looked at him differently, like, is he really the problem? Or is the way these ladies carry themselves in their relationship with him, that's actually the problem? And so he's like, yeah, I'm out. Because I'm not about to argue with you back and forth. And I have to say, like, you know, I'm starting to recognize that could be a thing. You know, because some men are not going to argue with you. Because I feel like if you're someone that you have a lot to lose, especially like in America, like, you know, if a woman, like look at Jonathan Majors, right? If a woman calls the police on you, if a woman accuses you of, you know, domestic violence, or the other one's emotional abuse, like they love that shit. Like, oh, he was emotionally abusive, right? Emotionally abusive. Okay, what does that even mean? What does that mean, right? But a lot of people, a lot of women will weaponize emotional abuse. So it's like, it doesn't matter, because then people look at you and they're like, yeah, he's an abuser. Okay, because whether it's physical, whether it's emotional, it don't matter. Like once people put that word abuser on you, like it sticks, right? And I'm like, I can see how some ladies, they just can't not have the last word. They got to have the last word. They have to be right. They always have to win. So I can see how some men might be like, you know what, I'm out. Because I have too much to lose. Because God forbid you say something or you accuse me of this, and that, my life is over. So I'm leaving. But I was really looking at Common. I'm like, is he really the problem? Or are these girls also like quite problematic? You know? Because some people are not going to go back and forth with you. They don't have time for that. I think that's why you probably asked her the question about like being high frequency, right? Because I'm like, people are not going to go back and forth with you. Every time she does not answer the question and he tells her, you didn't answer the question I asked you. Instead of saying like, oh my gosh, I thought I did. I apologize. Can you ask me the question again? No, she wants to argue about how she did answer the question, but he's just not smart enough to understand what she's saying. Oh, did it go over your dress? I'm like, girl, it's not just him. Even us, we're sitting here watching, like we're confused, right? You're not answering the questions because you have a hard time staying on the question. You ramble. You go like, I'm like, you're going ever which way, but you're not answering the question. So apologize. Like I apologize. I thought I had answered the question, but obviously I didn't. Okay, so can you please tell me what the question is again? And then you try again. But no, you have to be right. So after a while, like it gets annoying because even me, Martin, I'm like, I ain't got time for this. This is ridiculous, right? It's okay to say, you know what? My bad. But you don't even have it in you to apologize. Yeah, she has a lot of pride. She has a lot of pride. And so I was like, I wonder, like, with all the girls that come and dated, maybe they were very argumentative. Maybe they were extra. And he's like, you know what? I'm a cool dude. Like, I don't want no problem. You want to be right? You can be right by yourself. I'm out. Because not everybody's going to argue with you. There's an age for everything. Like, you get to a certain age, you don't have time for certain things. Because it's like, it's way beneath me. Like, there's stuff I did when I was like in my 20s. I'm not doing that at 39. I don't have time for this. You know what I'm saying? I do not have time for this. You know, there's a person who said to me, oh, Marlene, like, can I have your number so we can talk, whatever? I said, nah. Because let's just keep it in the DMs. I don't want you. I know. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Nope. Because you get to a certain age, you're like, nope. I don't have time for this. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But even if a man attracts you, you also have to know how to secure your relationship, right? You understand? Because when you're with a person, like I said, you have to know how to read your person. You got to read your person. If you talk too much, you might want to stop. He might like you. You know, up to a certain point, you're over talking, he might tolerate that. Like, okay, like, you know, this is who she is. But at some point, stop talking so damn much too. Like, girl, like, come on now. Some days talk less. Okay. It's not gonna kill you. Get yourself a journal. All right. But it's like, attract each other or not. But I'm like, at some point, if you really want to stay, you're gonna have to learn to secure your relationship. And maybe, I don't know if you're going to stay with Jennifer Hudson, but I do feel like Jennifer also maybe having like gone through a divorce also, you know, maybe that was like, it humbled her. Maybe it changed her. So now that she's in a new relationship, she's probably more like wifey material now because she lost the first one. Then she had to pay child support. Then she lost custody. So maybe all those things have humbled her. You know, because some people, if you don't learn the easy way, you're going to have to learn it the hard way. Right? But I can only imagine being in a relationship with, what's that girl? What is her name? The comedian girl. What's her name? I can see her face. Yeah, what is her name? Tiffany Haddish. There you go. Right? Okay, like you're crazy, but up to a point, it's like, okay, like, come on now. Like, okay, get it together now. You're grown. But I'm like, I don't know. It's like, it's a lot. Now you're doing this whole microaggression stuff. I'm like, nah, that's crazy.
Or even a woman with no kids. How can she coach or therapy a woman who is a mother? Or a single woman, how can she coach or therapy or help or be a psychologist with people who are having marital issues?
You're single.
I'm single.
Okay.
Yes, I'm single. And so I love what you're saying because I don't know what other therapists, psychologists, or coaches do, but I don't coach married couples. Stick with me. People come to me who are married. I'm helping each of them process their own stuff. Because what a marriage is, and your mama will know it because she's a church woman, and from what she said beyond wise,
years
right?
Of marriage.
And even what she said about marriage, everybody want to go to heaven, but you know, there's a lot of hell in it. And love that she said that. Marriage, like the Bible says, is cleaving. Cleaving does this. Cleaving does this. Cleaving.
Like, even that is a bunch of bullshit. To be over here with all your chest out and talk about the Bible, that's diabolical. That's just nasty work. That's number one. Number two, if you believe so much in the Bible, you would have been married. Hello, somebody. Right? If you believed in the Bible, you would already be a wife. Right? So like you keep talking like the Bible. Girl, you keep doing everything the Bible tells you not to do. Right? So once again, all this religious talk is fugazi. It's like, who are you trying to impress with that? It don't make no sense. See, his mama is a Christian, right? She believes in the Bible. The lady married. She's been married for 39 years because she believes in the Bible. Right? You can't say, oh, I read the Bible. I believe in the Bible. I'm a Christian. What is this? I don't know. Number two, it's like, oh, I'm still waiting for a husband at 41. He's like, his mom been married for 39. So how, she was married, what, like at 20, 19? Maybe she was married, right? And guess what? She made it work. Because she believes in the Bible. So once again, a humble person would say to herself, right? I have never been married. So how can I coach people who are married? I have no experience in marriage. No, she wants to try to justify why her, who's never been married, is qualified to train, to coach married people. Because she's the smartest one in the room. Like, seriously? Seriously? Like, no, seriously, we're almost done. We just do like 42 more minutes. We gotta go. We'll be back tomorrow. It's okay to say, I just don't do, like, you can have your practice and just focus on single people. That's it. Why would you want to go coach married people? You're not married. And you see, that's exactly what JD Vance was saying, right? That people who don't have children, who chose to prioritize their career, chose to raise pets, but they want to go run for jobs that involve making laws for people with children. How's that fair? You don't have kids. So whatever law you pass, you're not going to be as mindful of those laws because it won't affect your children, right? Because if your kids stood to be affected by whatever decision you made, I promise you, you have to think long and hard before you made those decisions because you love your kids. But when you don't have kids, do you really care what happens to somebody else's child? No, you don't. Right? So if you're not married, you have no business coaching married people. You have no experience. Right? So you should be a coach of single ladies who want to stay single, I guess, wait forever. But it's like you're not child. You haven't done this. It's like somebody saying to you, like, oh, I never trained anyone for a marathon. I mean, I go to the gym sometimes, but I think I have what it takes to train you to do a marathon. No, you've never done one. Because training for a marathon is very, very specific, right? And people like coaches for marathon, that's all they do. It's like they just train people to run marathons. They plan your whole thing. And if you do what they tell you to do, guess what? You're successful. Why? Because such a coach has experience in training a lot of people into running marathons, right? Like Nick Bear, I love Nick Bear, right? When it's time for him to run a marathon, he has a specific coach just for that. Okay, he hired the man just for that. Like the man, like he designs it, everything. He's like, because he was trying to go like sub 3, like less than 3 hours, right, for a full marathon. The man, like, he designed it, everything. And then he would show up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. These white people out here running like crazy, right? And I'm like, that's what a coach does. A coach gets you to the finish line because they have success with themselves. They've ran marathons before. They've ran it multiple times. They coach other people. They've been quite successful, right? You yourself, you have no track record of being successful at marriage. So how can you coach other people? Right? Just because you go to the gym and you can work out a little bit does not mean that you can also be a trainer. You're not there yet. Right? To be a trainer is something really specific. You actually study the body, you study muscles, you've done it yourself, you have results, okay? Your body looks like you know how to train. There are other people that you have successfully trained, right? But I'm like, marriage is just way too important. Like, marriage is just way too sacred to play these goofy games like that, right? It's very sacred. It's people's lives with their children. And it's like, honestly, if you've never done this, you yourself never done this, you've never done this successfully, right? Makes sense? You should say to yourself, like, you know what? I can't do this. Exactly. She's just yapping. And people will have more respect for you if you say, you know what? I don't know how to do it. But some people feel as though, oh no, I always have to say that I know how to do something. No, you don't. And it's okay. It's okay. Just like even here on social media, it's always, like, for the most part, men and women, it's always people who are not married who always want to give other people marriage advice. And like, but how would you know what actually works though? Because if you knew what works, how come you haven't done it? Where's your marriage? Okay. But it's always bunch of successful, like bunch of single ladies who've had multiple relationships, dated for a very long time. It led to nowhere but a breakup. Okay. Now, oh, well, I know what a man wants. I know what a man likes. You don't have one. You've never been married. It's okay. You actually need to be a student of someone who's actually been married. You have not been married. So why are you sitting here giving this young lady advice? Sharon, I don't know what you're writing, Sharon. I don't know. Maybe you're asleep. Yeah. Like, where is it? Like me, like a guy who talks about marriage, honestly, if you're not married, I don't take you seriously. I'm like, okay, you have all this great advice to give. You know what I mean? Why aren't you married? Oh, fellas, look for this, look for that. Okay, where is your wife, sir? Where is your wife? So until you're ready to take on the mantle of being a husband, please be quiet. Right? Because anybody can talk. It's hard to do, right? Go do it. It's just like people who climb mountains, right? They train really hard. A random person cannot coach you to be a mountain climber. You cannot do it. Like, what? Somebody gonna die. What are you doing? It is real. You know what I mean? Today, anybody, like, they have a weight loss. All of a sudden, they want to write a weight loss plan, like recipes for people. It's like, what do you know about nutrition, though? You went to school for this, okay? Social media makes people feel like, oh, because I can talk into a camera and a few people or thousands of people listen, oh, I'm an expert. No, you are not. We're talking about people's lives. We are talking about people's relationships. We are talking about something very sacred. Marriage is very sacred. It's not to be played with, right? You've never been married, but somehow you want to go counsel married people. And now here you are. You're using the stuff that you know about people and you're weaponizing it to shame them. And even that too is a reason why married people should not go to you. Because another married person, she wouldn't have said this. And then you go in the house and he gonna beat you upside the head and he walk upside your head. Like, what is all this? As if you can't be single in a relationship and get your ass beat up also. Anybody can get beat up. Sharon, what are you writing? Are you asleep? Okay. What exactly are you writing? I'm gonna have to send you the timeout. What are you writing? Everything you write is so incoherent. Okay. Write properly. I don't know what you're writing. But it's really, really serious because there are children involved. There's money involved. There are families involved. Like, it's people's livelihood. So don't play like that with people because it's very real. Because you're going to mentor people with your non-having experience ass. Next thing you know, they get a divorce. Next thing you know, kids are going over here. The kids are going over there. And you have no idea how it affects children. You don't know. There's so much you don't know because you've never been married. Because you're too scared to do it. But yet you want to coach people to do it. Girl, bye. You're insane. It's insane. Let's give her 2 more minutes and we got to go to bed.
Doesn't do this. And so when people come to me married, they're doing similar to Mama's statement. They're coming to me like this. And so I'm not counseling married couples. I'm counseling individuals who are coming with so many issues within themselves that they married on paper, but they ain't never even had a chance to be married mentally, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, intellectually in any way. But what happens is, as I help them as individuals process through their traumas and their pain and their intergenerational issues, they magically either usually cleave.
So your method doesn't work then. Because why are we talking about magic? So your stuff is like, it's like, I don't know, it's hit or miss. Why? Either you have a method or you don't. Why are we talking about magic? It's hocus pocus. So you're guessing, you see? Why are we talking about magic? Because all of this right here is nothing more than some hocus pocus bullshit. Because like either you know what you're doing or you don't know what you're doing, right? But there's no reason to say, oh, it's like magic. There is no magic. Either there's a abracadabra, exactly. Either there's a sound method to this or you're just guessing. And most likely you're just guessing, right? And my thing is also, let me also say this, right? Then we're going to go, right? Let me also say this. Any woman who is married and going through problems with her husband or husband vice versa should never take a psychologist or whatever who's a single woman, okay, who has a very like, I don't know, the type of Instagram that she has. Because imagine a man has an issue with his wife and you going to go to her office, she going to be dressed like this. Knowing that you got issues with your wife, she going to dress like this. And then she going to try to talk to your husband about, oh, so are you fulfilled sexually? Is that what she said? They what? What'd she say? Hold on. What'd she say? Hold on.
You're single.
I'm single.
Okay.
Yes, I'm single. And so I love what you're saying because I don't know what other therapists, psychologists, or coaches do, but I don't coach married couples. Stick with me. People come to me who are married. I'm helping each of them process their own stuff because
who are you helping more? And my thing, how can you help them separately? They are married. It's a unit. So you're going to separate the wife. These people are already having trouble, right? They're already having trouble. You're going to separate the wife from the husband. This girl is sick. You're going to separate the wife from the husband. Then you're going to deal with this lady's husband by yourself. And she's not there. Right? And then you're going to deal with this woman by herself. And her husband not there. Because you don't think we see your spirit of Jezebel? Like she's insane. What woman? I'm like any woman who goes to her with her husband and you allow her to talk to your husband about his because psychology is like, it's the study of the mind. It's very, very intimate, right? It is very intimate. It is the study of the mind. Okay. Psyche, logo, psychology. Okay. You go let this woman be by herself with your husband. Because what happens when he's done with his session? Because she's going to dress like that for the session. And then most likely he going to want to go on her Instagram. Then he going to see all this stuff. You're already having trouble. She's talking to him. So what about your sexual life? Do you think that? Oh, hell no. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Okay? That makes no sense. It is a couple. They come together as a couple. They leave as a couple. You want to help them? You help them both. Because they have to know how to fix things together. Not fix things separately. They're a unit. And that has to go through their heads. Okay? Like, what in the world? So who knows what you're saying to the husband? And then who knows what you're telling the wife? Oh, girl, do you really want to stay there? Well, you know, maybe you can find better. And who's going to be you? I don't think so. You are crazy. This woman is insane. She really is insane. Imagine somebody bringing her their husband. You will be goofy as hell. Let me find out you brought your husband to her. That is insanity. Like, y'all came here together. You're going to leave here together. Right? Because you are a couple. Like, you have to learn how to work this out. But I'm like, to me, like, seeing a psychologist or seeing a therapist, like, it is so intimate. It is so vulnerable. And you're already not doing well with your marriage. Right? And she knows she's attractive too, right? But I'm like, so my husband going to come in there, you going to have all of this? Or like, your whatever? Girl, please. I know.
marriages, and your mama will know it because she's a church woman, and from what she said beyond
39
wise,
years
right?
of marriage.
And even what she said about marriage, everybody want to go to heaven, but you know there's a lot of hell in it. And love that she said that. Marriage, like the Bible says, is cleaving. Cleaving does this.
Then where's your husband?
Cleaving does this. Cleaving doesn't do this. And so when people come to me married, they're doing similar to Mama's statement. They're coming to me like this. And so I'm not counseling married couples. I'm counseling individuals who are coming with so many issues within themselves.
Hold on, but you don't make sense because you said what? You said marriage.
There's a lot of hell in it, and love that. She said that. Marriage, like the Bible says, is cleaving.
Marriage.
Cleaving does this.
Okay. So marriage, so okay, listen to her, right? This lady is a walking contradiction. So you're saying that when you marry, marriage does what? The Bible says it does this. Okay, so it's a unit. They come together as one, right? They come together as one. Okay. But somehow when they work with you, what happens?
Cleaving does this.
Okay, two coming together as one. Okay.
Cleaving doesn't do this.
It doesn't do this.
And so
cleaving does not do two separate people because you're one. Okay.
People come to me, married.
Okay, cleaved.
They're doing similar to Mama's statement. They're coming to me like this. And so I'm not counseling married couples.
Oh, so you don't counsel the cleave. Okay. You do what?
I'm counseling individuals who are coming.
But didn't you say don't do this? But now you're doing this. You see? Don't make no sense. I rebuke this. Oh my
with
God.
So many issues within themselves that they married on paper, but they ain't never even had a chance to be married mentally, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, intellectually in any way. But what happens is, as I help them as individuals process through their traumas and their pain and their intergenerational issues, they magically either usually cleave or, not many, but some, depart. Because you cannot cleave without shedding. And the shedding that cleaving takes is the shedding of your stuff.
How would you know that? You never cleaved unto anyone. So sometimes you can go there and you do her therapy, you come out, you're no longer married. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Ego, your emotions, your trauma, your pain pockets. And when you shed of that, the cleaving was already waiting there for you. So it's not that anyone, even other therapists, are teaching married people how to cleave or be married. They're really breaking down the barriers that people have that are keeping them from being loving or in love, or like Mom said, keeping them from going not only to heaven, but sometimes taking that detour to hell just to get to heaven again, just to get back to hell, to get back to heaven. Yeah. And so I don't teach them how to be married because I don't think that's something that can be taught. I think that comes through each individual marriage couple, because there's not one way to do it. I'm helping them break down the barriers that are keeping them from what they really want, which is to be safe, to be in love, to go to this heaven space, but to learn how to have the bandwidth to get through the journey of hell that comes as well.
Yeah, I must ask this question because I'm a product of this.
Yeah.
Has your profession affected your outlook on a relationship?
100%.
How?
Team, it's been a grind, but I think
I don't do
well.
Maybe.
Some might say perfect. Who's ready
I use
to show
performance
who's the
I'll show you guys
cheesiest?
next
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Rich melanin skin deserves an antiperspirant that evens tone. New Shea Moisture Antiperspirant Deodorants.
I must ask this question because I'm a product of this.
Yeah.
It don't fit.
Has your profession affected your outlook on a relationship?
100%.
How?
Rich melanin skin deserves all-day odor protection. New Shea Moisture Whole Body Deodorants.
My husband will be very, very grateful to all of my clients these past 16, 17 years because my female clients have helped shape me to have more compassion. It has helped shape me to have better understanding of the pressures and the seasons that come in motherhood, that come in marriage. And my male clients, particularly my Black male clients, the married ones, have really gave me insight on the weight that comes with being a husband, being a father, how much they really are giving their all and trying their best, but it looks different to her. And so learning how to read and communicate, Cam, what does it mean when you text me randomly throughout the day and just say, what are you doing? Is that a message? What are you doing? Is that a message where you're just trying to tell me, baby, I love you, but you didn't say the words? So if I know that what are you doing means I love you, as your wife, the Bible says, love you by knowledge of you, not understanding, knowledge. I now know how to code that. So that helps me not personalize, but you ain't doing it my way. But you didn't say, I love you. And you saying, but baby, I say what you're doing, and that means I love you. So my clients have helped me dissipate my ego. And they have helped me not only gain a sense of self, but understand the different languages that men can speak. Also, it's allowed me to have more compassion and break my fairy tale ideology that women have. I always say this, men get married.
She said the Bible says to love you by knowledge of you. The Bible doesn't say that. What is she talking about? This is just making stuff up. I told her she's a pseudo-intellectual. The Bible doesn't say that. Love you by knowledge of you? No. It's not in the Bible. She doesn't even read the Bible. I mean, it is my prayer that you may love, that your love may abound more and more in knowledge and depth of insight, so that you may be able to discern what is best and pure and blameless for the day of Christ, filled with the fruit of righteousness that comes through Jesus Christ, the glory and praise of God. I'm like, the Bible doesn't say that. Does not say that.
And become a father and go, oh, shoot. Okay. I didn't know it was going to take all of this. Game time. Let me try to figure this out. Let me try to see if I can do this and do that and get the card and do this and love her more and balance all this. Women, we meet you and we're like, our idea and our fairy tale is you are Prince Charming, honey. And then we try to get you to fit Prince Charming. And the more you don't fit it, the more y'all end up in my office going, but he doesn't do this. Well, has he ever did it? No, but I always just thought my husband would. Your husband or this man? So are you getting to know who you with? Or are you making this man fit this fairy tale ideology that doesn't even exist anyways? And so women come and lead with fit this, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here and I'm going to learn how to be the best I can for you. No. And then women do what?
No,
that's taking too long. You're not getting there because you haven't fit the box of the fairy tale. So for me, it's helped me break down what all of my clients know. Y'all know I call it the fairy tale ideology. And I'm not exaggerating, Cam. I want to say 100%, but I'm going to go 99.9% of women who come in my office, I'm having to work on breaking their fairy tale ideology of their husband. And hold on, let me say this. To his defense, they almost always have an amazing husband. But because his amazingness doesn't fit her idea of amazing, guess what? He ain't shit.
She sent a whole bunch of nothing. So the lady's coming to her office with a fantasy of Prince Charming. But yet she's sitting here telling us that she's 41 years old and she's still waiting. Is she talking about herself? I'm like, hold on, wait a minute, right? Is she not talking about herself? So if you feel like these ladies are not being practical because they're waiting for Prince Charming, shouldn't you also follow your own advice? I mean, like, what the heck, right? You're saying, like, oh, this guy, this girl, she has this man, he's a husband, he's so amazing, right? But she's not happy. You just told us you had 2 engagements to 2 men who wanted to marry you, and you called off the wedding twice. But these guys did nothing wrong. They were good men. Girl, are you not talking about yourself? Okay. You guys, I'm like, I'm gonna stop her here. She's crazy. I think she wants to say all the right things so that the black guys can like have her back or whatever, right? She's trying a little too hate. You coming late, we're going to sleep. Okay. I feel like she's trying to say all the right things so that the man can have her side. Like, you know, the stuff she's saying, oh, girls have these fairy tales and these girls. I'm like, girl, you're talking about yourself. You are set to be married twice. You called off the weddings twice. You are telling us the guys, they did nothing wrong. Then why did you call off the wedding twice? But then you're telling us that you want to be a wife. Okay. But then you're still waiting. For what? You're 41. What's going to change out here, child? Okay. You already know what it is. Okay. But then you're telling us that ladies are coming to your office with these fairy tales of what they think a man ought to be, or that you have female clients who are married and they have great husbands, but somehow they're not happy, they're not being grateful about having a great husband because she still has a fairy tale in her head. And I'm asking you a question. Doesn't that sound like you? And I don't know. Maybe she's lying. I hope she's lying, because I don't know why any married woman will go to a woman who has not been married, who is 41 years old, canceled. Like, she called off 2 weddings. Okay. She's also waiting for Prince Charming. It's like, how is she going to help you though? So I really hope she's lying. Yeah. Oops, sorry, Boo. I really hope she's capping, because this don't make no sense. She gives up I don't know. For me, she does give up the mistress type, because I do feel like a sick part of me, like a very cynical part of me, a very sinister part of me feels like some people, when they have something, they'll do everything to destroy other people who have it. Because her energy to me, that's just me, Marlene. Her energy to me, it gives off very bitter. Yes, she gives off bitter. She gives off jealous. She gives off sinister. She gives off very cynical. But I think she's very sinister. Like, there's something really dark about her. Okay? Something very dark about her ass. Right? So I do feel like someone like that, she probably could be a sociopath. Like, she would become a psychologist just so she could ruin marriages, because she never had one. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people who don't, like, for some people, when they don't have something, they want to sabotage everybody that has it. But the way they enter your life as if they're trying to help you, they're trying to support you, they're trying to give you advice, right? But how can you say that marriage, it goes like this? Marriage, it goes like this. But yet, when people come to you, it goes like this. Okay? I don't get that. So if marriage goes like this, your job should be to keep them like this, right? But no, when they deal with you, they end up like this, right? So when messing with you, it causes people to no longer be together, right? You say, oh, if a couple comes to me, I'm going to separate the couple, because I don't do couples, I do individuals. So you're going to try to do what? Because if you handle them as individuals, to me, it's giving, I'm going to try to make you see that you are good by yourself, right? As opposed to still like, no, we got to do this together, because y'all have to know how to be a couple. We got to work together. You have to work together. You have to learn to lean on each other. You have to learn to listen to each other, right? Now, if a man is going to be by himself, I think he should be by himself with a male therapist, right? But he should not be by himself with a woman therapist who looks like that, who dresses like this, and then her Instagram looks like that. No, because if there's already trouble in the marriage, let's say it's a sexless marriage, for example, right? Since she wants to talk about their sexual life, whatever. If it's a sexless marriage and the man goes in, she looks like this, her boobs are out, she talks like this, and she wants to start talking sex to this man, and she's single, and he goes on her Instagram, yeah, bad things are probably going to happen. The worst thing you can do is put fire in your bosom and not expect to get burned, okay? You should not be playing around with temptation. But I do find it bizarre that a woman will want to talk to another woman's man by herself when you know that they're having problems. We saw the thing with Keon and Shawnee, right? Shawnee is a single woman, divorced. She comes to the church. She knows that Keon is married. She sees the wife, and she proceeds to give Keon her phone number. Make it make sense, right? Because a lot of times when people don't have a thing, and people are really bitter about it, they'll do everything in their power to separate those people. Because if I don't have it, you ain't gonna have it. If my parents didn't have a healthy relationship, I don't want to see other people have a healthy relationship. If I was not successful being married, I'm gonna make sure that other people are not married. Hey, Sonia, what's up? You gotta be very careful. Because I told y'all, when we were watching the video about the girl who had AIDS, right? And the guy who picked her up off the street, I told y'all, just because he did something nice does not mean he's not about to do something evil. And as soon as I said that, she's like, oh, he drove me to his house. I'm like, see, I told y'all, right? Many people will come into your life acting like they want to help you. They want to have, they want to listen to your problems and give you advice. The whole time, she plotting on your ass. Okay? What's up, Sonia? The whole time, she is plotting on your ass. Just because somebody does an act of kindness or a nice gesture does not mean that the person once was good by you. Because tell me why Oh, if a couple is having a hard time, you're going to be like, oh no, let's do therapy separately. No, they're married. And then you sit here and you say, oh no, the Bible said you go like this, you go like this. Oh, you're supposed to cleave. Okay, so if they're supposed to cleave, who are you to separate them? Even when you do your vows, right? What does the Bible say, right? Well, the Bible says what God put together, let no man lay asunder. So that's why I know, like, you don't even read the Bible. Like, go sit down somewhere. The Bible said what God put together, let no man lay asunder. So when you say, I'm going to separate the man from the wife, and I'm going to mentor the man separately, I'm going to mentor the wife separately, you are doing what the Bible says not to do, because you're not supposed to lay this asunder. You're supposed to keep them together because they are one. For what God has put together, let no man lay asunder, right? You're not supposed to separate what God put together. Now, that exactly like Kevin said, that's the word, right? Oh, I should love you through. That's not in the Bible. It says you're making things up. That's why I was like, what? Let me go Google that real quick, because I never heard this in the Bible, and I sleep in the Bible. It's not biblical, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, even when Jesus said, how shall you recognize them? You shall recognize them by their fruit. If this lady out here is claiming to be a Christian woman who is pro-marriage, she will not be out here looking like this, okay? Because if you read the Bible, okay, out of the abundance of the mind, you're going to pick your outfits, okay? You're not going to dress like this. That's number one. Number two, you would have been married, because that is part of what? That's part of, you are called to be married. As a Christian woman, you are called to have a husband. Where is your husband? Oh, no, I'm just waiting for God. Waiting for what? Okay? When Cam Newton, when his mama met the daddy, was he like, did she wait for what? She married him. And she made a choice to be married for 39 years. Which goes to show you, right? Marriage is all about your will. It's about your willpower. If you want to be married, you will be married. You want to stay married, you will stay married. Because it's a choice you make to honor a covenant. You either got it in you or you don't. Don't waste our time. It don't take that long. Like way back in the day, people would get married left and right. And they stayed married. I don't know how today people have way more education, people have way more money, and like they have the hardest time getting married. Y'all not that special. Okay? But society makes y'all feel like y'all special. You ain't that special. People used to get married. They like that's people did that. It was not a big deal. They got married. Okay? Hey, you want to get married? Sure. We'll do it tomorrow. Okay, no problem. Boom, boom. It's over. Okay? Today it's like if people doing too much. It's getting ridiculous. It's never that deep. So I'm like, where is your husband? Number three, you don't have what it takes. You're not even anointed. No, it is not your place to counsel any married couple. It's not your ministry. Okay, go counsel other people. I don't know, single people. I don't know. You do that, right? But marriages, leave that alone. Because I find it very bizarre that you claim to read the Bible, but you want to minister a man separately and the wife separately. And who are you to even minister a man? Are you a man? Are you a married man? No. So based off of what, you're going to help this man be a better husband. You're not a man. You are not a man. And even that too, that's the spirit of rebellion. You are a rebellious woman. You are not a man. If a man needs to be counseled, he needs to go with the other men who are married, and they will counsel him, because he needs to submit to other men. And that's where I agree with Priscilla Shriver's husband, right, Mr. Jerry. He said, no, he has men in his life that he submits to. And he said that couple, they like what? They've been married for like what? Like, because they've been married for 25 years, right? And the people been married for like 50 years, right? And when he wanted to go back to Texas, the man said to him, if I tell you to come to Maryland, you're coming to Maryland, right? Because it takes men to mentor men, right? It takes a married man to get through another married man, because he has to respect him. He has to have esteem for him. He has to have appreciation for him, and he has to submit to him. A man can't submit to a woman. So you cannot counsel a married man. He cannot submit to you, because in that counseling session, he will have to submit to you. That's not happening. That's also not in the Bible. Okay? That's not in the Bible. So if there's a problem and this man needs to be counseled on how to be a better husband, he must be counseled by other men. Especially if they're Christian people, they need to go to their church. And that should have been said already. They should have had a mentor couple already in that church, right? Okay? And the man that he submits to in the church, whether it's like a deacon, whether it's the pastor, whatever, those men need to talk to him. and tell him and remind him what it is to be a husband in the Lord. But it's not by sitting down with you. And that's why you got to use the words magically, because you don't know what you're doing. There is no magic when it comes to healing. There is a process, right? And process, like when you have a vetted process, when you have a proof, social proof process, right? It yields specific results, right? But a man can, somebody else, first of all, a man can't submit to his wife. That's one. Number two, a man cannot submit to a woman that's quote unquote a psychologist. Girl, go sell that scam somewhere else. Okay? That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. And any woman who takes her husband to this man, you deserve whatever happens to you, because obviously your marriage don't mean a lot to you. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Find other men to talk to your husband. Find elderly men who are successful in their marriage, right? To talk to your husband. Let those older men pour into him and look after him. They will help this man to become a better husband for you. Okay? That's that. All right, Kevin. We're all going to sleep, okay? So you guys, hold on. Where did we stop? Let me see. We'll be back tomorrow. 43 minutes. Breaking down the fairy tale myth. Okay. We'll resume this video tomorrow because it's getting late. And this baby's getting a little cranky. I'm going to put him in bed. Well, you're getting a little cranky, right? It's okay. We're going to go to bed. Okay? So I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, they get you. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're a little too loud. Okay. All right. So I'll see y'all in the morning. I'll try to. Well, you got here late, babe. It's 1 o'clock. We gotta go to bed. This is long. It's a long video. But I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back early. I'll be back early. Okay. Maybe like 9. 9 o'clock. Okay. If y'all can wake up early. Because I do wake up early. I'll be here like 9 or so. 9-ish. So this is a long video. And we can get through this, right? But you have, before I leave y'all, you truly, truly have to protect your marriage, right? Be very mindful of your marriage. Be very mindful who you confide in when it comes to your marriage. Be very careful who you give your marriage to, right? Because it's very sacred. It's your family. It's your family. It's one of the most precious things you'll ever have, okay? So please, 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 don't find random people on social media, and because they have psychologists or relationship expert in their bio, right? You go over there and you give your whole marriage to them people. No, that's not how it works. Okay? So love y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Okay? Bizoo, you're my favorite. Don't be mad. Okay? I want you to win. Okay? I'll be back tomorrow. Love y'all, my people. Hey, Angela, what's up? I hope you're well. All right? So see y'all tomorrow. I'll be back. Bye-bye. Oh, Lord. Mav.